What's up, brothers and sisters? I hope you're doing well. I'm gonna have to check that you can hear me loud and clear because it has happened a few times that I thought I was flowing, but people couldn't hear me. So it's a good habit to double check so I don't speak in vain and I don't have to repeat myself. Now let's check the sound. Yes. Okay. I'm very happy, brothers and sisters, because I just had a class. It was the first class for a particular brother. Now those are private classes, so I'm not gonna say uh, who he is, but if he feels like telling people, it's on him. But I was very happy because it was the first class that I did with him of Medu Nature, and he was able to read some of the glyphs from a actual original artifacts from the Louvre Museum. So it doesn't show as clearly as it would with the hieroglyphic transcript. It wouldn't look as neat as a hieroglyphic transcript, but still it was able to. Hold on, I'm trying to fix that focus. Um, okay, hold on. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Okay. That, that stuff is a bit funny. It takes time to let me fix this. How long would it take? Has it frozen? Okay, hold on. Did it froze? Can you hear me? No, you can hear me, but it's frozen. Interesting. So, okay. Mm-hmm. Um, hold on. I don't know why it's frozen. Uh, well, let me share the invite link if anybody wants to join the conversation. Invite link. There it is. I hope you're doing well, brothers and sisters. Oh yes, Piccolo son wrote, yes, it's frozen. Now it should be okay now. I can see myself now. Uh, trying to fix that focus there. Oh, that's no. This one is better. Okay, now maybe that would be better. Just bear with me. Maybe that would be better like this. Or it's just the same. Well, there's just a very there's a delay when I'm trying to fix the camera. I'm gonna try just one more way. Bear with me. Okay, well, let's do it this way. All right. So what's up with you, brothers and sisters? Feel free, come on in. I would like to hear from you. It's the weekend, Sunday. Super are available on that time. But I'm very happy about that lesson. To have a brother reading some glyphs in his first class, that's lovely. I'm very proud, very happy. The brother was very happy. It's just lovely. Sorry. So we have Piccolo Son Road. Please email me when you are ready for my one-on-one. What, brother? Email me, and give me your availability. Um, but yes, just tell me when. Okay. Oh, Piccolo Road Sunday is good. Let me see. Well, if this is good, well, this Sunday, I mean next Sunday, uh, the 23rd, then tell me your preferred time. But it's best for us to talk about it. Let's send emails, okay? But Sunday is good with me. Um, evening time, France time. I don't know exactly where you are located in America, but if, for example, you are in New York Eastern Standard Time, um, like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. will be okay. Now, Raphael Green first wrote, "Hi, what's the topic here? The topic is free discussion. So anything you want to talk about, feel free. Any questions that you have, it's question and answers also, feel free." But then Raphael Green is asking me, "What are you drinking there?" I don't see the point. It's not alcohol. It's not alcohol. So, just had that class, lasted for quite some while. The class is at 1 hour, but usually I go over the 1 hour. So uh, there it is. Bermuda, Piccolo wrote, "I am East Coast, Bermuda." You're in Bermuda? You're in the Caribbean? Or do I get it wrong? Well, brothers and sisters, okay, in the Atlantic. All right, okay. Well, holla at me. Send me an email. Tell me which time is good. We need to confirm that via email. You understand? And then all you need to do is just send the $10 uh, upfront via PayPal, and of course that's the address here: paypal.me/myart4ever, and we're good to go. Middle nature or any topic of your choice. So let's do it this way, brother. As a matter of fact, uh, what is the time difference? Let me know what is the time difference. So oh, you've already sent the. Okay, I've received the. So you want two classes? Okay, that's great. I've received that on paper. What is the current time right now where you are? Okay, it's 8 p.m. Is it? Because you wrote 7 8 p.m. So current time in Bermuda. Okay, 7 p.m. I think it's 7 p.m. So it's 5 hours difference. Okay, I will send an email to you real quickly. Hold on. That brother don't mess around. He's just quick with it. Okay, 7:08. Okay, I get it. Just quick with it. You don't waste time. Now, just send me a quick email with you to propose a time, and then you can reply to me in your own time. But yes, is it? No, the 23rd. 23rd. 5 hours difference. So let's say I'll send the email to you so you can confirm if that time is suitable to you, brother. Now, Lionheart wrote, can you explain where did the concept of Christianity come from? Oh, I don't really think that I can explain that because it took many years for Christianity to come about as we know it. So, what I could do, however, is recommend people, recommend Bart Ehrman's books. And besides, you can find many of his books. You know the saying, seek and you shall find. No, I'm going to go into more details than that, but you can find many of his books actually. But commonly people talk about the Council of Nicaea. And 325 AD. Now, so the Sid, how you doing, sister? She's asking me to spell Bart Ehrman. Barthrma. I'm sorry, I said yeah. Sometimes I say some letters the French way. Ehrman. Now I have to double check. I think there's two N's. No, just one N. Actually, the full name is Bart D. Ehrman, but for short, Bart Ehrman. He's considered an expert on the New Testament. Very well known worldwide, best-selling books. I've written the name in the chat for you, sister, and for anybody else who will be interested. Now, hold on, let me open this window because the light here. There's this book, Did Jesus Exist? It had a lot of people. That book had a lot of people angry or disappointed about Ehrman because he wrote several books like Misquoted Jesus and many other books that will highlight the contradictions and anachronism and many things that are wrong when it comes to our belief or knowledge about um, the Bible, particularly the New Testament. I like one part of one of his book. Well, I've actually made a video about it. I entitled it "Greek Confusion." But the way they were used to write in Greek back then, excuse me, they will write just no space, no comma, no punctuation. I'm not sure if you say punctuation in English. Um, just the letters attached together. So depending on how you will say separate the words, there are no words in the first place. It's all together. Well, there are words, but less, just so that you can understand what I'm trying to say. All the letters are together. You just have lines of letters, no spaces, no commas, no dots. So depending on where you decide to make separations in order to have several words, you can have a different meaning, different sentences, or let's say different meaning to make the long story short. But that's just one thing. People were quite disappointed because as people used to read his books, they would be like, well, the mythicists, as he called them, as many people call them, the people who don't believe that Jesus existed as a historical person, they were keen on Bart Ehrman's books. And I guess the Christians were not really happy about Bart Ehrman's book. So Bart Ehrman did an unexpected move by writing that book entitled Did Jesus Exist? And his conclusion was that, well, if we believe that Julius Caesar existed, then we have reasonable reasons uh, or reasonable evidence to assume that Jesus existed. Now, I'm not quoting him. I'm paraphrasing. What's interesting, however, I've quoted this particular book many times. It's in the same particular book where we are told, I will read for you. I will read for you. Uh, let me do a screen share. Let me do a little screen share. Do a screen share. Okay. Now, oh, now, how's that now? Okay, a little bit more space. So, maybe now. How's it now? Okay. Let's use all the space available. Let's use this technology at our disposal. There it is. When it comes to the gospel, well, Piccolo Son wrote, okay, let me go in order with the comments before I read that. Now, Soda Seed wrote, thank you so much. I've gotten every book you suggest. Finally finished the book, Melanin, The Chemical Key to Black Greatness. I did not suggest this one, but hey, by all means, brothers and sisters, seek the knowledge. Seek the knowledge. Now, Medu Nature, I'm sorry. I don't necessarily recommend it unless you are, unless people are found on metaphysics. I don't have anything against the author. It's not an attack, but I'm not going to say that it's misleading. But when you see the title Medu Nature, you might expect to learn about the Medu Nature and the culture of Kemet, but it's more centered about what I would describe metaphysics. But anyway, um, RP wrote, "Hey, I want to call in." Well, the invite link is there. I thought I shared it, but maybe yeah, I did share it, but I shared it. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. We have Brother Caffrey. Feel free, Sister RP. I'll share the invite link again for you. Invite link, the invite link. And how come we don't appear? Oh, yes, Brother Caffrey, you're here. Well, I don't know if you can hear me, but he's there. So feel free to call him, Sister RP, or anybody else for that matter. Now, maybe Brother Caffrey just wants to be there, and whenever he feels like talking, he wants to talk. So, um, mythicists were not happy about Barnabas' book and his conclusion. Christians, they are rejoicing. The same God that used to throw salt in our game, you wonder if he was trying to appeal to them, but who knows? Maybe he received death threats. I don't know. I'm not. I'm not making any conspiracy or whatever, but that's his choice. But it's the same in that same book called Did Jesus Exist by Bart Ehrman. We are told about the Gospels. We are told that we don't know who wrote them. As you can see, red it says we do not know who wrote the Gospels. Furthermore, in red it says of the 27 books of the 27 books found in the New Testament. But the Crafter, you're here. Only 8 of them, of the 27 books found in the New Testament, only 8 of them almost certainly go back to authors to whom they are traditionally ascribed. Furthermore, in red, last paragraph, Jesus' own followers were lower class Aramaic speaking peasants from rural Galilee who were almost certainly illiterate. The Gospels were written by highly educated Greek speaking Christians who lived outside Palestine. They were not Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. We need to take that into account. We need to take that into consideration. Furthermore, in the Bible, there's a part where he says that Jesus said, I am the Alpha and the Omega. Did Jesus speak Greek? Now, Gospels, we do not have the original text. It's the RPR. Now, I'm just
Oh,
going to
hello.
finish
You
this
can hear
quote
me?
there. Yes, yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Uh,
Yeah, go ahead.
Please bear with me one moment, please. Yes, thank you, sister. Now, that same book. Okay, I'm going to mute you because there's an echo. All right. I've just muted you, sister RP, because there was an echo. I can hear my voice. Actually, I've muted you. You don't need to do anything now. don't hit the button again. Now, Gospel, same book. Did Jesus Exist by Bart D. Ehrman, PhD. Gospels, we do not know. We do not have the original text. I'm going to read only in what's written in red. Not going to read the whole thing, and I've read some of it before. The problem is that none of these manuscripts is the original copy produced by the author. This is true for all 4 Gospels. In fact, for every book of the New Testament, no original copy. None of these manuscripts is the original copy produced by the authors of the Gospels. And he wrote, in fact, for every book of the New Testament. Not only we don't have originals for the Gospels, we don't have originals for the New Testament altogether. Moreover, most of these manuscripts were made over 1,000 years after the original copies. Over 1,000 years after the original copies that we don't have, that we don't know of. We're just presuming there were some original copies 1,000 years prior. The only reason they're talking about 1,000 years for the original copies is because of the timeline, the time period where those events are said to have happened. None of them is close to the time of the original. None of them is close to the time of the original. It's not even close. And you have many people say, "Oh, for Jesus, we have so many artifacts. We have Tacitus who spoke about Jesus. We have Flavius Josephus who spoke. We have many authors in the first centuries who wrote about Jesus." Okay, that's another thing. That's not the New Testament, but all those so-called authors who wrote during the time of Jesus or the first century, as they say, at the end of the day, is after Jesus' lifetime. So Jesus walked on water, multiplied the bread, multiplied the fish, resurrected the girl, resurrected Lazarus, um, healed the ear that was cut off from one of his apostles. He died on the cross, resurrected 3 days later, appeared to people, ascended to heaven. He went up in heaven in front of so many people. No one bothered to write about this. You know what? Today it was a good day. I chilled with my baby mama, and Jesus went up in the sky. No. And apparently, when he died, there was an eclipse and an earthquake. You might dispute the term eclipse, but I think even some saints went out of their graves and walked and all that. So nobody bothered to record that. Let's say they felt some type of way about Jesus. Maybe they were jealous because he was performing miracles, and it's hard to compete with someone who performs a miracle. You would think they were right about the saints who went out of the graves and so on. But anyway, I will leave it there. I have guests, and I will prioritize the guests over the Abrahamic tales that we have heard for most of our lives over and over again. All right. So, Brother Caffrey, Sister, if you are free.
Hello.
Hello, Sister. How you doing?
Okay. You can hear
Hello,
me
Sister. How you doing?
well.
Yes, very well, loud and clear.
Hello.
Yes, very well, loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. I hope you're doing good. I hope everybody's doing good. It was a couple things. I think it was yesterday you were doing the live stream. You had quite a few people on, and I was happy about it.
Mm.
Um, and I couldn't really participate, but I was tuning in and out, and I was like, okay, it's clicking. But then today, I went back to listen to it, and I was actually dismayed by one of the participants. I don't know what his name is, but I recognized his voice. And then when he said that basically he had been going on some of the BAIO's forums on YouTube, shutting down people. I'm using air quotes right now, but
Mm.
well, first I want to preface by saying um, there is a code out in the universe. Is by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. It's the United Independent Compensatory Code System concept. You could even say it'll help you practice Ma'at. And he has a list of 10 things black people should stop doing. And I believe squabbling is somewhere in the top 5 of that list. And so I bring that up because of the thing that Professor Griff did that you mentioned, where he's challenging another black man to basically sounds like armed conflict, which is senseless, stupid, and it is nothing but really at this point, it's conscious entertainment for white supremacists. I'm not going to concentrate too much on white supremacy because the people that are here obviously know there's a system in place that's global and trying to spread into the known universe. But the reason I say that is basically because it just makes no sense after a while because nothing gets done from it. And like somebody else said, if you are going to have that type of tenacity to attack someone, you should attack your sworn enemy. You should go after people who have basically with every pass they could achieve murder, like George Zimmerman. He murdered a human being was instructed not to pursue that human being, did it anyway, broke the law, broke legal advisement, and he's free. But nobody has any thunder for George Zimmerman. Nobody has any thunder for these old white supremacists I grew up knowing about. David Duke. Nobody touched the hair on his head yet. Okay. But that's beside the point. So that leads me back to the gentleman that was calling himself smoking and slapping up people or whatever, the BAIO and whoever else don't agree with Asiatic black men. And I'm not saying that I know anything deeply about it. I began reading some books by the people that have been mentioned on here. They came before Columbus, etc. I have some other stuff by Dr. Johann. I don't want to mess his name up. And I just recently
Dr.
found out
Ben. You can say
about
Dr. Ben.
Sheikh Antadir.
You can say Dr. Ben.
Yeah, Dr. Ben.
I think maybe you're trying to say that. Yes, yes.
Listen to a lot of
I think maybe you're trying to say that. Yes, yes.
Yeah, Dr. Ben. I listened to quite a few of the lectures by, a few people. And I think it's safe to say that because of where we have been positioned and how we've been treated and how we've been alienated from our own information, we're not going to agree on the same origins. We're not going to agree on the same outcomes. But that doesn't mean you challenge somebody to a fight, does it? Does that mean you get on somebody's discussion and say, yeah, I slapped up so-and-so? Why are you using these inferences of violence? That's what I don't get. It didn't make no sense. It's not constructive. It is going to make someone emotional after a while and want to either take you up on your challenge or act defensively, to which I would say at that point still, what have you done but aid and abet the people that we're here to get our consciousness and our subconscious even away from the behavior they've put and trained us on? Why would you consciously go toward that type of training? You're trying to break free from it. I just think it's really insulting. And I just want to say, Shaka, I don't know if you've seen Apollo in America back in the day in the 90s. People would go to the Apollo Theater, perform. When the minute they started to bomb, they would say, Sandman, come get him. And this older guy that would tap dance would come out with a broom and sweep their behinds off stage. I just want to say, Sandman that person next time. Get him out of there, because it's no respect for the host, the people listening. You can have a debate. You ain't got to insult people. If you got to insult people, and he was trying to tongue tie people, be manipulative and, well, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that like a kid. Sir, I'm calling you sir because I don't know your age. Only because of that, sir. You acted like a wimp. I won't call you one because that's name calling, but you did put on a display like you were one. And if that's the case, you just need to go ahead on and hang out in the library by yourself. That's not how you should conduct yourself on a forum like this. I'm gonna mute my line. I'm sorry. I'm emotional. It made me angry because it's just
no, sister. Speak your mind, and I'm glad with what you said. There's no problem at all, and you were not disrespectful. I would go in two parts. The first part, I'm very glad about what you said regarding Professor Griff, because I agree with you. And it's no surprise that I'm not a fan of Professor Griff. Professor Griff has a large following. I've uploaded a video when he went on at D.L. Hewley. And most of the comments are people who are in agreement with Professor Griff's statement and behavior. And I find that sad. Luckily, there are a few people who said, well, like you said, sister, someone said, well, he's not ready to, I'm paraphrasing, to go at Zimmerman. And when he made those statements back in the 90s, and he ultimately was kicked out or no longer in the group, because apparently he wasn't kicked out now because but anyway, I don't want to make this too long. He did not have that energy. He didn't want to see people. in the media, newspaper, and all over. He was labeled so many things. He was labeled anti-Semitic and so many things, racist, hateful, so many things. We never heard him with that energy. But the minute a brother, a comedian, expressed his disagreement without cursing him, he's ready to come to blows. I found that strange. Now, that being said, regarding the brother that was there yesterday, um, he has a YouTube account because he didn't mention it. I've listened to yesterday's broadcast, not in its entirety because it was 5 hours long, and I think it was a new record for the live stream. But I listened to it a little bit. Now I must admit, at some point he was funny. When I asked him, "Do don't you have a webcam?" He said, "No, I don't get freaky like that." First, I thought he was trolling because of his tone and his voice. I thought he was trolling when he talked about the afros, showing the afros on those Semitic people, and he was firm when I showed the depiction of someone from Persia. He's firm on his stance that you can. That's now. He obviously had some issue with the BAIO, but Brother Holip has actually left a comment in the video, and I want to read it for everybody to see. Now, I will try to make it a bit larger. Okay. So what I did, because Brother Holip, to me, is solid. He's a good brother. So I have I don't even know how you call that in English, but I've made that comment sticking. I left that comment on top basically. So he left that comment 11 hours ago, and he modified it. He wrote, "That dude Al Kun is a known fraud and a liar. Let me clarify the slander he was attempting to make about the against the BAIO." And he's put the website there. Okay. And remember in yesterday's live stream, the sister gave the URL, the website, BAIOAA.org. Brother Hope wrote for an interview, the first ever interview I did. Well, at least in America, I did one in England, but that was on radio. But that's a long story. I forgot to record it before I went there. But anyway, I don't want to be all over the place. Even though we have time, we can take our time and talk. So he wrote, "This clown came out with a video accusing the BAIO of being a GoFundMe organization. When I approached this BAN, I'm not going to tell you what it stands for, about it, and dared him to produce a link to the so-called BAIO GoFundMe camp, he moonwalked like Michael Jackson and never mentioned that talking point ever again. The irony is that while he was accusing the BAIO of having a GoFundMe campaign, there was a link. Yes. Irony. Yes. There was a link on his page with him begging people for money to his GoFundMe campaign. So him saying this, so him saying on this live stream that he took us to task for having a donation button on our website because we took him to task for having a GoFundMe campaign on his YouTube channel is an out and out lie. The BAIO has always been on our website. We had it on the old defunct Ning site, and we have it on the new updated official website. The purpose of it being the purpose of it being there is not for membership donations, but for the admins of the group to participate on a monthly basis to maintain the website. The BAIO has never solicited money from its membership, and I dare him or anyone else to copy and paste the timestamp where we have ever asked anyone to buy merchandise or make donations. I'll be waiting. So that was Brother Holy's response. And we have Brother Inspire One who has joined us.
Hey, how you doing?
I think RP, you back on. Hi, I'm doing great, brother. Yesterday you left. There were too many people.
You know what? I'm glad I didn't join because I learned a lot. I'm really still kind of in kindergarten. I'm in the first grade relative to a lot of the discussions that were going on. But one thing I did observe is I think you have to be empathetic to all of us who call in because there's a lot of trauma and hurt that I heard in a lot of the discussions. And psychologically, people, even like myself, people who call into podcasts and behave that way, we all have different issues. I mean, we have some psychological issues. We all do. And you saw that on full display during the back and forth. And you were kind of like the referee. You were very calm, but you gave everybody the rope they needed to hang themselves, basically, and let them speak their truth, no matter how preposterous. And the one thing that I noticed that was really telling, you remember how you guys were hung up on 1908, 1908, 1908, page 556 or whatever? And I heard that so long that I really thought it was
Yeah.
1908. And then you realized it was 1907. And he said, oh, my bad. So you almost spent a whole hour trying to find 1908. And the poor brother, bless his heart, his information, you were trying to show him how to paste and cut. So Shaka, all I can say is, you showed empathy, and we all need to show empathy. We can't make fun of all of us because there's a reason why we're calling in. And some of us don't have people to talk to, and maybe this is their opportunity to be heard. Because one guy, they were going over one word, like he called him a coon or something, and name calling. That's all childhood kindergarten. You treat people the way you've been treated. And it sounds like there's a lot of hurt. I heard a lot of pain in a couple of people's voices. And this is their way. You are kind of like a therapist. You let them expunge their hurt because maybe they don't get an opportunity to be listened to. Let me finish. Let me finish. You cut me off. I need to talk next. I need to talk next. It's my turn. That's all first grader talk. Those aren't grown people. And I include myself if I even got into it. They really needed to be heard. And that's what you gave them an opportunity to do. I'm not even getting into what the subject matter was. They just needed to be heard. Someone to listen to them is what I picked up for the most part. And the one sister that was so professional, and then the guy apologized, said, hey, sister, I just want to let you know, nothing personal. I love you. And she said, no, nothing taken, no personal taken. But that's therapy. So I looked at it as therapy. The facts, and you can, the Arabia thing, like the Saudi Arabians created Kemet. I mean, really? I mean, that shouldn't even, just let a person say, it's like talk about Santa Claus. Let him say it. If he thinks I guess he was saying the Arabians created Kemet. Am I missing that? Isn't that basically what he was saying?
Yes, but apparently they were called Kushites. So
Okay.
that's what that's yeah.
So that's all. That's my little rant. I felt bad for
They're
you.
Arabians, but back then they were called Kushites. Yes.
Cushites. Okay. Yeah. So everybody just wanted to be heard. It was very painful to listen to because it sounded so childish, and you were like a grown up trying to corral children, basically. Like, hey, no, let him finish. Let him finish his point. Hey, brother, don't talk over him. Let him make his point. Then name calling, and you call somebody a coon or whatever the word was. I mean, that's not. Uh, you know, people call in for their own reasons. The anger. Couldn't you hear it? I mean, you could hear. And then he was talking about the afros, and he's talking about your wife. Just personal. Just one thing I would suggest, because you are a younger guy. Man, I keep my wife and kids out of the view because people. There's some freaky people on there. One guy said, "Oh, your wife is cute." You don't know what people might be thinking. So I wouldn't even expose my family to us crazy folks that call in on these shows. I mean, I know she wanted to probably listen to you, but people say very hurtful. That baby looks white. Your baby don't look white. Your baby looks biracial. Your wife, you're biracial, Shaka. For all I mean, what difference does it make? Who cares? Who cares? Why is it such an issue? So a
Can
lot
I
of hurt
say
people.
something real quick?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, of
I
course,
just want to say
of course.
something real quick. I think, yeah, some people hurt, and some people have taken their hurt and turned themselves into a disease or a virus, and they're knowing of that. And that guy yesterday, like I said, when I heard him trying to come up on the BAIO live one time, and he was being insulting then. He was using some archaic paradigms to try to set up, his defense or his argument against whatever they were talking about. And it was just purely, it was narcissistic. And I think he was in full acknowledgement of it then, and I think he was in acknowledgement of it now. And we got to admit, unfortunately, because we've been in the system, it's corrupted some of us to become just like they are, sociopaths and psychopaths. I ain't saying he's a sociopath or a psychopath, but I am saying he sounds a little narcissistic, and he does sound like maybe it's not per se. It just comes across as a little more than just trauma. It's arrogance. It's
But don't you think he
pride.
was hurt though? Doesn't it sound like somebody hurt him really bad a long time ago, and this is his opportunity to take it out on people? Like hurt people hurt people. Like when you
I would.
say the things he says, he's trying to
Mhm.
injure people. He's trying to take something out
Well,
on
to me,
people.
it's yeah.
Yeah, I'm going as far as to say I don't know
Well,
the cause. I'm just saying I know that he knew what he was doing, and sometimes we have to say that we're dealing with people who aren't necessarily traumatized the way we think. They just good and crazy. And bruh man come across like his clock don't go to 12. You understand? And he comes across like just a bully. Oh,
well,
real
I'm
quick,
to me,
go ahead.
mhm. Oh no, I was just going to say, uh, in response to what Brother Inspire One was saying, to me, it's really obvious that there was something personal between him and the BAIO, and including Brother Holip or Holipsism. And what I lament is that so far, the big deal for him was the donation issue, the merchandising issue, and that's not scamming. It's not illegal. I think there's more said, and I think it's a shame personally. I didn't like when he spoke about John Henry Clark after his passing, and he spoke about John Henry Clark he shaded him. He was shading him. And there's other things as but besides that, I would not really biggest not what he was saying and about strong conversation. Maybe she's busy now, but and brother inspired one, like I think it was brother Kafra who realized, if not him, was brother Chris, but it was one of the brother who realized it was not 1908, that it was 1907. And indeed we spent a lot of time, but brother Afro-Asiatic, indeed formerly known as Asiatic Black Man 19, he's very passionate, and he believes that stuff, he believes it. And at the end of the day, even though there's a lot of lot of things that he said yesterday that he usually says. I think it's good in some respect to hear the claims and the arguments of other sides so we can sharpen our skills and have a discussion as grown men and try to show our people, okay, brother, this is where you're coming from, this is your stance, this is your claim. But the data does not allow us to say that. And what you're claiming, the data says that's not what it says, and so on. So eventually, maybe one day he might change his stance and be more accurate with his quoting and with his methodology. Maybe it will not be him. Maybe it will be some other people who have the same stance as him, but they will eventually manage to be more sharp. So it's always good to have this conversation. And actually, Afro-Asiatic is in the place to be. He just wrote Peace, Hotep, Shaka. See?
Yeah.
But feel free, brothers and sisters, if you want to add on, feel free. Feel free.
No, I just think it was great that you give us a platform to discuss things like that, because normally I think people would have hung up. And like I said, he sounded a little bit like he was trolling at first, and then he was really adamant about his positions. And then that's when I realized that sometimes people who have underlying issues, they grab onto things. And then once they grab on to them, they're passionate about it, and you're not going to really sway them. And you were trying to gently guide him to, okay, brother, we don't want to just let you read. Tell us your source. Just tell us your source. Well, can I just read the first 2 pages? Can I just let me just, no, brother, it's not about the reading. We want to make sure we're all on the same page. And you were trying to focus a discipline on all of us that says, look, we don't have any problem listening to you discuss it. Just let us source your material. Let's source where you're getting that from. So I can appreciate that.
And brother, I had some connection issues while you were talking, so I didn't
Yeah,
hear
yeah.
what
It
you
looks like
said.
your internet was,
I
yeah,
just heard the end when you said,
no, I was just saying,
I appreciate that.
yeah, no, I was just saying, you give us a platform and you gave him a
Yes.
way to um, just do some scholarly work. You're just trying to force a discipline. Don't just say something. Tell us what page you got it on, what year you got it from. Let's see if we can all cross check it and then read it together. You go ahead and read it, but we want to read along with you. And then we turn out that it was a year earlier and a different page. So everybody was looking for 1908 and it was really 1907. And it wasn't 555, it was 556. That's a big deal because you kept saying, brother, I just see a page of
Yes.
flowers. And so you're forcing a discipline on people. Said, look, don't just come on here and just say something. Let us cross check. That's all. We're not saying you can't say it. No, you're not gonna let me read. You're not gonna let me. Yeah, brother, you can read. Yes, but just tell us where you got it from. And then you're even gonna show him how to cut and paste. Brother, you don't even know how to cut and paste in 2020. I mean, and then you say, well, can you find somebody in your household that can help you? I mean, all we're going to do is do a simple cut and paste so we can see where you're talking from. So very reasonable request. I mean, you had a lot of patience. I admire your patience because I said, brother, I'm going to have to drop you or mute you because we can't keep going down these rabbit holes with you because you're just too disruptive. It's just not making sense. So it's good that you stayed with him.
All right, brother. And
Peace, peace,
actually,
family.
the brother. Oh yes, go ahead, brother Kafra.
Yeah, man. I'm
Go
able to
ahead,
come
brother.
on.
Feel free, brother Kafra.
Peace, inspired one. Good to see you, brother. Um, I just want to apologize for my part in the whole ordeal yesterday because although I was trying to help the brother as much as possible, there were times where I was sort of impatient with the brother and cutting him off, and I don't want to do that, man. This thing is serious to me. I wanna try to practice my art in every aspect. So I want to apologize for my part in the conversation we had yesterday. But you know, like Brother Inspire once said, man, you know, you have a lot of people who are trying to uh, they're trying to deal with the pain of
Yeah.
being in this system, you know, their past experiences, and they're bringing a lot of baggage to the conversation, and there's a lot. It's a lot of work, man, trying to sort through all of the baggage to try to get to the heart of the matter, to try and sort that
Yeah.
out based on some level of truth. So that's all I wanted to say, man. I mean, it was a challenge. I apologize for my part in it. I was trying to help the brother. I mean, yeah, he said 1908, but it was really 1907, and it wasn't nothing personal. We weren't trying to attack him. We're human beings, you know. We're just like children. We want to see for ourselves. That's all we're trying to
Yeah.
do. We just want to see for
Yeah.
ourselves, you know, just to
Yeah.
verify the information.
Well, hopefully he learned from it from the standpoint of nobody should get on any platform and just start spouting off things and just say, take my word for it. And I thought that's what you were trying to do. I think you were the one that found it. Say, hey, Shaka, I found it. It's 1907 and it's 5. I mean, that's a big deal because I think y'all spent 20, 30 minutes trying to find 1908, because you were giving the benefit of the doubt. You guys went with this. Okay, he must know what he's talking about. 1908, page 555, and nobody could find it. And he was getting frustrated. And that's where I'm going from. You don't know how much this probably meant to him, and maybe we're the only people he gets to will listen to him, and maybe he doesn't have anybody to talk to at home. So this is his opportunity to be a smart man and know what he's talking about. But man, you just can't come with half facts and hypotheses. You know, you got to have some. I think, are you the one that say, hey, brother, you're entitled to your opinion, but not your own facts. You just can't be making this stuff up. It's just not good.
Yeah, right. And I mentioned toward the end of the live stream yesterday that all ideologies have a source, you know.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
that was my goal, because I knew his angle, but I wanted to communicate and have him explain that angle so that everybody can see and understand
Right.
what his agenda was. I mean, ultimately his agenda was
Right.
the Asiatic black man theory. All the world is black, you know. Blacks
Right.
built everything,
Right.
you know. Blacks taught other races everything, you know. That's that whole theory.
Yeah.
And I was trying to lead him on, and I was trying to get him to explain that theory, but you know, we kept going back and forth, and people were, you know, chiming in, and we were going back and forth with the information, and you know, we just had to set some things straight, because no
Yeah.
offense to the brother, I'm sure he's a good dude, man, and I'm sure if we were to meet him, you know, if I were to meet him, we would get along fine. But he was saying some things that was just highly, highly, highly questionable. And I think it was just it was a reflex for everybody to try to say, hold on, man, you just said something that's not factual. We need to correct you on that. And it was just one thing after another, one thing after another.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And sorry, brothers, just for the record, I'm sorry, I had some connection issues, but the brother actually joined us. Brother Afro Asiatic is just there now on the live stream. So feel free, brother Afro Asiatic.
Peace, brother Shaka. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, brother. Feeling great after that private class, and the family's here. I love that. I love that.
Yes, sir. That's a beautiful thing, brother. Peace. Peace to the other brothers on the panel. You know, me and the brother Shaka, we are somewhat acquainted with each other, and from time to time we have discussed various sources of information. You know, whether the brother, you know, didn't feel that the source qualified, I never brought forth any information that was simply, you know, like for instance the Punt article, you know, we discussed. Now he challenged the validity of it, you know, but other individuals in the chat room brought forth basically, you know, evidence that it did exist, you know, that, but we always discuss sources. I understand what y'all saying about, you know, underlying issues, but for me, it's just about the source material and exploring the history, the historical record, because there is a narrative, according to biblical texts, Quranic texts. Then you have the Metu Neter as well. There is a narrative there. So, my only interest is in the discussion of the source materials. You know what I mean? I get where y'all coming from with issues of other issues that an individual may have, but for me, it's just the source material. Basically.
Hey, Shaka, can I change the subject just for a split second?
Sorry, did you say if you want to speak? Yes, go ahead. Feel free, brother.
Uh, can I wanted to talk about Professor Griff just for a little bit.
Go ahead,
So
brother.
I grew up, Public Enemy fan, and I'm going to give Griff benefit of a doubt from this perspective. It's like a smorgasbord. I don't take 100% of what anybody says, not even my own family, right? So I kind of look at it as a smorgasbord. Of the 500 things that Progressor Griff might say, there's a couple of them that are really good. They hit home and can discard and say, okay, I don't agree with that. So I don't want to like the baby out of bathwater. The thing I like about Griff is he's very passionate and he's very pro his stand and he won't compromise. He's unapologetic and he's uncompromising. And over in America, I know you're over in France, sometimes it's refreshing to see somebody so resolute what they believe and they don't kowtow to the flavor of the month. And so his DL Hughley, it was profane, but you could tell there's some truth to what he was saying because DL, I like DL too. DL is a corporate guy. I mean, he's clicked in with the mainstream media, and he's very successful. He's on CNN sometimes. He did the Kings of Comedy. I mean, he's clicked into a mainstream narrative that Progressor Griff will never tap into. But that doesn't mean Griff doesn't have a point. His basic premise was DL is kind of playing to the choir. And, Nick Cannon playing to the choir. Nick is a corporate guy. Nick is a multi-millionaire, successful. He's trying to get back on Viacom CBS. I think he's now. So Nick is on a whole nother level than Griff is. Griff is a grassroots of the people type guy. That's how Public Enemy made its chop. So if Griff says he didn't get kicked out, I'm not going to dispute it because maybe technically he's still getting royalties for some of the song. So maybe that's his definition. So that's why Diddy or Didney, if the Macy's still in, it's just like Shaka when people say that they're Christian, right? Donald Trump says he's a Christian, right? Okay. All you can do is take a man for his word. You can micromanage it and say, hey, but you said this, you said that. This. So with Griff, if Griff says he's still in it, it really doesn't matter. If he says he is, he just may not be an active member, right? Contractually, he's still getting royalties. But I still value the words that a lot of things he says, he's not playing to the choir. He's very against the grain. He's not trying to make any friends and influence people. He's never going to be on CBS. He's never going to be on CNN, and he knows that. So when DL was questioning what the steak wasn't worth the sizzle, I mean, he's from the streets. He's going to challenge that. He said, "No, you're not going to call me out my name without me answering to it." And he was fired up. I mean, I liked it because he's basically saying, if you're going to come for me, you better come. I'm not going to back down. And that's what I admire. Now, whether all the other things he said over the years, granted, but there's something about a man staying on his square and calling you out. Say, look, brother, you going to call me out? Why did Nick Cannon interview me? I don't understand why. You know what? That's an affront to me as a man. And so if you're going to get on a national platform and say, why don't you call me directly? Griff gives his phone number out all the time. You can call him and ask him. Before, so that would what I would say to DL Hughes, call up Griff, y'all cussing, fussing, and then get on and say, you know what? I just talked to Griff. I told Griff I didn't understand, and this is what Griff said. That's what real men do. To me, you don't go on another platform. It's like somebody getting on another platform and complain about you, Shaka, right? Versus call you directly, say my piece, you tell me that you don't agree with me and blah, blah, blah. And then you go on and say, hey, I just talked to Shaka. This is what I said. Shaka said, go to hell. I don't like you, whatever it might be. But at least be square up. To me, what DL did was kind of like I don't know, kind of
But
cowardly. It's easy to attack a man. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. It's okay. I understand what you're saying, but I don't feel like DL called Griff out of his name. Now, I can understand Griff in some kind of way. Now, I haven't heard the whole statement from DL, the whole interview. I think was from Vlad, because from the video excerpt that I
Your
had
internet's
and that I have, yes. Oh, am I breaking up? Can you hear me? Or
you are breaking up. At least it seems like you're
oh,
breaking up on mine. Maybe it might be my connection, but I'm
no,
not
I
hearing
think
you clearly.
I mean, it's been breaking up for a little
Yeah,
while.
just a little Shaka.
Yes, I'm unfortunate tonight because yesterday the connection was good, but let me know if I'm still breaking up as I
No,
speak,
you
please.
good now, brother.
Okay, so the thing is that when we listen to what DL said and when we listen to Griff's reaction, I think Griff just overreacted greatly, and once again, all these people who condemned and criticized Griff over the years, Griff didn't have that same energy. Now, if there's an unwritten rule that when a black person speaks about another black person, he should let him know when he disagrees with him, I don't necessarily agree because you don't have to reach out to someone. Uh, there's some echo. Hold on. It's not that one. Uh, I've just muted you, brother. Inspired one. I think the echo came from you, but um, yes, I don't think that if, for example, I disagree with Griff, I need to call him and say, Griff, I disagree about that thing that you said. But you see, besides the issue of anti-Semitism accusation about the Zionists and all that and the Jews, um, I remember that clip from Griff that went viral when he was talking about different entertainers. He talked about Michael Jordan and he talked about who did he lose. Basically, without saying it outright, Griff implied that several celebrities sacrificed their family members. He talked about Kanye West. Who did he lose? His mother. He talked about Jennifer Hudson. Who did she lose? Now, for him to go publicly implying that those entertainers sacrifice their own family members, what kind of reaction they could have had towards Griff? He took the liberty to go publicly and try to allege that Michael Jordan lost his father in some sort of human sacrifice in order to gain power or notoriety, when we know that at the time Michael Jordan's father was killed, Michael Jordan was already extremely famous. Same with Kanye West. When his mother died, he was extremely famous, and he even went as far as saying, "Well, Kanye West did that song with Jay-Z called Lucifer as if it was some sort of his initiation." But when we listen to the lyrics, I think it says, "Lucifer, I'm going to chase you out of earth." It's not a song glorifying Lucifer. So when I heard that clip, I was like, man, Professor Griff is talking just nonsense. He's just talking nonsense. I think back then he was more into that metaphysical breakdown, because back then it was very popular of people to do metaphysical breakdown. And Jennifer Hudson, I mean, she lost, I think it was a sister and maybe her nephew, because I think it was her sister's ex partner who just killed a few of her family members, maybe three or four of her family members. I mean, for you to come out publicly and just allege or imply that this is something that those entertainers willingly did, I think it's very low. I think it's very low. And furthermore, I want to end on that. There's even a video, and I think it's still on YouTube. He was talking about Will Smith, I think, maybe Jay-Z as well. And sometimes the titles of the videos might not necessarily be what the person said. And I don't want to take the time to listen to Griffin full, because when I heard the nonsense he was talking before, and including John Henry Clark, I don't really want to waste time with that, because he's an Asiatic black man, and he's been talking a lot of things. We've heard him with John Henry Clark, but he was implying that those people were Illuminatis, and maybe that they were homosexuals, but I'll take that with caution. Don't quote me on that. But not long ago, I saw a video of Griff. Usually, I like to watch the beginning of the video just to have a flavor. Maybe sometimes I scroll over it. And not long ago, I saw a video when it was saying, "Oh, I'm not saying that all these people are Illuminatis and all that, like Jay-Z and all that." And I'm like, man, it's like he almost built a career trying to quote unquote expose entertainers as being Illuminatis and stuff like that, part of secret societies. But now he's like backpedaling. And I'm like, come on, man. So basically, I can understand him feeling some type of way regarding what DL said. But this is the same guy who publicly alleged or implied that several celebrities lost their family members because of human sacrifice. So, in other words, that they had something to do with the death of their family members. And I think it's way worse than what DL said. And actually, that video went very viral. It went very viral. And that was years back. That was years back. Like, for example, the text that I read from Brother Holipsism, he mentioned the Ning network. I don't know if Ning is still going on now, but there are so many things that were said over the years, and people don't necessarily know. I did allude to the fact when somebody brought up Sanetta. There's a video where he was talking about there was a man from the Caribbeans, and Sanetta and his partner at the time, Sutek, they talked down on the Caribbean man. They say, all you MF West Indians try to come here and tell us something. And he was going off. That was so disrespectful, so divisive. And he even used the term banana boat N-word. All you banana boat N-words, look at the banana boat N-word. I was like, damn. And that's one of the reasons why back then, I felt some kind of way. I was very worried. And then there was an issue with SETI when the video was uploaded with SETI, Sarasutin SETI's address on it, and him calling SETI yellow. He said, which you yellow ASS. So I'm like, come on, you know what I'm saying? But now, and also the quality of the guests that he used to have. But over the years, he has improved. But a lot of people don't know that so many things were said and done back then. The NIN network, indeed, I had a NIN network myself. I remember I wanted people to introduce themselves, show their face, make a small video to introduce themselves. Not for the public, it was a private network, but there are fees, monthly fees. People don't take those things into account necessarily. So I understand where Brother Holip is coming from in his reply, because he's been attacked and slandered over an issue of donation, and I don't think it's warranted. But that's the way it is. Like I was saying yesterday, when you take a certain path, opposition is inevitable. I mean, I was slandered, brothers and sisters. I was physically attacked. I was slandered. I was taken to court multiple times. I didn't see my son for months. My baby mama rolling with those weak Pan-Africans, some of them defending rapists and pedophiles publicly. I mean, that's just crazy. This is just crazy. Not everybody has people's best interests at heart. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, and
We have Sorry, brother. We have good and bad everywhere, including in the so-called conscious community. Sometimes when we are, particularly when we are young and we get to learn our history, whenever we see someone talking about our history, we are very impressed, very happy, we have a lot of respect and honor, but we don't think about, we don't consider that maybe even though they say some good things, even though they teach some good things, in terms of behavior and moral, they might not be on point. But go ahead, brother Kafra.
Well, I was, and that's why I mentioned, I don't know who it was, but they mentioned something about the conscious community, and I mentioned, hey man, you have to be careful with the whole conscious community thing because a lot of times, and that's what kind of uh, began the process for me of distancing myself from that whole Sarnetta channel and that whole conscious community thing or whatever, because there were some things that I've witnessed as well that I saw as character issues, and I think this is probably the most important issue that we have, not only us as a people, but the planet, everyone on the planet. The issue is character, man. The lack of character, my art, right? The lack of character building in our community across the planet needs to be addressed because, and that goes back to what we were saying earlier. A lot of people bring baggage into the conversation, and they have character issues, you know, and that's why I had to apologize, because I'm trying to correct my character. And that's one thing that I noticed about that conscious community is a lot of those brothers have character issues. And even with the whole donating thing, man, I don't see any problem with it. I don't see any problem with donating, because I don't know if you're familiar with the a scholar. He was an ancestor now. He's a political psychologist. His name was Amos Wilson, Dr. Amos Wilson. And I
Oh,
listen to
it's
his lectures
great.
all of the
It's
time.
great.
All the
His
time I
lectures
listen
are
to his lectures.
lovely.
Yes,
Mm.
yes. He
I
mentioned
haven't read
the
his
whole
book Blueprint
concept.
for Black Power, but his lectures are lovely,
Yes,
and I'm glad you said that, brothers and sisters. Um, Amos Wilson, Amos space Wilson. He has plenty of lectures, and he talks about the psychology, the growth, the children, the difference between the black child and the Caucasian child at early age. He's very deep. Listen to his lectures; you will learn a lot. He will inspire you. But go ahead, brother.
yes, yes, yes. And he has had so much of an effect on my life. That's part of the inspiration of my name, Kafre Amos, right? Amos Wilson was very, very influential and is very, very influential. He spoke about character, and he also spoke about culture and how your money follows your interest and your tastes. So it's not necessarily anything wrong. Let's say, for instance, we donate to your channel because we are interested in what you're giving, and we perceive you as providing some sort of value that interests us. We perceive what you're giving as valuable, so we're going to support you in your efforts. There's nothing wrong with that. And I feel as though, and uh, Brother Inspire One, he mentioned it as well, that a lot of time was wasted on that call yesterday because the brother, he just had an issue with the donations, and I just couldn't understand it. But again, it goes back to the whole character deal that we have to address, and I think that's why you know this these teachings are so important, because Ma'at addresses character, Patah addresses character, character building and building yourself up, you know. So that's all I wanted to say, man. I mean, we have to address the character issues in our community.
Yes, and I'm glad you said that because there's the maxims of Ptah, or in English you might
Yes,
have different words like the teachings of Ptah. Oh, it's
yes.
great advices,
And
great
Kagemi.
advices. Oh, I've heard the name. I don't think I've read the writings, but I've heard the name.
Yes. So I mean, we have everything And that's one thing I noticed too, with the whole conscious community. They had a lot of talking points, like clickbait. They didn't really come with the information and say, all right, man, read this book if you want to know about this, if you want to know about that. It was more so about entertainment. And I kind of got away with that. It kind of turned me off at some point because I wanted to learn more. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to be serious about it. And it just at some point, the conscious community, it's like Wikipedia. Wikipedia can be good as a starting point, but once you follow the references and once you get into the expert articles and the writings and the books,
Hmm.
you can start at Wikipedia, but at some point
Yes,
you're gonna have to grow from that. I see the conscious
indeed.
community is the same way. Conscious community can be a good starting point. It's like this: you got to eat the fish and spit out the bones. You know,
Yes.
you take in certain things and you spit out what doesn't resonate with your character and what you're trying to do. And that's what I had to learn, as I was, into that whole conscious community circle or whatever.
Mm. And I'm glad you said that because,
Yeah.
oh, brother, go ahead, brother. Afroasiatic, go ahead.
Oh,
No, no problem.
pardon me, Shaka. Yeah, I just wanted to agree with the brother. I think Wikipedia is a good place to begin, to search and seek out information. And, when we click on to those citations, they can often take us to sources that can lead us, to books that we may want to purchase. Or, with some, like when we look at the articles on DNA, they actually take us to the scientific articles, so sometimes, Wikipedia is a good place to begin. And it's public information, so it's accessible to the public.
Indeed, it's a good place to start. Indeed, and I think most people anyway will use Wikipedia because when we go on any search engine, and there's a search engine that is the most popular one, whenever we put an entry, then many times we will have the result will be a Wikipedia article. And me having Encyclopedia Britannica 2012, I have noticed that many Wikipedia articles are actually copies of Wikipedia entries. So, um, but indeed, we need to be cautious. A good starting point, indeed, and then we need to take it further. But you know, some people have large platforms and they claim to be non-Abrahamic, and it's a shame when they keep bringing bringing Abrahamic people and having debates over Abrahamic literature when really we could spend more time learning about our culture, whether it's Kemet or
Yeah,
other parts of Africa, and
right.
that's a big shame. And I don't want to say no name, but I think people will know who I'm talking about. All those
Yeah,
debates between different religious groups, but yet the person who's in charge of this platform, he could invite those other people, but I guess he has motives for that. I guess you have to pay the rent,
right,
but it
right,
could be reduced. It doesn't have to be that much. And
right.
I could give an example. Some people might think I'm being picky or nitpicking, but I hear a lot of people say my yacht, for example. The word is my art. You understand what I'm saying? And
Yes,
um I guess when I used to say I would prefer that people say Kemet or ancient Egypt, but many people say ancient Kemet. It's a bit of an oxymoron, but that's one thing. But when I hear people say Mayat, I'm like, that's a word that means so much. The society was deeply rooted in Ma'at, in doing good, justice, order, and so on. When it comes to this other belief system, people don't say Bible. People don't say Quran. They know how to say Bible. They know how to say Quran. Some people will pronounce it Quran, like more the Arabic way. People say Muhammad. There's a French way of saying Muhammad. They try to um, have a French way of saying it. It's Mahomet. But besides scholars, you barely find any people saying Mahomet. People say Muhammad. They know how to pronounce those words. Why not make an effort and pronounce that word correctly? And I mean, that's just a small thing. Once again, people might think that I'm being picky or nitpicking, but we
I
can do
and
better.
yeah, and I don't think so, bro. I think like you said, what's important to the Christians ultimately is their Bible, their holy book. You don't see them mispronouncing that. You don't see the Muslims mispronouncing that. So we have to ask ourselves the question, what is important to us? And if it is important to us, it's very important that we got to get it right and we have to be detailed. You know what I'm saying? And going back to the whole conscious community in the debates, and that really I sort of caught on to what was happening, because I just noticed that they were just come out of the blue. Oh, such and such said this. Well, such and such said that. Oh, we're gonna have a debate, and I'm gonna charge this amount. Now, again, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to knock someone's hustle. How they make money is their business. But for me personally, I saw that as sort of a game, and it really wasn't about growth and elevating and actually putting in work in the community and turning things around in their local, I'm gonna say it, their local Harlem area. It wasn't really about that. I didn't see it. If it was, they did a good job of keeping it hush hush. But it wasn't about that. It wasn't about elevating the consciousness. And that's my thing. I'm about elevating the consciousness. And I'm not saying that in some metaphysical pseudo sort of way. I am talking about intellectual advancement, scholarship, and moving the cause and business of others and our people forward. Not about endless debates. It's just a bunch of repeating. You know what I'm saying? And I would notice that they would have these debates and the facts, not because of their scholar prowess, but the mere facts that surround ancient Kemet outweigh the facts surrounding ancient Israel, or the Hebrew Israelite narrative. And a couple of months later, it would be another debate. I'm like, what is that debate? Like, come on, this is a game. I kind of saw it as a game. So I'm like, you know what? I just got to distance myself from this because I just see it as madness. And I just moved on. But yeah, man, I mean, it's we got to get serious. That's my thing. That's the word I wanted to use. We got to get serious. The Christians, they treat their Bible in a serious manner, even though there are some holes in it, and they realize that there's some holes in it, but they still treat it as a serious manner. The Muslims go an even step further in saying, look, you cannot put this in another translation, right? This is how serious this is, even though some cats still do, but they treat it as something serious. So if we're going to use Ma'at, let's call it by her right name and let's take it serious. And that's another thing I noticed too, man. A lot of cats that say Hotep really not about, bringing peace and pushing the Comitian culture forward. A lot of these brothers making a bad name for us, man. And that's another thing we got to address, going back to character development. But I'll hush.
Oh, no, no, that's fine, brother. We have all the time, really. We have all the time. And I mean, I have a few days off work. That museum trip, I wanted to go to so many places, and I couldn't because it cost though. So by that time, I was supposed to be around Germany. There's like 4 museums in Germany that I wanted to go to. So I really have all the time. But first of all, I want to thank the brother. I assume it's a brother, but Real Truth and Power, who's made a $14.99 dollar on the super chat. Thank you very much for that. Besides that, he wrote first time watching the platform. This is a good build. Just subscribed. I loved it. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Remember, brothers and sisters, if you don't mind, try to prioritize PayPal, because YouTube takes like 30% commission. And I get the super chat money like a month or a month and a half later. We cannot even really trace the amounts. It's complicated, but PayPal is just straightforward. Now, regarding the character, like as you mentioned about the Kafre, we have some people. I mean, it's not only claiming titles that they don't hold, but making claims, real claims, and going as far as disqualifying real PhDs. And I don't want to say no name. I want to be diplomatic, but
yeah,
I mean, the audio is there. I mean, one guy was going to disqualify several PhDs world-renowned PhD, Sheikh Diop, Theophilo Benga, and others. You know,
Right,
I'm
right,
like, come
right,
on, man,
right, right.
come on, man.
And look, if they if they have information to I don't want to say combat, but update the information that Dr. Sheikh and Theophilo Banga and many of the greats put forth, do it the way they did it. Get the scholarship down. Learn, actually go through the process of the bachelor's, the master's, and the PhD. Take whatever information that you have and take it through the grinder of academia. Let it go through intellectual rigor, and if it comes out at the end, then you publish your material. So there's a process that we should follow, and that we should respect. You know, and that's another thing. And that brings me to another point. And with all due respect to brother Afro-Asiatic, we have got to stop with the white man science and the belittling of PhD. It's not respected in our community as I feel as though we need to, right?
You
Science is
talking about
science.
me? You talking about me
Well, yeah,
disrespecting PhD?
no. I was just referencing a comment you made yesterday about how somebody mentioned something. You said it's white man science. Now I will say
No,
this.
I
I
don't
will say
recall
this.
making that statement.
Well, I will say this. Have there been questionable scientific publications and theories put forth? Obviously, because science can't escape politics, especially when it comes to Black African people and the
Yes.
shenanigans Europeans have played in the past. I'm not
Okay.
negating that one bit. We all know that the games that they try to play, but the way
Yes,
you
sir.
combat those games is through science and is through the
Right.
scholarship.
Yeah,
And not
I'm
just
all
you.
for
Yeah, right.
science.
Right. And I'm not singling you out, but and I'm sure you can attest to this. There are a lot of people in the Black community who really don't respect the scholarly process. Like, I mean, they'll rather hear something from a preacher talking about the Bible than listen to a PhD in Near Eastern studies or in biblical studies.
Right.
That's one thing we got to get out from, man, and that's one thing that's hurting us as a people. And I wasn't singling you out, brother. But
Right. Right.
I was just making the statement. The whole white man science thing. Science is science, and you disprove science with more science.
Oh, absolutely. It's mathematics. That's the most precise language known to man. I believe. So science definitely is the way to go, and I'm all for science. I don't shun at all. Science. Pardon me.
And I agree with what was said here. We have a lot of people um, from our communities, conscious community. They love to belittle and disregard the scholarship coming from Europeans. But scholarship is not a matter of race, color, or creed. You understand? So sometimes you will hear people say, okay, well, it was the white man's scholarship, white dudes say that. I mean, we can always counter their argument. I mean, I don't hold any PhD. People have said there's the Israel Stela. I've learned the Medu. Now that was like 2008/2009 when I made the video introduction to Kemet. But from what I've learned, I was like, oh, it doesn't say Israel. Besides, he talks about people, not a location. So there it is. Now, if those people want to refute me, they can, but it would be difficult for them to do so because they know it does not talk about a place. But I would like to say this briefly. There is Yaria Yahuda, so obviously a Hebrew Israelite. Plus, we can tell the avatar and the dress. He wrote, "When did Egyptians go into slavery on ships to America? Can you please answer?" It's difficult to answer that because there's no record whatsoever of Egyptians going into slavery to America. But feel free to call in. When I saw your message, I shared the link, and everybody's free to join the discussion. And
Yeah, feel free to
furthermore,
call me.
yes, feel free to call in. Furthermore, this is a message from Miki Kael, the keys to David. He wrote, Isis, Ra, Elohim is Israel, and so on. Um this is something that I've seen many times. This is linguistic acrobatics. This is linguistic
Right.
gymnastics. And do not take
That's
offense of what I'm saying.
pseudoscience.
Yes,
Pseudoscience.
yes. Do not take offense of what I'm saying, Miki Kael. I'm just saying this is the kind of things that in the Christian community we like to say. We like to do wordplay. Khalid Abdul Muhammad, he was a great orator. As far as I'm concerned, he's a way greater speaker than Farrakhan. That's me. Of course, and our members will disagree. That's fine. He was an Asiatic, nevertheless, but he was close to Ashwa Kwesi. He was a good friend of Ashwa Kwesi. And at one point, there's a video where Khalid Abdul Muhammad said, if you study Kemet, study Islam, you will know about the Kaaba, you will know about the Ka and the Ba. That's linguistic gymnastics. That's linguistic acrobatics. So
No,
we have
that's
some.
not, Brother Shaka.
Well, can you show us? Can you make a demonstration of a correlation between Ka Ba, meaning cube in Arabic, and the Ka and the Ba of Kemet? Knowing that at the time when the Medunetta was there, the Arabic language was not even in existence.
And I would venture to say that no one on this panel is a professional linguist. No expert skills acquired in linguistics. So that would lead me to believe that we're gonna someone is gonna present some source, right?
Uh,
So let's source it.
True,
Indeed.
I understand what you're saying, brother. I simply disagree with it. You know what I mean? I ain't ready to pull up no source on it or nothing like that. But I'm gonna speak on it, because I know otherwise. But I don't have the source material in front of me.
Because that's why sometimes when I speak to people, I said to them, well, feel free also to ask an Egyptologist when it's a matter of the Medunetta, or if it's a matter of something else, archaeology and so on, they can ask. Now, there's another example. Miki Kael wrote, Mississippi equals Mishrahim, Isis, and Happy. This is also linguistic acrobatics, linguistic gymnastics. Unless you can make the
Oh my
demonstration that there is a correlation, then, now,
come on.
Ebony, the word Ebony that we use in English. Oh, by the way, please, brothers and sisters, hit the like button. It's a good look if you do so. It's free of charge. It doesn't cost a thing. It doesn't take long. It's not a huge effort. Please just click on the like button of this video. Thank you very much. Thank you in advance. I cannot see the likes when I'm live streaming with this platform. I can only see them
And
when I'm
brother, can
doing
I
it on
say
my
something
laptop.
about the
Of,
Minerva
of
Steli?
course. Yes, yes. Feel free, brother. Feel free.
So it's funny that you mentioned that because that came up briefly last night. So I went and did some research on it, and you're correct. Not only does it emphatically say Israel, right, but it's typically dated at a time where the archaeological record does not place Israel as a thriving nation with a military presence, because according to the Minerva Steli, the king defeated the army of Yeshari, who or I can't say the name exactly. So that would mean that that would stand to reason logically that this community or whoever the king was referring to had a military and had some type of defense, and he squashed them. Right? He said it literally says their seed is no more. But if you're gonna have a military, you have to have a complex society, right? To even come to that stage in your civilization or your society to have a military or defense. But the archaeological record clearly shows that there were no Israelite settlements until almost 50 to 100 years after they date the Menurta Stele. So the historical and the archaeological record shows, it suggests, I'm not going to say it shows, but it suggests that the Menurta Stele was not talking about Israel. And it definitely wasn't talking about Israel as a nation with an army. Okay, so that's just one of the examples of not just taking something and running with it, you know. And black folks just don't do that. You know, white folks do that. Matter of fact, the guy who, as I understand it, who founded the Menurta Stele and who had that the stele interpreted, made something to the effect. He made a comment to the effect of, "Oh wow, won't the pastors and the Christian pastors appreciate this interpretation Sunday, right? Like the next week or whatever." So all of us need to take a serious look at scholarship and not be so quick to accept something as truth, even though it may confirm what you already believe. You know, we have to have that intellectual maturity to say, wait a minute, I want to prove this out before I claim it as true. You know what I'm saying? We always have to have that skepticism when we're looking at scholarship and information.
It's true, and I'm glad you said that, because people claiming that indeed Israel, the oldest mention of Israel is in the Merenptah Stela. I don't remember the date exactly. I don't know if I can remember if it's about 1300 BC, but it's definitely over 1000 BC. You know, maybe 1400 BC. Once again, I can't remember exactly the date. But for people to believe that the oldest mention of Israel is from the Merenptah Stela, it's like people believing that, according to the biblical narrative, it was an apple that was eaten by Eve and Adam, or for people to believe in the Loch Ness monster. Those are the kind of things that people have said back then, and people just roll with it. And we need to be thorough. We need to be thorough. And this wordplay, like we have seen, uh, we need to stop with that. We need to stop. We need to be thorough. And I was about to say, there's the word ibani as used in English. The etymology comes from the Medunetta. There's a word called hebony, and I've made a video about that. You should find it on my channel if you type in Ibani etymology of the word. And from the top of my head, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory doesn't fail me, it's from the University of St. Andrews, from Great Britain or England. That's where I got the record and the translation. You understand? But I'm not making this up. That's not me who's saying this. This is a university, an institution. But when you can demonstrate the process and even the term Egypt, Egypt from head capita, then Aegyptus in Greek, and then finally maybe through the Latin, and then in the end in English. Those are the kind of things that can be demonstrated. And linguists worldwide, you can ask them, I think they will attest to that. But Israel coming from Isis, Ra, and El, no. One clear example why it's not possible. Isis is the Greek way, but the more traditional way would be Aset or Set or maybe Sit. You understand? Just like Osar or Osiris is Osar, or more precisely Usir. But then some people again might argue that the term Israel doesn't come from the traditional Medu-Neter pronunciation, that it comes from the Greek pronunciation. But how do you go from Isis, Ra, El to Israel, knowing that El is a Canaanite deity, knowing that in the Medu-Neter, according to the standard of Egyptology, there is no El. The El comes later with the Greeks and the Roman, and they use the lion to come with the sound El. So there is no L. Just like in the Arabic language, there is no P. The letter P, the sound P, does not exist in the Arabic language. So an Arabic speaker will say baris. They have a hard time pronouncing the P. Now later on, they came up with an Arabic sign, and hold on. They came up with an Arabic sign, and I think there's like 3 dots wait, wait. Um, but there was no L. There's no letter L. Now, just so there's no confusion, there's a letter L and there's a Canaanite deity L, which is spelled E-L. Okay, from where we get the term Elohim. You understand what I'm saying? So how are we gonna have
Right.
Isis, Ra, and the Canaanite deity that does not even come from Kemet? That
Right.
sounds good. That sounds good. And
You know?
sometimes, yes, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Uh, do we know what Elohim means?
Well,
Maybe come from my side, but I think you asked, do you know what Elohim means or come from? If you're asking what it means the gods. It's a plural of God. But I don't know if that
Masculine
was a
and
question.
feminine. Yes, masculine and feminine.
I don't. I know it's plural. I don't know about
Yeah.
masculine and feminine. I'm not
No,
skilled with Hebrew.
no, it's plural. Gods, masculine and feminine. That's the same L from the Book of Genesis. The same Elohim.
Wow. Well,
But
myself, I don't know. I don't know about the
in the
general.
when you say that, what makes you say that the Israel or the Maren Stilla is invalid? You know, it addresses the Libyans as well on the Maren Stilla. Hello.
Sorry about this. She can never be left alone.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's what's up, brother.
But feel free to speak, brothers. But now,
Oh,
Mickey KL, you're free to call in. You're free to call in.
no, I was just curious, like when you said about because you know there was no R in the Levant and there was no L in the in Kemet, there was no L. But the rule is or the thinking is that they are interchangeable. So what would make you say that that interpretation of the Maren Stilla is not accurate?
Well, even if the L and the R would have been interchangeable back then, once again, it doesn't talk about the place. It doesn't talk about a location. It talks about and actually, I will show it again. I will show it again so that people can understand or have a clearer um, understanding. It would just take me a few seconds. Um, Hold on. So it came out in my art. I will do the screen share. So screen share. Now, okay. Now that's just an advert. One moment. I'll skip over this advert. I have to wait a few seconds to be able to skip. Oh no, I can now. So hold on. So I might as well share the link in the chat for those who don't know because we had some new people in. Now I will type must watch. Share the link. Let me go to the timestamp with the Maren Stela. My connection is not great. You have to bear with me. Oh no, I went too far. So it might have been just before. There it is. So is it showing okay? Yes, okay. So I will use my mouse, sorry. Now this okay. Um Hold on. Okay. Now let me see how it looks. Yes, that's good enough. So this at the top is the part from the Merenpeta Stela, or what they call the Victory Stela. And it's written from right to left. But for the sake of convenience, here underneath, I've wrote those glyphs from left to right. Now, those double re's here, that stands for the sound E. When you have the two, it's transliterated with a Y. And you can see that back then in 2008/2009, when I made that video, my knowledge was not that deep about the Medu nature. So I've put I, which is I when it's individually, written individually. But when you have the two reeds, the plant reed, it's transliterated with the Y. This is the S, the sound for S. Actually, all the sounds I've put in down. And what's in bracket is the Gardner reference sign list. So people can double check and find those glyphs. And there's a full hieroglyphic sign list. You should see the link in the description of all my videos. So finally, at the end, well, this spells Israel. This is the sound E, the sound S. This is the sound E as well. This is the sound R. This is the sound E. This is the sound R. And once again, the sound R. This is not pronounced, and this shouldn't as well. This is an ideogram or determinate ideogram, I would say. This spells basically E-C-R. And this is not pronounced. Those are determinatives of people. And those strokes here are the three strokes of the plural. So that alone shows that it is not talking about a place or location, but it's talking about people. What better can you have, even if you don't know the Medu nature, when you see a man and a woman, you know? And as a matter of fact, okay, Kafre is back. Everybody can do the test. Try to go to maybe university.
Yeah, I had to step out and step back in, brother.
Oh, no problem. Anybody can do the test. Anybody can try to go on a university website and look at the fields of Egyptology, look at Egyptologists, and send a message to them. And maybe one of them will have the time to reply to you. You can do a screen capture of this from the video. Is timestamp minute 28
Can you hear me, brother?
and 24 seconds. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. And do a screen capture and ask them, is that correct that he doesn't talk about Israel, that he doesn't spell Israel? But then again, the people who have the money and who have the belief system in common, the Abrahamic belief system, when they will do documentaries, it will be more convenient to them to say, this says Israel. This is the oldest attestation, and not take it further because it suits them. It suits.
Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I can hear you. I'm sorry. I got my volume straight. I'm gonna mute my mic, man. I'm sorry to cut your wisdom.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So yes, so not to be too long-winded, brother Afro-Asiatic. That's a clear example that it has nothing to do with Israel.
Well, I mean, brother Shaka, you know, that's your opinion because we know pronunciations and phonetics can be altered to some degree, but you don't think at all that it fits into the narrative, and you know that it's mentioned there on Merenpeta Stela with Libyans.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Well,
you mentioned the Libyans.
Right, you know that on the Merenpeta Stela, it also addresses the Libyans.
Yes. So what does that have to do with Israel?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when we look at you don't. Pardon me, 1 second.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear me, but I can no longer hear you. I think you've muted. Your mic is muted, brother Asiatic. Oh, Chris has joined us. Welcome, Chris. Brother Asiatic, if you can hear me, your mic is muted. Maybe you've muted it for whatever reason, but feel free to unmute your mic whenever you're ready. What's up, brother Chris?
What's going on, bro? What y'all talking about?
Well, right now, um, Afro-Asiatic was asking me, how do I know that it doesn't talk about Israel since the letter L and the letter R are interchangeable in linguistic? So I was just showing him that it spells ECDR, and we have the determinative of the man and the woman and the three strokes of the plural, which shows that he's talking about a group of people, not a place or a location. And then Afro-Asiatic was saying that there's a mention of the Libyans in the Merenpeta Stela. So I was just asking him, what does it have to do with Israel? But then his mic was muted. I think he muted his mic for whatever reason. He might have something to sort out in the meantime.
Well, so I'm assuming they still, many of them teach that that's speaking about Israel. Is that what is he saying?
Yeah. Peace, brother Chris.
What's going on? What's going on? Well, there's one gentleman who did a lesson on this, and I'm not a linguist or anything like that, but it was actually talking about the Jezreel Valley. The Jezreel Valley, that's Merneptah campaigned in the north. According to the biblical narrative, the Israelites are in the south, in Midian. So there would be no way that this would be talking about them. And Merneptah, I think, was a king in the early 13th century, BCE. So, but according to the biblical narrative, they built the city of Ramses, which was they were in, Merneptah was a king during the late 13th century BCE. But it says they built the city of Ramses in the early 13th century BCE. So I would want to know, how could that be talking about Israel? Because the biblical narrative actually cancels that out.
Right. Good point, man. Brother, do you happen to have a copy of that lecture or a link to that lecture? Because I want to get my hands on that.
Yeah. I would like to send it to you and give it to my brother Shaka. Can y'all
put it in the little private chat or whatever? And brother Shaka, you just put it in the live chat.
Yeah, sure.
But also too, brother Shaka, as I said, I did a little digging after we mentioned the Merenpeta Stele last night, and I mean, I just did some light, layman's work, man, and the math just doesn't check out, man. And I don't mind showing brother Afro-Asiatic how it just doesn't make sense. Not only, as brother Chris just mentioned, the biblical narrative doesn't line up, but the archaeological and the historical data doesn't line up. So there is absolutely no way. Well, I'm not gonna go so far as to say there's absolutely no way this could be talking about Israel, but it's very likely that this can't be talking about the biblical Israelites, right?
And to say that the L and I are interchangeable in antiquity, he would have to break that down linguistically for him to prove that. That.
Right. Are y'all familiar with Israel Finkelstein?
Yeah, I have his works. Yeah.
Shaka, if you don't mind, I could share my screen just a quick show. Is Brother Asiatic still on?
Well, he's there. I don't know if you can hear us, but I don't know. But he can always get the live stream. But maybe he's trying to talk now. I don't know, because when it's moving, when there's that movement, light, I think maybe he's trying to talk. I don't know if. Let me just write it down. But Asiatic, your mic is muted. Feel free to unmute it whenever you want. But feel free to share your screen.
Here, let me pull this up.
All right, 10-4.
Yeah, pardon me, brother Shaka. I had to do something for my wife. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, it's a problem. I figured you had something to sort out, so I didn't want to unmute your mic like that, and you're just talking about your personal stuff. So that's what I was telling you to. But Brother Alfred, did you want to share your screen?
Yeah. Can you?
And then
Am I
yes,
sharing?
yes. Hold on, I will add it. So that's your screen right now.
Okay. So, and here's why it just doesn't make sense historically nor archaeologically. So obviously, as Brother Shaka just mentioned, the Merneptah stele is generally dated between 1213 and 1203 BCE, right?
13th century
And this is why
BCE.
I asked, right. So this is Israel Finkelstein's work, the Bible Unearthed, right? He's an archaeologist, you know what I'm saying? And in chapter 4 of this book, he talks about surveys that was conducted, and I got it highlighted right here. It says these surveys revolutionized the study of early Israel. The discovery of the remains of a dense network of highland villages, all apparently established within the span of a few generations, indicated that a dramatic social transformation had taken place in the central hill country of Canaan around 1200 BCE. There was no sign of violent invasion, so much for the Canaan conquest story, or the Exodus, or even the infiltration of a clearly defined ethnic group. So Israel wasn't Israel during this time. Instead, it seemed to be a revolution in lifestyle. So basically, these were Canaanites who converted culturally to another way of life. In the formerly sparsely populated highlands, from Judean hills in the south to the hills of Samaria in the north, far from the Canaanite cities that were in the process of collapse and disintegration, about 250 hilltop communities suddenly sprang up. Here were the first Israelites. So it would be highly unlikely that within the span of 10 years, these new settlements created a complex style of life, a complex culture, so much accumulated so many resources to have a military defense, such that the Merneptah stele, saw fit to write about this group. It doesn't happen that way in real life. It takes time for societies to build to having a military might such that will rival ancient Kemet, right? So archaeologically and historically and on a sociological level, it just does the math just doesn't add up. So I just wanted to share that, and I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and I'll just leave it there. And whoever wants to look at it after the recording or whatever they can. But as I said, those are the facts. The Merneptah stele is dated to the end of the 13th century BCE. The Israelite community they sprang up right after 1200 BCE as sparse communities. There was absolutely no way they were able to build an entire military that could defend against Kemet, such that Kemet wrote about it. So it just doesn't happen that way. That's just not logical. And I'll just leave it at that.
Hey, I wanted to add something real quick, Asiatic Black Man, not to you, but I want to talk to my brother that just got done talking. Take down my email, and anybody could take this email down and email me, and I'll send you the book. Send you the book, because I'll have to share my file. And somebody hacked my file last time, but I don't mind sending you a copy of the book via PDF or media file. And it's Chris Harris 313@gmail.com.
Yeah.
So
Hello?
Chris Harris, CHRISHARRIS 313@gmail.com.
That's right, baby. Detroit City.
All right, brother. I got you keyed in, man. I'm gonna email you, and you can just send me that link, and I'm gonna read over it. Because in addition to these live talks, I'm going back and forth with a lot of cats down here in Louisiana, man. And a lot of cats, they're just not aware of these facts. And I'm like, man, you got to read up on this. You know, not to speak in some high horse or whatever. I'm still learning, but you know, any information would help me, man.
Yeah, and the gentleman that I pulled this from, and can I be heard?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, the gentleman that I pulled this from, he's a linguist also, so he did an excellent job in this book. And I would anybody that's listening in the audience, you guys can email me also, and I'll give you this book, and we could put a lot of these misunderstandings to rest here. All right, but mainly that was talking about Merneptah's campaign in the Jezreel Valley, not Israel. So everybody got it wrong. You see what I'm saying?
Is the brother dating that he said 1300 BC?
No, the 12th century is considered the 13th century BCE. Here, I want to read this to y'all. I'm about to do a screen share right quick. I want to do a screen share.
I was asking about the brother that just was talking.
I think Brother Chris tried to say the 1200 is considered the 13th century BC.
No, 1215. If they're saying 1215 BCE, that would be the late 13th century BCE. It's not 12. Right. It's not the 12th century until you get to 1200 BCE. Once you get to 1100 or the first millennium BCE, because 1100 BCE is still the second millennium BCE. You understand the dates, Asiatic black man, how the dating works? Right. So anything from 2000 all the way to 1100 is considered the second millennium BCE. Once you get, the problem that most archaeologists are having is when they get to the 11th century in the Levant area, okay, you get what we call the Bronze Age 1 strata, Bronze Age 2 strata, and you also get the Dark Age that happened in that area when the Philistines came in, when everybody was up and migrating out of the Levant into northern Africa, certain parts of Central Africa, and also because you had all the invasions from the Indo-Europeans, or those Indo-Iranians, and so on and so on and so on. So writing somewhat stopped, even in Egypt. You see what I'm saying? So I want to share this screen right quick. Can y'all see it?
Yes.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, and I want to read this to you all. This is an old article, and this article reads: the following is a verbatim report of the introduction of Mr. Gamel's last lecture on the Tel Armana tablets, delivered on Sunday the 17th. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose to introduce my lecture tonight. This is going to be a lengthy read, but it's just this page, okay? So deal with it for a minute because we're going to get down to it. I propose to introduce my lecture tonight, which, as you are aware, is to be the last of the present course, by a short discussion on a topic which would have been more in place of our lecture last Sunday evening, and which certainly would have been introduced on that occasion. So we see this is a primary source. We can see that right now. He's speaking in the first person. This is an excellent article here. Let me turn this off so everybody can see. Let me enlarge it so you guys can see also. Is that better for everybody?
Yeah. It looks good.
Okay, cool. It is a topic too interesting to be omitted altogether from our present course, and which nevertheless can now be taken with propriety only at this point. If I were to say we are living in a most wonderful age, I should certainly be guilty of a truism, and you might likely enough be disposed to remark to me that you had heard that statement before. I will therefore amend the observation and say we live in an age fruitful in the most wonderful discovery of all kinds, discoveries any one of which would have been sufficient of itself to have made any previous century illustrious, and the discoveries, as you know, are of two kinds. We have marvels of the present and marvels of the past as well, and in both cases alike brilliant, and numerous marvels. Okay. The age that has been solved in the origin of species has also been reinvented in the ancient languages of Assyria and Egypt, and actually flooded the modern world with the antiquities of primeval time. We may even adopt the language of the Wizard of the North and say, fast they come, fast fast they come, faster and faster. So that the Tel Armana tablets have hardly lost their first interest for biblical students before the learned world is again thrown into a state of excitement by the intelligence that a new discovery has been made amongst the monuments of ancient Egypt. A discovery which, though small enough in itself, may yet be so significant as to actually to eclipse in interest the contents of those famous clay dispatches addressed to Akhenaten's father. Professor Flinders Petrie has found an inscription on a stele at Thebes relating the warlike achievements of Seti Merneptah II, the monarch commonly thought to be the pharaoh of the Exodus. Let's go back up. It is a stone slab enumerating the nations conquered by that king, and amongst them, if Professor Flinders Petrie's first guess was the right one, is the name for which the Orthodox scholars have been searching the monuments of ancient Egypt so long, the name of the children of Israel themselves. I can't read what he's writing here, but he says, I need hardly to tell any here tonight that this is not the first time that famous name has been found on Egyptian monuments. Only, unfortunately, the name never stops there. It has always been hitherto as evanescent as the inscription which Sir W. Scott's Monk Barnes in the Tale of the Antiquary found on his stone slab 30 or 40 years ago. Then Egyptologists found on their monuments the name of a tribe, apparently foreign slaves engaged in forced labors on the public buildings, a tribe called the Aparu. This was assumed at once amid great rejoicings to be the Egyptian spelling of the word Hebrews. It felt to be a provincial. Somebody got to mute out. Okay. It felt to be a provincial discovery coming at the very nick of time to silence the skepticism of the infidel. The Pentateuch in consequence has now been demonstrated, historical right through from end to end. Mother Eve was really a development from one of Adam's ribs, and so it was very wicked to marry your deceased wife's sister. But the jubilation didn't last long. The Aparu, if they were the Hebrews, ought, of course, to have disappeared from the monuments no later than the time of Seti Merneptah II, Meriemptah, actually. Instead of which they most likely persisted in continuing on there for some century or two afterwards, being found on monuments as late as that gold digging in the valley of Hamaat. All the loud peons had been premature. The Aparu were not Hebrews. This time, however, things are going to be very different. There's going to be no mistake this time. The phrase, the people of Israel, has actually been found, engraven in the hieroglyphs on the walls of the temple erected by this very Merneptah, in a record of the nations over whom the monarch triumphed in war. The people of Israel is spoiled, says the new inscription. The people of Israel is spoiled. It have no seed. Syria has become as the widows of the land of Egypt. About one point in this latest discovery, there need, I think, be no doubt. The hieroglyphs in question have been reproduced for us in the illustrated newspapers of the day. As probably many of you actually, I don't know what that says right there. Actually, in here, in Evan, it's kind of broken up. This is a very old article. But anyway, let's continue on. Speaking for myself, I may say I have seen them, copied them, and studied them. I have little doubt at all that they do really spell out the word Israel. That is to say, if an Egyptologist had to write down the word Israel, he would have to write it in those characters and no other. But here you see, you are at once met by a most extraordinary difficulty. Here we go. The campaign of which Merneptah is speaking was one waged in northern Palestine, apparently the neighborhood of the city of Tyre. The other conquered populations spoken of by the Egyptian monarch are those of the towns in the district. And the Egyptian monarch are those of the towns in that district. So the people of Israel ought to be just the population of a small town in the same neighborhood. In fact, Israel ought to be the name of a town, nothing more, and that in the north of Palestine. In that case, however, what becomes of all of our ancient written traditions of this people? In other words, what becomes of the whole story of the Pentateuch, especially if Merneptah be really the Pharaoh of the Exodus, as he's generally represented to be by evangelical commentators? The Israelites, we know, according to that story, ought to be a nation, not a mere townful, and especially not a mere townful in the north of Palestine. On contrary, they ought to be several nomadic tribes wandering about in the desert, and that the desert of the Sinai in the south. You see, if this identification of Mr. Petrie's be accepted, the whole story of the Pentateuch is exploded forever. Merneptah, instead of chasing a horde of his escaped slaves through the Red Sea, is just sacking the town of a long settled and apparently foreign community in northern Palestine. An interpretation like this, you see, upsets all of our preconceived notions to the last degree, beyond anything that skepticism has yet suggested. The whole theory of a Hebrew residence in Egypt and subsequent escape from it is annihilated. Not only is the Pentateuch unhistorical, it doesn't contain the smallest nucleus of history. It is pure invention from beginning to end. Flinders Petrie would be worse than Colenso Wellhausen and Renan rolled into one, two pseudo scholars. Well, you will say, that need give the rationalist no concern. He has always maintained the radically unhistorical character of the Pentateuch, and now this new discovery comes to prove that he was right all along. Let the Pentateuchal traditions vanish forever from the human memory. Mankind will be all better for the lack of them. Yes, no doubt that this is all true enough. It is not our business to defend the traditional view of Hebrew history to ever so small an extent. Still, it is just possible that Flinders Petrie interpretation may be proving too much. It must never be forgotten that the ancient national traditions, though certainly seldom themselves good history, often conceal a historical nucleus, small but valuable, which the philosopher, whatever his speculative opinions may be, would not willingly lose. Theories, therefore, which not only which not continually contradict ancient national traditions, but annihilate them utterly from the foundation upwards, scarcely commend themselves to anybody possessed of a sober judgment, certainly not to anyone in whom the historic instinct has been developed. And so here, the hieroglyphs in question no doubt spell out the word Israel, but the sagacious critic, before finally committing himself to this view, will certainly inquire, is that the only word they will spell out? May they not make up another word, and that far more suitable to the context? We know of no town of the name of Israel in northern Palestine at any time. But may there not be a town there with a name very closely resembling this, both in sound and orthography, a well-known name too, that would suit the context exactly, and instead of turning all of our notions upside down, give a perfectly satisfactory meaning to the whole passage? Of course there is. There is the town and valley and the people of Jezreel. As we pronounce it, the town and valley of the people of Jezreel, as it ought to be pronounced, as every Hebrew scholar knows, Israel and Jezreel have the same initial letter in the original Hebrew, which therefore ought to be pronounced alike in both words. Hence, when given in their original correct form. So they were actually talking about, he's saying that in this Merneptah Stela, they did not forge it, but maybe they saw something that closely resembled the name Israel. But if you get on your computers right now and type up the Jezreel Valley, that's where Merneptah warred at. and that's where he produced his campaign at, in the Jezreel Valley. So when you look at the linguistics of it, ir is which means town, place, or city. So rel, rat-el, Jezreel. You see what I'm saying? And it's just that simple. So we got to put that down.
So basically, they took
Brother, who was it?
I wanted to
Can I just ask, who was the author of that you read?
Let me go back up with this. Let me see this author, because this was a newspaper article pulled from the book that I was going to send you guys. But the author's name is
I see.
this was an article pulled, and I'm trying to see if here it is right here.
So obviously,
here's the article right here.
okay.
It's the Southland Times, Wednesday, January 27th, 1897. And what he was saying in this article, it was called Jezreel, not Israel. That was all. And that was his own, that was what he was saying.
But this one here, that's not the linguist. The book is from the linguist, and in that book, he quotes that newspaper, or is that person that we read was a linguist?
No. This person that we read is, I don't know if he's a linguist or not, but I know the person that wrote this book, wrote this on the entire book. It's like a 40-page book on the Israel Stela. He is a linguist. Yes, he is a linguist. Yes. And he was just using this article to back up what he was trying to tell everybody. So,
Brother Anthony Harris, you mentioned that the Habiru. Do you know the meaning of the word Habiru in our minor letter?
Yeah, it means dusty, dirty.
Yep.
That's what it means. Dusty and dirty.
The actual full meaning in the Akkadian language, which the Amrana letters are written in cuneiform script, Akkadian language, is you're correct about dirty, filthy murderers from the steppes of Europe. So I can cite the exact letter for you. Actually, it's two letters in particular. One is EA 274.
I'm familiar with those. I'm familiar with those.
EA 273. Both of those letters are addressed to Pharaoh Akhenaten from Nin-Mames, which is interpreted to mean the Lady of Lions. But she is asking or requesting that Pharaoh Akhenaten send reinforcement and archers because they are being invaded from the north by Europeans or by people that are described as Hebiru, Abiru, or Sigasu. So indeed, that has been misrepresented as the term Hebrew, but it's really not. It's describing the Europeans that came invading out of the north. We see a similar narrative in the Holy Quran in chapter number 18 when they talk about Gog and Magog coming down out of the northern country and having great wrath on the people. So it really is consistent. The two narratives, the narrative from the Amrana letters EA 274 and EA 273 from Nin-Mames is consistent with the Holy Quran, because the Holy Quran calls them Gog and Magog, but it describes them as murderers coming out of the northern country. So it is very consistent. And another thing that you mentioned as well is, when we're talking about the Amrana letters, the time period is important, and it's actually consistent with the time period that the brother mentioned, around 1300 BC, with the Meron-Ptah Stela, because the Amrana letters are in the same time period, around 1350, with Pharaoh. It's the 18th dynasty. That exchange took place over a period of 30 years in the 18th dynasty. These letters that were being written. So that the key word in that is the Habiru, but the Habiru in the Akkadian language is also synonymous with Sigasu, which meant murderers from the steppes of Europe. When we look at the biblical narrative, we see all of the upheaval. But when we're looking at the area of Israel, it's being called David. Is the individuals are being called David and Solomon, all of these different names. But when we actually read the Amrana letters, the contents of them, we can see that you can basically overlay it over certain portions of the Old Testament with all of the upheaval and strife that is going on. This talking about Europeans, though, coming down out of the north and usurping those darker people that was in that area. So it's actually very consistent when we know the meaning, the actual meaning of the word Hebiru, Abiru, Sagasu. It makes a lot more sense.
Okay. No problem. Well, you know, the Hyksos kings actually had names like Jacob also, right?
Yes, absolutely. But these were,
Okay.
and from my perspectives, these are Africans, and we have to when we're looking at the time period of the
Whoa, they're Africans?
and from my perspective, these are black people. But when we're looking at the time period of the Amrana letters, another thing that is crucial to
14th
look
century
at,
BCE. The Armana letters were in the 14th
right?
century BCE.
We got to look at Pharaoh Akhenaten. Pharaoh Akhenaten takes a stand against most all of the other pharaohs and says one God. What exactly made Akhenaten do that? So we gotta study his father. We gotta study. We gotta look at his aunt. We gotta look at Hatshepsut. We gotta look at his father Amenhotep III. We got to look at Pharaoh Akhenaten. Now, when Akhenaten stands up and he stands against all of the other pharaohs, he stands against tradition, and he says, one God, what stopped them from killing them?
Okay,
They
Akhenaten.
wanted to, I'm just saying, I just want to
Akhenaten, let me, I know about this
let's
very
think
well.
critically, though. Let's think critically.
Okay,
What
I can
stopped
only
them
go
from
by,
killing him?
sir, I can only go by what history has been proven to prove.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Akhenaten left, all right? Akhenaten, he did not secure the borders. Akhenaten is a failure, okay? Akhenaten failed,
That's your
okay?
opinion. But when he
No,
said one
sir, he
God,
did not, sir, I'm
what
not
stopped
getting
them from
into,
killing
sir, I
him?
don't,
What
let
stopped
me
them from
break this
killing
down.
him?
Let me break this down to you. I don't care about the God concept, okay? I really don't. I
Okay,
like
brother.
kings that rule.
X the God out. When he went against all of them politically, let's make it look like,
No,
let's just say it like it was a political
the
move.
priest. He
When
went against the
it,
priesthood.
he railed against the priesthood because the priesthood had become corrupt, so it was necessary. That's why
Okay,
we
so
really
why are you
gotta
bringing this
really
up? If you don't
what
mind me asking, why are you bringing this
we
up?
gotta because we gotta study the actual movements and what actually went on. He stood up amongst a tradition that had multiple deities, and he said one God. What stopped them from killing him
And what
is
happened what happened afterwards? They reinstalled their priesthood. They reinstalled their original religion. He was called a
let's
heretic pharaoh. He failed. That's
he
history.
he was called the heretic sparrow because he
Okay,
said one God.
and when he closed down
Because he said
when
one
he closed
God.
down the practice of Amun Ra, the craft of Amun Ra, the next king came in and he opened it right back up.
Right. But he moved
Brother,
his capital? He moved
brother,
his capital to Armana, and what stopped them from killing him was the Messiah. It was the Egyptian hereditary guard. The Egyptian hereditary guard had sided with Akhenaten, and they helped him get into power.
That's
But
fine.
that's what stopped them from killing him.
brother,
Now the Messiah, the Egyptian hereditary guard, we back into the Eastern Desert again.
Oh God.
Back into it's the
brother,
truth.
Brother Alfraziatic, you mentioned something. You said what stopped Akhenaten from being
Yes.
killed. We don't know how Akhenaten died. He might have been killed. We just don't know. We don't know where his body
There is
was.
no record of him being assassinated. There is no record of him being assassinated.
Yes, but we don't know how he died. Maybe he was killed. Maybe he was killed, and maybe they gave his body to animals, maybe throw it on in the Ethel River, I mean in the Nile River.
Maybe
But
a bolt of lightning came down and struck him, but we have no record
yes,
of how he died.
yes, no, I'm
So
just
you
saying that.
can't say
No,
you
no, no,
He
can't
did
I'm,
not
say
say he died that way. He said we don't know if he was killed. That's what he just said.
what I'm
yes, because
what you need to go back to, Anthony Harris, is get the full understanding of Hebiru, Abiru, Sagasu,
Them,
and understand that
I
the sister was asking for help because they were being invaded by the North from white people. That narrative suits the Holy Quran, chapter 18, with Gog and Magog coming down
bro.
out of the
Okay,
north,
so that's
having
so,
great
so
wrath
brother.
on the
So,
people.
okay, so brother Afroasiatic. So
As
that's your whole point.
archaeologically supports
Hold
that
on,
narrative.
hold on, brother Afroasiatic. So
Yes,
after
sir.
all of that, your whole point is that the Quran is actual factual. Is that your point?
No, that's not my whole point. It's consistent though, and we need to examine the terminology Habiru. It really means white people coming down out of the north, having filthy, dirty. You're correct about that, but you should have went a little further and got to the point Europeans out of the European steppes, because it
You
describes
know what
them
I'm asking,
clearly.
brother.
And
So you know what I'm asking.
she's asking Akhenaten for help. That's the
Brother
Akkadian language,
Afroasiatic. Brother
cuneiform script.
Afroasiatic, you know what I'm about to ask you.
Yes, sir.
What's your source?
The source is Amrana letter EA 274 and EA 273, addressed to Pharaoh Akhenaten from Nin
Hold on,
Mames, Lady of Lions.
hold on. The Amana, the Amarna letters.
Yes, sir. We can also validate the existence of Hiram of Bible.
What were those IDs?
EA 274 and EA 273 from Nin Mames, addressed to Pharaoh Akhenaten.
All right, I'm gonna mute my mic and do my little digging.
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother.
And what
You're
are we
always
looking
helpful.
for in these? What are we
Let's
looking
up.
for in these letters?
Let's up, brother.
What are we looking for in these letters?
She actually EA 274 and EA 273. She actually is requesting that Pharaoh Akhenaten, and she sends reinforcements because they're being invaded from the north. She asks for reinforcements, but the terminology that you just mentioned, Hebiru, Sagasu, is mentioned there,
Okay.
and that is the misnomer.
Okay, I'm a little lost on what it is you're saying. When I read the article, the gentleman said in the article that what he was stating in that article is people tried to say that the Habiru were Hebrews,
That's correct.
and it comes to find out that they weren't.
That's correct. He's wrong. That's correct. He is 100% correct. They are not Hebrews, but many
Hold on,
people.
slow down. 1 second.
Right.
I don't know what argument you're producing at this point, but my understanding of Habaru or Ha is a definite article meaning the in the Semitic language. Ha, like Ha Mashiach, that would mean the Mashiach. So Aparu, you also see them being called the Sagaz because they were goat herders. They were dirty.
That's
They
what I
would
just
destroy
told
them.
you.
Just let me finish, okay? They
That's
were
what I just
also.
told you.
That's fine. And I'm going to produce another source, okay, to back up that these same Habaru people were nothing but these goat herders, okay? The entire
No,
Hebrew,
brother.
listen,
You
man,
can't
we
produce
dealing
that.
with
It's
sir.
talking about Europeans.
It
That's
doesn't say
different from
Europeans.
That's
It doesn't say
different.
Europeans,
It
does it?
does too.
Can you show us where it says that?
The Akkadian Sagasu, Hebiru, Abiru,
All I want is a
Sagasu,
source.
and
All I want is a
Akkadian
source.
language.
All
Listen,
I want is
brother.
a source.
Okay, sure, brother. You didn't go through the full definition. It's okay. She's
You
talking
have no
about
different. Hold on. You
European.
have no other
She's
definition
talking.
than other than they were
The
dusty
brother
and
just
dirty.
went to look it up. The brother just went to look it up. You know what I mean? Hopefully, the
Listen to
brother,
what I'm
he
saying. What
come
you're
back with
doing
the
now is
material.
listen to what I'm saying. You're producing a straw man argument
No,
I'm
I'm
not
not.
even arguing that. You're telling me to look deeper
I'm not
into the
arguing.
word Habaru, and we just told you what it meant, and you said look a little bit deeper, and you said the Quran backs that on up with
You
Gog and
didn't
Magog,
go.
so
You
that's the
didn't go with
Habaru.
it. You didn't go with what it means because it means murderous Europeans. It means murderers from
Okay,
the
okay.
steppes of Europe. That's what it means.
Afro-Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic, brother.
That's what it means. It
Hold on.
doesn't just mean
Afro-Asiatic.
dirty and filthy.
Okay, okay,
You
okay.
got to go on
Afro-Asiatic,
more.
Afro-Asiatic. Are you saying that on the
EA
Amana letter
273, EA
EA
274.
273 and 274, it says Europeans? Is that what you're saying?
It's the meaning of the word Hibiru. Abiru is spelled with an H, it's spelled with an A, and then it's Sagasu. It's also synonymous with a Sagasu in the
Mm-hmm.
Akkadian language, cuneiform script. It
Mm-hmm.
means filthy, dirty murderers from the steeps of Europe. That's what it means.
Okay, who said that?
That's the definition of it. All you got to do,
Okay,
just do the etymology on the
you
word
know,
Habaru. Let the brother pull it
I,
up. Habaru is distinct in the article. It's distinct.
but I,
273
I
and 274.
fine. I would love to see a source that says that the meaning or definition or etymology of Hapiru has anything to do with Europeans. Because I think you put that there. The word European or any word that describes a location in Europe, I've yet to heard that. That's something new. It might be factual, but I would like some source for that. Because you're mentioning something that exists in history. You're mentioning the Almana letters, and then you're trying to make a correlation with the
Quran.
Abrahamic literature of the Quran. That's not a good method because you're dealing with theology on one hand and try to back up some theological tale with some historical document. In this case, the Almana letters. I mean, um, this conclusion that you just said, you must have heard someone say it. You must have heard someone come to that conclusion. Or did you come to that conclusion yourself?
Hold on, I'm getting the source for you, bro.
Okay. Okay. Because this exercise is done many times by Abrahamic believers. They love to mention historical documents or historical facts, and then they try to make a correlation with their religion.
Yeah, it's called shoehorning.
Here you go. I'm gonna read. Can I read 273 for you? EA 273.
Okay, where do you get that from? We would like to read together as we usually do.
That's on Wikipedia. Lady of Lions. Lady of Lions. It's
Does it
on
say that
Wikipedia.
those people are Europeans?
It's on Wikipedia. Lady of Lions.
Okay, well, for the record, for whatever Wikipedia is worth, I will share the screen. Share the screen, and then we'll take it from there. Now, is it showing properly? Okay, so okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm running letter EA 273 from the Queen Mother.
Okay.
Say to the king, my lord, my God, my son, message from my mess, your handmaid, I fall at your feet of the king, my lord, 7 times and 7 times. May the king, my lord, know that war has been waged in the land, and gone is the land of the king, my lord, by desertion to the Aru. May the king, my lord, take cognizance of his land. My king, my lord, know that the Abaru wrote Alinunu and to Saraha and the 2 sons of Malukilu barely escaped being killed. May the king, my lord, know of this deed. Now, in this letter right here, she's writing. This is addressed to Akhenaten, and she's asking him for reinforcement against these individuals called the
Okay.
Abiru.
Okay, brother. Where is the mention? Where is the mention of Europeans?
Brother Shaka.
That looks like another strike. That's the first strike for tonight. But if we count all your strikes, you have a lot.
Brother Asiatic. Hey man, look, I'm trying to help you, bro, but when you have this confirmation bias and it's clear as day, man, it's a bad look. And I'm doing all of the fact checking and cross referencing, man, and it's just not there, bro. It's just not there. You know, I mean, I could show my screen. I could share my screen and show you what I got, but from what is being stated, all that is a social designation for people. You know, I
got it right here for you, beloved. I got it right here for the brother.
It's a derogatory term for dirty people, servants, slaves, laborers, mercenaries, the outcasts of society.
I got it right here for you, brother. It's Sagasu, murderer, destroyer, Abiru, had no common ethnic affiliations, no common language.
They had no common ethnic affiliation.
Can I speak, brother?
Okay,
can I finish?
Yes, you can finish. But can you just tell us what you're reading from so we can all follow along?
I'm reading from Wikipedia, Habiru, Wikipedia. No common language, their personal names being most frequently West Semitic, by many East Semitic, Horarian.
Okay, hold on, one second, please.
Indo-Europeans.
I'm in the entry for. Hold on, brother.
Indo-Europeans.
Hold on. I'm in the entry for Hapiru.
Sagasu. Saggasu.
Can you hear me, brother? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the screen? Because I'm in the entry for Hapiru, basically Habaru. Is that what you're reading from, or are you reading from something else?
No, I'm reading from Habiru Wikipedia.
Okay, so please go ahead and we can all follow along.
Guys, phonetically equivalent to the Akkadian, Mesopotamian word.
Okay, we don't have the same one. We don't have the same one then. We don't have the same one. Because I think you can see my screen, and I don't know. No, we don't have the same article.
It says murderer, destroyer, Hurarian, or Indo-European. Exactly what I said.
Okay. You started from the second paragraph, so that's where you are. Yes, cigars here. So
yes.
Okay.
Indo-European. Exactly what I said.
Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, but Indo-European is not the same as European. Indo-European, that could be people from India as well.
Right.
Or
that
Asia.
doesn't make them white. Yeah. Indo-Europeans aren't necessarily white, bro.
Okay, brother. Okay. It says right here, cigars, murderer, destroyer, also synonym Abiru, had no common ethnic affiliation, no common language, their personal names being mostly frequently West Semitic, but many East Semitic, Hurarian, or Indo-European.
Brother, that's another strike. Because earlier you said Indo-European, but it says, and you just read it, West Semitic, but many East Semitic, Hurarian, or Indo-European. But I think we have established that Haparu does not denote or describe Europeans. You said Europeans.
It say Indo-European right here.
Indo-Europeans can be Dravidian.
How do it not describe Europeans?
What you're doing now is doing interpretation. But go ahead, feel free, Brother Kafre.
I'll go ahead and share my screen, brother.
Yes, go ahead.
And I'm actually on the same Wikipedia article that you're on. Basically, what I did was I just went all the way down to the references. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, if maybe you can put it, make it bigger if it's possible.
All right. So this is all of the references. So I tried to go to the most recent one. All right, John L. McClellan, The Ancient Near East. I did a little fact check on McClellan. He has a PhD. Here are his specializations: Ugarit, Israelite origins, ancient Israelite religion, blah, 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 blah. And this is the book that I'm referencing. This is the book that he authored, An Essential Guide, The Ancient Near East. John McClellan. And this is within the text. Connected to this, can everyone see that?
Well, let me go back on there.
Okay, that's better. Yes.
Connected to this are the frequent references to Apiru, sometimes written as Habiru. The term, which is applied to both individuals and groups, is a social designation for people living outside the boundaries of mainstream society. The Apiru sometimes appeared in the Amana text as roving bands of outlaws, and at other times as mercenaries, hired servants, day laborers, and holders of other marginal social roles. The term was generally used derogatorily and was not restricted to the lower class. For example, Reb Ada of Biblos calls Abdi Ashirta of Amruru and his son Aziru, he called them Apiru, which is the implication that they have rebelled against the king. Due to the similarity in spelling between Apiru and Hebrew, especially when the former is written as Habiru, when these tablets were first discovered, some scholars saw the confirmation of the Israelite invasion of Canaan as narrated in the book of Joshua. However, apart from yet another time gap, the Apiru of the Amana documents are in no way as organized or as numerous as the Israelites led by Joshua, as seen from the fact that Abdi Heba of Jerusalem asked for a mere 50 men to guard his city against his attackers. Nonetheless, the Amarna texts are relevant to the issue of early Israel in that the same lack of Canaanite political unity accompanied by social unrest also prevailed in the area during the Israelites' early years in Canaan. So it doesn't mean Europeans, bro. It's just social deviants, mercenaries,
I got
outcasts.
Right. That's exactly what Europeans were coming out of the hills and cave sides of Europe, brother. We cannot deny that Europeans. We cannot deny that Europe. Historically, it's a historical fact that Europeans come out of the area of the Caucasus Mountains and were sometimes described as Caucasians, Indo-Europeans.
So are you saying everybody from that area?
Some other names.
So you would agree that everybody from that area is in fact an Indo-European, right?
No, in particular, I'm talking about the case of those Amana letters, EA-274, EA-273, and her description of being invaded from the north by Indo-Europeans.
No, she didn't say. No. She didn't say they were invaded from the north. She didn't say that.
Brother, read.
It doesn't say she was being invaded from the north. You're adding that.
Okay, according when we look at, well, of course, when we look at the biblical, when we look at the narrative in the Quran, and we look at the narrative with Gog and Magog, it's the same narrative, but Israel was taken over. It was invaded in the Old Testament. It's invaded in the Amana letters. It's talking about the same set of circumstances.
Okay.
It's talking about Europeans coming out of the north.
Okay. Now, Brother Afro-Asiatic, if we understand correctly, you believe in the biblical narrative, just like you believe in the Quranic narrative.
Yes.
And you happen to find some correlation in the Amana letters. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I cannot speak for other people, but as far as I'm concerned, the biblical narrative has not been attested in history. Now, there are several narratives in the Bible.
Gog and Magog is mentioned in the Bible too.
But it's not attested to what it is.
You know, brother.
We just spent an hour just proving that the Exodus and the Canaan conquest, all of that was a bunch of nonsense, fabricated madness, and we're going over it again.
That's
And
your opinion, beloved. I'm
well,
just here to present the
well,
opposing.
we read the scholars. We read the scholars, and once again, you mentioned Magog and the
You
other
have
place.
scholars that say different, Shaka. You have Charles Finch.
Well,
He says
well,
different.
well, well,
He
well,
interprets all of these words that y'all just went over. He's
well.
a noteworthy scholar, and he
Okay.
But
has a
Charles
different
Finch is not. But
hypothesis.
he's not a linguist.
He's
And
a noteworthy scholar,
and
brother.
furthermore, Charles Finch, you said he interpretation. I'm
Yeah,
mainly focused on facts. Many scholars can say what they want. When we ask them what are the records, what are the data that allows you to say that, we're waiting. They can show us. I've been showing records and data for years in several museums. Those scholars, they have access to places that I can never go to without paying top dollar. Where are the records? And just because a place is mentioned in the Bible doesn't make the narrative true. I can write a fictional story and mention Donald Trump years later, centuries later, or millennia later. People will not say Shaka's story is true because he mentions Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is a historical person. You see, I mean, at least you said it outright. You just believe in the Bible and you want to validate the biblical story. And
it's
Wesley
not just
Muhammad,
belief,
for
Shaka.
example, well, okay, fine, but you still believe in it. I just asked you, you said yes.
I do. I do.
And
And
Wesley Muhammad, for example, just to make an analogy.
Certain
Go ahead.
aspects of it, I do.
I don't mean to
But
cut you off, Shaka, but that is the whole deal. My brother, I say this with respect, Afro-Asiatic, but your whole deal is to try to substantiate the Quran because that's
It's
a part of your religious paradigm. I mean, that's
well,
just behind it.
it's a little more to it than that, brother. But I am going to do that, of course. You know what I mean? Because I know I believe and I see that the narrative in the Quran is historically accurate. It's historically accurate. And from my perspective, the Quran is not a normal book. You know what I mean? I don't know any other book like the Quran. You know, I'm
and
talking about
I
as
don't
a
either. I don't
from
either.
a right from the
and
scientific point of view. I don't know any other book like the Quran.
well,
Well, wait a
but
minute. Hold on, Shaka. 1 second. The Quran is scientific.
Yeah, the Quran is extremely scientific, brother Anthony Harris.
Okay.
So,
Is
so Iblis is scientific.
Well,
I mean, you set
yeah,
yourself up for this one.
it is, brother. It is scientific because it's dealing with more spirituality. It's dealing with
Allah
more spirituality, and
commanding.
I know y'all not here for a spiritual discussion.
Hold on. We can go into spirituality, but Allah commanding the angel or the devil to bow before Adam. That's scientific, my brother.
Yes, it's scientific, brother.
okay.
It's a, it's
Now,
it's more coded and encrypted, you know, and I don't expect for y'all to be into that, you know, but the Quran is locked into mathematics. It's locked into the number 19. That's what
What?
it's locked
now,
into.
now,
Let
now,
me let me say this, and I'm gonna leave you the floor, Shaka. Now, if you want, and I tell this to all of the people I come in contact with when we're talking about this religion thing. If you want to tell me that the Quranic stories and the biblical stories are sacred myths, they're not really true, but they're mythologies meant to portray a deeper and truer meaning, depending
Yes.
on whatever situation someone may be in, I can rock with that because you're telling me that it's not literal, it's figurative, right? But when you tell me it's scientific, scientific deals with literalism and what can be observed and what can be real, right? So tell me it's myth. Tell me it's sacred myth, and I can rock with that. But if you tell me it's real, that's a whole nother ball game. And you can't tell me
Yeah,
it's
what's
scientific.
up, King?
Yeah, well, brother, you
okay.
know,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, just wait. We have time, brothers and sisters. We have a new caller. This is brother Mickey KL. Thank you for calling and feel free to speak, brother.
Hey, blessings. What's going on, King? What's going on?
We're chilling, brother. Feel free to speak. Let us know what's on your mind.
Yeah,
Peace,
yeah,
brother.
yeah. Just give me 1 second, because I'm trying to
Uh,
get out the
okay,
room.
one moment, brother. Just 1 moment, please. Uh, okay. Uh, hold on, hold on. Just 1 moment, please, brother. Hold on. What's going on? Brothers, can you tell me if he's breaking up for you as well, or is it just me?
Yeah, pretty bad. He breaking up pretty
Okay,
bad.
okay. Brother Mickey KL. Um, okay. Your connection is not great. You're breaking up a lot. Let's try again now. Yes.
Yeah, blessings, King. I had trouble with my
Okay.
Wi-Fi.
Okay. Now we can hear you well. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. Matter of fact, what was the topic that y'all was just on just now about what about Habiru?
Well, brother Alpha Asiatic is of the opinion that the Haparu were Europeans, and we disagree with that opinion.
Oh yeah, no. Matter of fact, Habiru is not Europeans. Habiru is Hebrews. See,
Uh,
so like so like for example, when you got the Bible and then you got the Quran, all of it is the same, but it just so happened that it into different regions, so you got different names. So like for example, when we hear Hebrew, you know what I'm saying? When you do Hebrew typology and root word study, the first thing that you're gonna realize is that Hebrew came from Eber. So then when you realize that Hebrew came from Eber, then you will realize that that's where Hebrew come from, and then that's where Nibiru come from, and then that's where Europe named theyself after us when we was in when we came down to France, and then we named the land Nairobi. So Nairobi was the name before Europe came, and then called the Europe. See the
okay,
problem with us?
can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Okay, you said Hebrew root word. Can you break that down
yes.
for me real quick?
All right, now I'm saying there's a thing called root word study and Hebrew typology.
Okay,
So,
stop right there. Stop right there. What is Hebrew?
okay, I'm gonna tell you, Hebrew comes from Eber.
Eber.
That's where Hebrew come from.
So you're giving us a language based on a character or a gentleman you can't prove existed.
No. I'm giving it from a Shemitic standpoint, because when you look at the land of Egypt and then you hear the name Horus, the Eurocentrics hit the name Shem Suhor. And then that's where it come from, Shemites. You know what I mean? I'm saying when you look at Amen
That's
and
the
then you
truth.
look at Shu, you know what I'm saying? That's where Shuites come from, Shemites. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you look at the
Can we have
Zod
a source for
dynasty,
that? Can we have a
It
can
huh?
we have a source
indeed,
for that?
it
Yeah.
indeed is the Shem
I do
Suhor.
have a story for that. I can even take you into Asia where
No,
XI
it
for
says
the
source.
Zod
It says
dynasty.
source. Source. Source.
It
Oh,
is the Shem Suhor.
okay. The Bible, the Quran, and the Torah, that's Shem's family tree. They all saying the same, man. You know what I'm saying? Yaqub and the Tanakh is called, no, matter of fact, Yaqub in the Jewish Bible is called Yaakov. It's all the same, man. Shem
Okay.
is
Now,
called Sem.
What does Hebrew mean? What does Hebrew mean? Hebrew means one who crossed over, right?
Yep,
Yes, it
from
means once
Eber.
you cross
Okay.
over,
Okay.
but it
But
also means,
Habaru does
but
not
listen,
mean that.
hold on. But I'm gonna
True.
wake you up
Slow
to what's
down.
hitting. I'm gonna wake you up to what's hitting. It also means one who bruised just as well.
Okay. But
That's why
Habaru
every
means
Hebrew
something
picked an
totally different.
Ethiopian woman and an African woman.
That, sir,
Hold on,
Habaru
real
means
talk.
something sir, Habaru means something totally different.
Yeah,
No,
I agree
all of
with Chris Harris
it.
on that.
Okay,
Habaru means something
all right,
totally different.
okay. All right.
Eber
So
and
can I ask you this
Eber
question?
and
Okay, all
Habaru
right.
are two distinct terms.
No,
um,
okay. Can I ask you this question? How come y'all don't know that the word heresy comes from Heru? How come y'all
What?
don't know the word hero comes from Heru?
We're
No,
not
that's
arguing that,
Hold
and
on,
that's
hold on,
just
hold on,
something.
because
We're
y'all
not
looking at
arguing
white
that.
man's copyrights. Hold on, y'all looking
You
at
gotta watch who you letting
Eurocentric
on. You gotta
copyrights.
watch who you letting on.
Okay, let me.
no.
All right, pardon me.
We're
Bro,
not
Y'all
here to
looking at
conflict.
Eurocentric copyrights instead of looking
okay.
at the wars of Egypt and the
But
wars
you
of
just
ancient
told, sir.
Sumer
But you just
and
told us. Hold on.
Babylon and
Hold on. Mute
Obeke
him up for a
Tepe
minute. You
and then
gotta
the
mute him,
Bro,
Aborigines
Shaka.
where
bro,
the Ark
Gotta
of the
mute him,
brother,
Covenant
Shaka.
is
okay.
really at. Huh?
Brother Mikael, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Just for the record, you can see the screen, can you?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
All right. Now here it says regarding Hebrew, the modern English word Hebrew is derived from Old French Hébreu via Latin from the Greek
Okay.
Hebraios
Okay,
and
because you know
Aramaic.
why?
Oh, hold on, hold on. I
Okay.
would just like to
All
finish. I
right.
would
Can
just
I
like to
tell you
finish.
why
No,
before you go
but
Bro,
forward?
you gotta let us
oh,
finish.
oh,
You gotta let
yes,
us
Okay.
finish
Okay.
on this
All
show,
right.
man.
Go ahead. I
yes.
wait. I wait.
Okay, great. And Aramaic, Hebrew, and ultimately derived from Biblical Hebrew, Ivri. So you're trying to make the correlation between Haparu and Hebrew does not really stand much because the Hebrew term is Ivri. Furthermore, it says here, it says here, one of the earliest reference to the language name as Ivrit is found in the prologue of, in the prologue to the book of Ben Sira from the 2nd century BC. The Hebrew Bible does not use the term Hebrew in
Ben
reference to
means
the
son
language.
of. Ben means son of, and Sarah is Shemitic, and then in Pompeii is where the Shemitics was before we got ran out of France, man. Think about it.
You're a little bit
Okay,
all over the
but
place.
No,
yes,
no,
I
no, no,
agree.
no. I'm gonna tell you why, because the Bible is all over the place. You have to take the Bible, the Quran, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and the Owaspy and smash it together and make it one book, man. This is why everybody's argumental, because the knowledge is scattered the same way somebody in a different country is saying a different language. While I'm saying Shem, the man from Yemen is saying Sam, and we disagreeing. But that's why you have to do root word study, and then you'll never be lied to. So the
Well,
Okay,
so
problem
when you
is
say root
that
word study, what root word? Listen, what root word book are you studying from?
okay, some of us, all right, y'all learn from y'all teachers. I know y'all
No.
teachers
I'm
and the
asking you
teachers
a
who
simple
taught them. Hold on.
question. Can you answer that
Okay, I'm
question?
gonna answer it. Okay, I'm gonna answer it, but let me just finish so you can understand me. I know y'all teachers and the teachers who taught them and the teachers who taught them, and then 99% of your knowledge is coming from Eurocentric copyrights. The only copyrights that you're supposed to be looking at is on the walls of Egypt, or you know what I'm saying, the walls of Sumer, or go to the colleges where the colleges is the real churches and the real mosques, because that's where all the
okay,
books is
okay,
hitting at.
okay,
You know what I
okay,
mean?
okay,
That's
brother,
all right. Just think
brother, me,
about the Church of Notre
yes,
Dame and all
but
this place,
hold on,
and then
brother,
and then look,
Mikhail,
a lot of y'all
Mikhail,
talking about the motherland, but y'all don't even know the real name of the motherland. The real name of the motherland is named after the father, man.
all right,
T.
okay, it's a monologue. I'm going to try, brother Mikhail, but you are on a monologue. It's no longer a dialogue. So I'm going to ask you, can you hear me, brother?
All right, yeah. See, a lot of us is on
Okay,
monologue because we come from one God, so we're gonna make that mistake, you know.
fine. But
And
but
then
can,
that, and then,
okay, okay.
all right.
Uh, are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No, I am a Shemite. I'm an Israelite because that's where we ended up at. But we come from the line of Shem. The
Okay,
Bible and the Quran say if the
okay.
root ain't right, you
Brother,
strip
I heard
the
you.
tree of
You
all
are
its leaves. And if
fine,
that ain't
fine.
right, you cut it down to the root of foundation. And the
Okay,
root of
okay,
foundation is
brother.
Shem.
Can you hear
This is
me?
why
Can you hear me? Can,
Ishmael
okay,
represents
can,
Islam.
okay.
Bro,
Can you
you're
hear
an
me now?
American,
Yeah.
man. You're not an
Can you
Israelite.
hear
You're
me?
not a Shemite. You're an American.
Okay. Mikika, can you hear me?
I'm a Shemite. I come from the line of
Yes.
Shem.
You.
The Indian that lost his
Yes.
kingdom in 1553 came
Okay.
from the king.
I'm sorry.
Yo,
If you got
like
a
real
social
talk.
security number,
It's too.
if you got a
It's too
social
difficult.
security number, you're an American.
We got to move on from this
It's a
one
bit
right
it's
here,
a bit
man.
too difficult. Mickey Kyle, thank you for calling, but it's difficult to have a dialogue with you because for the slightest question, you just
Proselytize.
on a very yes, a very long answer, and you talk about many other things at the same time. And but always feel free to call back another time. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate your call. And I just wanted to tell you about the. You said that we should look on the walls in Kemet. That's the copyright that we should look up too. So I would have just liked to ask you if there are any records in the walls of Kemet about the Shemites or Israelites, as you say.
Oh,
That's what I was trying to ask
yeah.
him.
Oh yeah.
14th dynasty.
Okay. Can I tell you? Can I
Yes,
tell
please. We're
you?
listening.
Just look
Yes.
up. Just look up what they never show you, which is Shu. And then Shu is Jesus Christ, which is the land of Tel El Yehuda. The land of Tel El Yehuda is Tel El Aviv that they named today. This is what
He
I'm
asked,
telling you.
man,
Okay, but
that
did,
brother
No,
did,
didn't
I
even
just
answer the
answered it.
question.
okay,
I answered
okay,
He
it.
didn't
That's
even
the
answer it.
Shemite.
okay.
No,
Now,
matter of fact, I answered it.
brother,
Just look it up on Wikipedia. Just look it up on Wikipedia. Shoot.
okay,
It's gonna
okay.
tell you the
Lookership.
land of
Got
Tel
it.
El
Shu,
Yehuda.
Lookership.
Shu, brother, Shu is a deity. But I was just
No,
asking you.
Shu, listen, Shu, okay.
Shu is
Shu is a
is a netter that
deity.
represents the air, the wind.
Okay,
You don't got nothing to do with
that's right.
Jesus.
And then okay. No. Let me tell you something that do, because the Bible was written in poetry. That's why I know son. What did Peter said? Peter
Bible is
said,
written in Greek.
okay, and then after that, where
No,
did
it
the
wasn't
Greeks
in
come
Greek.
from? The Greeks come from us. Ancient Thebes is Greece, man. Come on,
Ancient
y'all,
Thieves is
wake
not
up.
Greece, bro. No, it's not.
Ancient Thebes is Greece. Thebes, Milan, all that. Chronos came before Zeus.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
okay, okay,
Hold
brother.
on. All you have to do is just Google
Okay,
it up.
Oh my
Look,
God.
all you
all
have to
right.
do is just Google it up. And then I'm sorry if y'all don't know it, but just Google it up. I could
Okay,
All
show
right,
you
I'm
places
gonna
in
fall
the.
back out of this one, Shaka.
okay, okay.
It's nothing
All
to
Well,
right,
talk about here.
I'm gonna
I
fall
could
back.
show you places in Milan that look like ancient Egypt and ancient Kemet.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I could
Well,
show you the writings on the wall in Crete.
well, okay, brother. Okay. Well, did you want to add anything else?
All
Man.
right. Well, this is what I wanted to add. I just wanted to add that, everything that we doing is being respected. But a lot of stuff that we doing is pertaining to the soul. And then, I'm saying, you have to use your soul to use judgment. Like, I could look at the Egyptian Book of the Dead, but I would not talk with definiteness from nothing from E.A. Wallace Budge. I would not do that. You know what I'm saying? He's not me. He's not our culture. I would not go to the Smithsonian Museum and then after that, I would talk deafness. I would talk deafness with the artifacts
Can we
from
move
ancient
on? Can we
Egypt.
move on?
Oh,
Can we move on?
All right.
He's
no.
contradicting himself too
Hold
much
on. I'm
here.
not
Okay.
saying nothing wrong. I'm just
No, it's
saying
fine.
I
It's
look at
fine.
the artifacts of ancient Egypt and all that, but I wouldn't look at no artifacts of Zachariah Stitching. Now, am I saying
Okay.
something wrong?
Yes, you
Well,
are.
Hold on, because it's
we've heard
not.
you. We've heard you,
Because
Yeah,
but
you,
because it's not about what's right or wrong. It's about what's the
fine.
truth.
what he's doing is he's throwing
Okay.
a bunch of
Okay.
arguments out there
Okay.
until something
Okay.
sticks.
Well,
Like,
brother
don't have time for
Mikiel, thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling. We
Okay.
appreciate that.
All right.
We appreciate that.
All right.
We have different opinions, but it happens. All right, brother.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. I'm sorry about that, but you know what I'm saying? I really called the show because you know what I'm saying, I be looking at your show and then I know
Okay.
that you know what you are talking about, but this is the season where some of us have to get together and get our people out of this condition. It's a mental condition. It's a
Fine.
mental condition. So now, so
Fine.
what we gotta
I'm sorry,
do
brother.
is
Brother, I will just let the conversation go. You can tell we've let you speak quite a lot in a very short amount of time. You've said a lot of things, so just so that the other people can have also a chance to talk. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, and always feel free to call back. Okay, brother.
Okay, all right. If anything, just Google what I said or Google everything
Okay.
that I
All right.
comment, and then know what
All
I'm
right.
saying,
Thank you.
contact
All
me
right.
later.
Thank you,
Blessings,
brother.
y'all.
Thank you. All right. Peace, brother.
Blessings.
All right. Okay. So, brothers, feel free. We can we can we
Uh,
can just we can just move on. We can just move on.
And
yeah.
see,
Well,
Brother Chaka, this is why this is what I was talking about earlier, right? The need to to come to grips with scholarship and study and not saying, oh, because this person is white, I'm not going to read his literature.
right.
No, if this person went through the rigor of obtaining a PhD in a particular field, why would you not at least read his material or her material to see what they have to say and cross-reference it with another source? We got to get out of this mode of, oh, well, because they're white, I'm not going to read it, or calling it white man science. There's no such thing as a white man science. Science is science.
Well, you
Bad
know what?
science is disproven by good science.
Well, you know what I want to add to that is it's just funny that they say these things. Well, you're reading the white man's book, but yet you're reading Hebrew root words, which was written by Eleazar ben Yehuda, which was a white man. I'm
Right,
confused. I'm
right.
confused listening to y'all arguments all the time when y'all bring up white and black as if knowledge does not have a skin color. If it wasn't for Champollion, Flinders Petrie, E.A. Wallace Budd, Gerald Massey, if it was not from them authors, guess what? You probably wouldn't even know you're damn Egyptian. You wouldn't even know that, excuse me, you wouldn't even know that your roots lie there also. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't even know it. You can further that study. We can further the study of Chancellor Williams, of Dr. Ben, of John Henry Clark. We can further those studies. They didn't always get everything right. And we're not saying they were right every time on everything. We're not
Quick
saying that.
question. What qualifies a source then? What qualifies if a source is valid or invalid in you all opinion?
Well, for example, if it's a linguistic argument, the people who have studied, and even if they didn't have a PhD, the people who have studied the language, or some might not have studied it because it's their mother tongue, they actually know the language. Russian, I don't know anything about Russian, so I cannot even speak about that. I don't even know how to say hello in Russian. And so the people who have learned the language, they know the language, they know how it works, so they will be able to speak on a particular language. So if someone wants to argue, well, in Russian, that's the word to say hello, then someone who speaks Russian will be a credible source. And the Russian was just an example. The field might be history or archaeology or a particular location, like, for example, ancient Israel, or it might be ancient Egypt, or it might be ancient Rome. So someone who will speak Latin, he will be able to tell us more about ancient Rome than someone who doesn't speak Latin. And not just the language, someone who has studied Rome, maybe who went there, who has studied the artifacts and so on. So usually the PhDs are experts or specialists in a particular field because they studied for years, they followed a curriculum by people who specialized in that field. So that's the way it works, more or less, just without being too long-winded.
Right. So at what point, when we gather sources, at what point, because I know it's a term called confirmation bias and appealing to authority, but if we're cross-referencing in our endeavors to uncover information, if we're cross-referencing at so at what point does cross-reference become appeal to authority? I want to understand that, like where you guys come from with that.
Well, the first time that I heard the term appealing to authority, it came from a brother that is known in the so-called conscious community, and he claims to be a linguist, even though he doesn't have any degree in linguistic that I know of. Now, if he has acquired one recently, then
Must
that's
be a
new.
Tsar Imhotep. But anyway, go ahead.
Well,
Yeah, I picked up on that.
I am being diplomatic. I don't
Yeah.
hate the guy. I don't hate the guy, but I think that it's not accurate to claim to be a linguist when you don't have a degree in linguistic. And I find it strange when you will try to say that PhDs who earn their doctorate degrees in linguistics are wrong when you don't have a degree at all, but you are entitled to it. And that's the first person that I've heard saying appealing to authority. I'm not saying that he coined the term, but this is the same guy who actually, back in 2011, told me on air, and I disagree with that. He told me that the Hebrews existed, that there was Hebrews in Kemet, and that the Hebrews were black. And when I asked him for record, he told me about Haparu. It took him about
That
8
been
years to grow,
debunked since 1897. That's been debunked.
but it took him about 8 years to grow. And recently, he said there was no such things as Hebrews in Kemet. And he showed several depictions and he said those were white folks. Those were what you call white folks. So whenever that term appealing to authority is used, or particularly for that individual and his colleagues, that's when they make claims that are very strange, for lack of better word. And when we highlight the fact that in the particular field that they are talking about, this is not attested, this is not said, there's no evidence for that. And if we name some specialists, then they will say, well, you're appealing to authority. I mean,
And
this,
and
this,
they're
this,
and
yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
but they're misapplying that logical fallacy, right? Just because someone wants to reference a source, that is not an argument from authority. An argument from authority is a defensive argument in which a person uses the opinion of an authority on a topic. But when the authority when the authority publishes and puts out information that's factual, falsifiable, checkable, you can reference it, someone can come back and update the information, that's not an appeal to authority. So they're misusing it. They don't understand philosophy and informal logic 101.
Yeah, but at what point, like if you see a number of different authors, if you see, say a black author, you see a white author, you see a Chinese author, you see all of them saying something similar or basically the same. At what point does that information begin to lean towards the idea that it may be true? At what point?
When it's backed up by evidence, and when I say evidence, I mean record, not interpretation, not wordplay, not linguistic acrobatics or linguistic gymnastics. For example, you have about 1 billion Muslims and 1 billion Christians in the world. They share a common belief. So most likely they will say the same thing, and they will be reaching, trying to use historical facts. And it happens that Egypt or Kemet is so ancient and the artifacts are so well preserved. So we have some exercise with terms like Haparu and other terms to try to make correlation with their narrative. But when we are looking for records or data, we don't have much. In history, their theology is not attested in history. That's a huge problem. So because they don't have nothing to show forth, then they will use ancient Egypt, they will use the Levant, Sumer, Mesopotamia, and so on to try to make correlations. You understand? So you can have 1 million people saying the same thing. Just like the apple. People say Adam ate the apple. Adam and Eve ate the apple. There's probably millions of people who say that, but it's not even a fact. When we go to the story says a fruit. You see,
Right.
so the amount of
Right.
people that say the same thing, and it's the same with the Loch Ness monster. And also, you mentioned your belief earlier, and I'm glad you asked that question because it reminds me that I was about to tell you. You have people who believe in extraterrestrial beings. You have some people who talk about them being abducted by people from out of Earth. Now, I like the approach of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Right.
He said that it's strange that all those people who had encounters from with out of space being, they always had encounters with those shy aliens. Those aliens always go to the remote countryside. They never go to Times Square. They never go anywhere. But he said, nevertheless, The next time any one of you gets abducted by aliens, when you are on that table and they are about to do whatever they want to do with you, when they are not looking, just take an object, put it in your pocket, and then when you're back to Earth, you can give it to the scientists, and the scientists will examine that object and try to determine if it comes from space or not. And
Yeah.
just before I invite our brother Omnia ab initio, actually, there's some connection issue. Please try again because I cannot put you in. Speaking about outer space element, there is that Grand Egyptian Museum that they are building. We don't know exactly when it will open, probably in 2021. For the first time ever, the full Tutankhamun treasure will be on display. And it includes a dagger that is made out of meteorite.
Iron.
Meteorite. The material is from a meteorite. I was just for the record, just saying it.
Is it the iron dagger?
Well, you can call it iron, but it's made of meteorite.
Right. Yeah, I believe it's made of meteoritic iron that dagger is made out of.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, Tutankhamun's dagger. Yeah.
And that's not me saying it. You know, you have. I wouldn't be able to determine that. I don't have the skills, but we have specialists who know about materials. Then they know about gold, iron. They can make the difference. In the lab, this attributes and properties. So they work that out. They worked out that it comes from a meteorite. But indeed, the amount of people now, omnia ab initio. I see what the problem is. Omnia ab initio, or Omnia for short, you need to connect either a microphone or a webcam.
You see,
there it is. And just hold that thought, please, brother Asiatic. Welcome, brother or sister Omnia. Your mic is muted, so if you want to speak, you just need to unmute your mic. Yeah, there it is.
Peace, Shaka. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Feel free to speak, brother.
Well, with regard to what the brother was saying, or what is, prima facie evidence as to what is, I guess, what we all call the truth. I mean, you have preachers, you have people that have been with, Islam or Christianity, but they haven't read all the sacred dramas or creation stories of other religions to actually put them all together and know what everybody's really saying. I mean, even the Masons, to the point where if you don't know that, if you first got to know yourself to know the universe and therefore then know God, then you don't really have a foundation to even speak. One thing that we all talk about is things that are written in stone. And when you have human beings who translate what is written in stone, they're really not saying too much. They're just saying what has already been spoken. It is not something can be changed. And you have things like when people call the Book of the Dead, the Book of the Dead, when it's the coming forth by day or coming out in the day. It's just a matter of getting that human being to the right information. But they usually lead there when you start reading things from different sources. They all mean the same thing. Like, I see people that talk about God and Jesus and all those things, but if they haven't been to Hathor Temple, then how can they even speak? Those people have never been to Egypt. They've never been to any of the temples. They have no base. They don't even know what the architecture means when you walk into a church. Why is there a pyramid on top? Why is the flower of life there? What does that all mean? What about the two pillars on these? They don't know anything. They don't even know where the word church comes from. Circe, Mother Circe. They have no idea. They just read a book and they're well versed in one book. Anybody could be that, but you don't know much when you do that. If your passport has not been stamped out and you know nothing about Kemet Saul set Athar's temper. You don't know. You can't really talk from a position, because to be all honest, when you really go back to a certain time, there is no Islam, there is no Christianity, there were no Hindus, there was no. You have in 325 A.D. you have the Council of Nicaea. Then 787 is when they finished. 1054 A.D. is when they printed their first Bible. See, everybody else had a system. They didn't have one. They had to create one. And then what? 1134, the Crusades. They went around the world murdering everybody, saying that you have to convert and listen to this book. So when you really get down to it, if you really got to understand Islam, Christianity, Judaism, it ain't but a couple of thousand years old. So you're really not coming from. And then if you're following the King James version, this guy was a king who changed, his Bible, the Reformation. And then how old is that? What, that was like 15, 17? That's like 500 years old. So, when you have these people talk about these things, if they're not talking about, I could just lay it out like this. Show me something that's 10,000 years old that comes anything from Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. And if you can't, then you can't even have a conversation. You can't begin to talk until you're abreast of what information is out there, things that exist before these times, because everything came out of Kemet. Genetically, if you look at L1, which is DNA proof, that's where all civilization came from. So when you cross-reference all of these things, you can't talk from a singular position. You have to be abreast on etymology, semiology, when you start looking at symbols. And if you're not abreast at least a little and have a little understanding of where all these positions are coming from, you do realize that everything is coming from the same place. You had a guy talk about the 33rd parallel yesterday, and it's very true. They all have the sacred math. They all talk about pi and the God particle that gets to qubit, because it's all the same thing. You have the founder of 7-Eleven. There's a reason why he called it 7-Eleven, because that's the ratio that you build a pyramid on. The same thing in Paris, the glass pyramid in Paris. It's all the same. But this ancient information is left to us by us, for us, to be translated in the future, and it is one singular message. India Ari said it very well. She said, "And I am light," in her song. She basically said, "I am divinity divine. I am the God on the inside." Right? Says, "I am light. I'm a star. I'm a piece of it all. I am light." That's everything right there. If you don't know that just those verses is everything that you need to know about who you are, then you can't even begin to have a conversation. It's like, you really can't, because you're not abreast on what's going on, because everybody is saying things. There's a reason why, the Pyramid of Giza is all pointed to the star Sirius. Why, the pyramids and the Sphinx is a dial and it's pointing somewhere. The heart on the Sphinx chest is pointing out to a system.
Correct.
Everything has a reason. So if you don't have that basic knowledge, it's like
They just
wasting
count.
time.
Yeah,
They
they
just don't
count
get it.
ducks. They
Yeah,
count ducks.
yeah.
Exactly.
I hear a
Somebody
lot
was
of
talking to me the other day, and he likes to insult Kemet because he's in the Abrahamic faiths. And one of the things he said was, "Is there science in worship in the sun?" And I said, "Well, I don't think they worship the sun. I think they paid homage to it because of its life-giving qualities." He's like, "But is that science?" I said, "Yes, they align their temples to the rising and going down of the sun. You need science in order to do that. It's called the science of astrology." You understand what I'm saying? And we kept going on, and all he kept doing was laughing. And I'm all like, "What's so funny? You asked me an academic question and I answered it for you." And for some odd reason it's like you say, but when they don't know, they don't know. You understand what I'm saying? They just don't know.
I mean, I've talked to many people that have claimed to go to Egypt, and I have conversations with, people that have congregations, and they're just afraid to lose their income, because when you try to ask a question that's not in the sermon for the day, they cannot answer you. They cannot answer you. because they don't even know. They don't know. They don't know anything about anybody Taharka that was a pharaoh that was in the Bible. I mean, I was talking to somebody and he didn't even know that who Taharka was. I'm like, that book that you carry around is he's in there every day.
Yeah.
Like, how do you form a church and you don't even know what's in your own Bible, man? That's kind of ridiculous.
I bet it would be
But
impossible
you,
for
you, you
Taharka to know Hezekiah, but anyway, he's in there.
Yep,
We agree.
yep.
We agree.
And I
but
think
you
it's dangerous, man, because you have a lot of people who are just unaware of the vast legacy of ancient Africa. But in addition to that, they have the ego. They have that ego that they're trying to protect when they believe something. You know, and I was there. I mean, we were all there.
Yep.
You have a belief system stuck in your brain. It's hard to deprogram that from your brain. And they just you have this natural tendency to want to protect that.
To me, that's not natural. You go against nature. When
Oh, it's not
somebody
natural.
presents you with information and you don't go after it, I mean, to go through life not to question anything is the reason why people exist like that in the first place.
Yeah, that's
but
called
It's
enslavement of
so
the mind.
dangerous.
and I agree with most that was said. The programming is heavy. I mean, we're talking about decades of our life for the most part, and habits are very difficult to let go of. And so that was in regard to what Kafra said. Now, regarding to what Chris said, it's very funny when people will try to criticize people who follow Kemet because of this issue of worshiping the sun. They have a term that they use to describe Jesus, and it's the Lamb. They could have just said Jesus Christ or Yeshua Christos or whatever they want to say, the Lord, the Savior, but they say the Lamb. There is the symbol that is the cross, and we see it usually on churches, at least on the top of the building or somewhere in the building, and sometimes inside of the church. And people carry that cross around their neck. That's a symbol that is prevalent in their religion.
Well,
We don't tell them, we don't tell them you worship the cross.
well,
There's also the fish. Now, in America, they do that more than in Europe, but many people, we can see the fish on their car, somewhere attached to their car. And we know that that fish represents Jesus, but we don't tell them you worship a fish. I think it's a double standard. But go ahead, Brother Chris.
well, one of the things they were doing was they laugh. They laugh at some of the concepts. And one of the things I said was when he was talking about the sun, he said, I said, well, your Bible says God is a sun. It says it right here in the book of Malachi, and a shield. So then they got defensive. That means it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor. I'm said, okay, so the Africans of Tasset and Waset, they weren't speaking in metaphors. We all ate doo-doo. No, your Bible says God made Ezekiel eat doo-doo. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to know their book just to hit them back with it. And regardless, this is one of the things I tell people. Are we really supposed to be obeying a Bronze Age law that allowed slavery? I mean, it's just crazy. Some of the things they say, we got to return to this. Return for it for what? Throw it away. They talk about covenants and things in that Bible. And when you understand what a covenant is being part of a coven, right? It's a coven, right? And it's the same thing as witchcraft. When you're dealing with ancient witchcraft with an altar, with drink offerings, and it's ridiculous when you think about the rituals that they have that they think is holy and so pure. But when you read a Herodotus and he tells you they were already practicing these things. He tells you they were practicing circumcision. They was practicing sacrifice. They had altars, right? They would tell you how they had a scapegoat ritual in Egypt. You read it right there in Herodotus. And all of a sudden, when it comes to Israel, is holy. No, it's not holy. It's nothing divinely inspired about that book. And this is why I go as hard as I do. And believe it or not, when I decided to go against the most low god of mud and his 3 wicked ass sons, that's what put me into history. Now I'm studying Nubia. You understand what I'm saying? That's like, I tell everybody I'm more closely related to a Nubian than I would probably be an Egyptian, especially after the 12th dynastic period when Serenisset and Amenemhat failed like they did. You understand what I'm saying? So, I mean, the arguments can go on, but now I'm all like this. Look, man, I'm not into arguments. Show me some proof. Give me one body. Give me one.
Yeah, one body. Yeah.
Just one.
And you talk about the atrocities of the Bible, man. Genocide.
Sanction genocide. Sanction genocide.
So, and this deals with the problem of evil. So how can a deity who is all loving, all good, all powerful, order the murdering of babies? I mean, people really don't think, if they really thought about and studied their book, they would have to face some hard questions.
Look at what they call it too. They call it the Crusades. You know.
You know Nat Turner. You know Nat Turner and them kill babies too. You know Nat Turner and them kill babies too, right?
But that's not God's sanction.
That's right. I understand.
He did feel like he was. I'm not advocating that, but he did feel like he was sanctioned by God.
Hold on. Here's the major difference, brother. Afro-Asiatic. Nat Turner was not all seeing, all knowing, all loving.
Nat Turner was the man.
It doesn't just say that God. It doesn't say that those are his only attributes. It says that he hates, he feels anger and things.
Okay,
of
well
that
let's do this. Let's do this then right quick. Let's do this, Asiatic black man. Is God all knowing? Watch this. Is God all knowing?
Look, Chris Harris, I ain't for none of your question.
All you gotta do is answer it. Is God all knowing?
I'll pass on your trick question, bro. Go ahead.
Thank you.
I'll pass on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because I know
you wanna know what? No, I have a logical question to ask you. Is he all knowing?
I told you, brother. I'll pass on your trick question, brother.
Okay. You want to know why? Because he's this all-knowing, omnipotent God, right, y'all? Check this out. He's all-knowing and omnipotent. He creates good and he creates evil, but yet he judges people for doing something that he created.
Yes.
That's called a pimp.
Yeah, and a megalomaniac. And so here's another twist to this. The average rape of a woman in the U.S. There are 78, or on average, close to 80 women in this country raped every hour in the U.S.
Damn.
So, and there are one or two things that's the truth of this. If God is all powerful and all loving and all knowing, either A, he knew that shit was going to go down and did nothing about it.
Did nothing about it.
Or he knew it was going to go down and was powerless to stop it, right? Which is a contradiction to the omnis. Or he doesn't exist.
How about that?
I mean, that's just a logic.
And like I always sit up there and say, I can show you a tree takes better care of me than the God of the Bible does. Right. So I think my African ancestors got it correct when we attributed God to nature.
So you saying some immaterial being or some immaterial substance?
I don't want to talk to you because you didn't answer my question. See how that works?
Entity. No, I'm just putting it out there. Some entity just constructed our DNA, as sophisticated as it is.
Straw man argument. We didn't say that.
It's built on the principle that the same principles that the pyramids are built on, 1.618, our DNA is built on the same principle. Light travels throughout our DNA that is called biophotons or bioluminescence. So the Bible does, and the Quran does refer to light in a sense that is spiritual, but it's also scientific. But what I'm saying is, though, You just telling me nothing, just constructed our DNA according to 1.618.
He never
34
said that.
angstroms.
He didn't
I
say
never
A
said
that.
full
that.
right-handed, a full
Nobody said that.
right-handed
You're
twist,
creating a
a
straw man right
full
now. Nobody's
a
arguing
full
that.
right-handed twist every 34 angstroms, everyone's DNA built on the principle of the golden ratio,
Sir,
1.618, 34 by
nobody's
21. But
arguing
you
that.
telling me that
Nobody's
some
telling you
immaterial
anything.
substance created that?
No one said
Asiatic.
that.
I
That
got a
is too
surprise for you, bro.
It's too sophisticated for
Hold on,
some
Afro Asiatic.
immaterial thing to have produced it.
Afro Asiatic.
Muhammad was born
I heard that before.
571 AD. And so that's
It's
all
too
I gotta say.
sophisticated.
Muhammad was born 571
571
AD.
AD.
If
But
if it
Afro
ain't if it
Asiatic,
ain't
570,
if it ain't
570 AD,
okay,
570.
okay, I'll tell
He
you
was
what.
the son of
I
Amir
I
Ullah
I
Hashem.
I'll tell you
He
what.
was the grandson of Amir
I
Ullah
got you.
Hashem.
Afro Asiatic.
I give you 5,000 BC. If he was born 5,000
He was
BC,
the
okay,
son
he
of
still is not old
grandson of
enough that
Amir
came.
Ullah Hashem.
Listen very closely to me. Apet Asut is over 7,000 years old, where we learned the 7 liberal arts: reading,
The
writing,
Arabian Nubia
arithmetic. Hold
complex
on.
is 100,000 years old.
Hold
Bro,
on.
it's 100,000
Can
years
I make a point?
old.
The Arabian Nubia complex is
Okay.
over
Okay.
100,000 years old. It's
Okay.
106,000 years
Can I
old.
make my point?
They weren't
Can I
even
make my
speaking
point?
language at that
Can I make
time.
my point?
Yeah, what is you saying with the dates?
All you got to do is be
Can I
quiet, and you can understand, brother. If you would just be quiet, I will let
can
you
I
know.
just say something real quick, please? Can I just say something? Thank you. Brother Afro-Asiatic, do you believe in the Quran?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just for the record here, this is Quran. Hold on, this is just an ad.
I know what he
Hold
get
on.
ready to do.
This is Quran chapter 5, verse 7. And it says, and remember the favor of Allah upon you and his covenant with which he bound you when you said, we hear and we obey, and fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is knowing of that within the breast. I was actually looking for all knowing. It doesn't say all knowing there, but I will look for it.
But they believe that. They believe that Allah is all knowing. If Allah is all knowing, why is there evil in the world? And I know that's a sociological subjective term, but I think we're all in agreement that to senselessly take someone's life, or to murder a baby, or if you're a deity, to allow a baby to be born with cancer, or allow a baby to die prematurely and to send all types of heartache and pain to their family. Why would an all-knowing, all-loving deity allow that to happen?
Can I say something? I think that we take the crimes of mankind and apply them to the deities or principles that we all follow. There's only one principle. We all call them something different, and you cannot apply evil in men because there is no evil. The universe can be created. It doesn't. It goes against nature. One second. There's only evil in men. If the evil existed, the universe couldn't be created. The evil is in man. It's in man and women. Okay. And the reason, hold on. And then when evil happens, they have a code, and the code is they have to tell you ahead of time what's going on. That's why they tell you these things, and you see them in movies, and you see them here. And the only way for them to trick you is that you have to do it to yourself. You understand? You have to do it to yourself. You have to believe things. If you don't follow things through to the truth, then you're gonna suffer, and you're gonna suffer through that evil because you're gonna follow yourself into a circle that will be never ending. So you can't put what men do to all this ancient systems that were put together. And the reason why they all call something different is because they were all given to people at different times. Everybody didn't exist all at once.
Sir, the biblical God clearly sanctions genocide upon African tribes in the Bible.
I understand that. And who
That's
wrote that?
evil.
Men wrote that.
Men wrote that, but they said God said it.
They can say whatever they want, but they can say whatever they want.
But you
But
just said you can't attribute it to the ancient text. The ancient text said God said it. Albeit men wrote
that is
these
not
things. We
ancient
know
text.
that.
Things that are not 500 years old is not ancient text, brother.
Sir, that
15
Bible,
year old men,
sir, the
15-year
biblical
old,
narrative
500
has
year old
been proven to
text.
be right at around
That's like
700
some new
BC.
age stuff, man. I mean, you gotta
Sir,
if it doesn't go
can't
behind
do that.
7,000 years old, it doesn't mean nothing to me.
Okay, so that means we could throw the Per and Haru away. We could throw the Per and Haru away. That means we could throw the Eblis papyrus away. That means we could throw the Harris papyrus away. That means we could throw the medicinal papyrus away. That means we could throw a lot of
No,
papyrus away
sir.
with that
No,
logic.
sir.
If
No,
you're gonna
sir.
say stuff like
But
that.
hold
No, sir.
on, guys. Brother Nishio, here's my point. Evil exists because culture exists.
Thank you.
That which is evil is that which is culturally unacceptable. And that's why I said it's subjective, because cultures are subjective. So as long as cultures exist, evil exists, brother, because there are some cultures, in some cultures, there are some acts that are unacceptable by the social group. Therefore, it is isfet, or evil, or unacceptable. That's all I meant by it.
And this is where you see the two deities that reside in man, which is the Haru or the Set, where you have your left and your right side. You understand what I'm saying? And
Right.
it's all a form of nature. You see what I'm saying? To say that it has to be 7,000 years old in order for it to be holy or order for it to mean anything is a little bit unfair to much later cultures that came around, because you're saying, okay, their spiritual systems are no good. Because a lot of the Greek texts, hey, I enjoy reading about the stories of Dionysus, of Zeus, of Kronos, of Saturn. Those are good stories to read. But what me and him are saying here is, in this biblical text, this God, this deity of this biblical text, because people believe it to be a God speaking, it said he sanctioned genocide in there. It's just like we believe the Neteru to be deities because men wrote those things. Okay, so we can't sit up there and denounce one and then say, okay, this don't make this can't be denounced when man wrote all of this stuff. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I try to keep it equal all the way across the board. The biblical text we don't need. A lot of this Bronze Age stuff we don't need. And when you're talking about spirituality within African ontologies, first of all, if you look at our brothers and sisters on the west coast of Africa, they ain't writing no books. They ain't got no book of Ephah, chapter 1, chapter 2, thus saith Papa Legba and the rest of that stuff. Their spirituality is from within, and they show up without with their rituals and customs. They ain't writing no books on this stuff because books bring confusion. Those things, the pyramid texts, many of these texts that were found within Egypt, such as the pyramid texts, such as the Per Haru, and many of those texts were for that king when he died. That's
you have similar counterparts though in West Africa. You have similar counterparts. You have a Mami Wata, you have a Olodomare.
I know that.
Similar counterparts. No, I'm just saying. You
Here's
have similar counterparts that you see in Kemet and that you see in the Levant. You see them in West Africa as well. You see the similar counterparts.
But
people who are king.
Here's the deal, and I'm gonna make a statement. And if you disagree, go. All concepts of God come from the minds of men. If you disagree with that, go. Go. If you disagree with that, go.
Listen, brother.
All
I'm saying is that there are deities that are akin to the Kemetic and some of the other deities that is in the Bible and the Quran. There are some deities in West Africa that are akin to those deities as well that we see.
All come from the minds of men.
Well, brother,
including Kemet.
That's the subject that's up for debate, because we have certain texts are undisputable scientifically. You know what I mean? But it's just all how we're going to approach it. It's just how we're going to approach the text.
But that's why I brought up the term falsifiable earlier, because anything like, for instance, the term deity. Generally, the term deity involves an entity that is outside of the natural realm or supernatural, by default, that is unfalsifiable. It's not natural. And if it's not natural, it cannot be observed. And if it cannot be observed, it's not scientific. It's not, it doesn't even deal with probabilities and statistics. So all concepts of God come from the minds of men. They create these deities. And if they created these deities, then it stands to reason that men created these holy books.
Right. Is it, can we verify that iron is at the center of the human molecule of blood? Can we verify that? Like, just a scientific question. Can we verify that iron is at the center of human hemoglobin, that is holding human hemoglobin together, our blood molecule?
I'm be honest with you, but I'm not a lobologist. So
Okay.
I'll let somebody else answer that.
Yeah, the way you be flip-flopping topics, man, I can't keep up. I really can't keep up with you.
I was just asking, it's just a scientific question. I'm just trying to see, what is the method? If you're saying verify things, I'm just asking a question. Can you verify that iron is at the center of human hemoglobin?
So in order to verify that, you would need to talk to who? Somebody that deals with that, right?
Right. A scientist.
Okay.
Whether he be black or white.
Right.
He's gonna tell it to you. Okay, that's called proper methodology. Don't ask me about that. For real.
It's very interesting because of what Brother Chris said. All those brothers who talked about the white man's science or teaching, or so, white man this, white man that, when they are sick, I'm pretty sure, I'm ready to bet that they don't say, okay, I'm going to the hospital, but I only see a black doctor. I'm sure they don't even bother. It doesn't even come to their mind when they need treatment. When it comes to health, I'm sure they are glad to be treated by white doctors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course. We're in a system. You know what I mean? So we got to do what we got to do to stay healthy. It's their system.
But I wanted to say just one thing. Now, Brother Omnia, your device has been disconnected. So feel free to connect your device again if you want to. There's only one thing where I differed in opinion with what you said. You were saying at one point early on that if you haven't been to Kemet, then you cannot talk. Oh, I see you are back now, but you still need to connect either your microphone or your webcam. Okay, there it is. So yes, you're back on now, Brother Omnia. You were saying that if you haven't been to Kemet, then you cannot talk. You cannot, and I disagree with that, because if someone studies the culture, the language, the artifacts, then he will know a fair bit, or maybe a great deal. Personally, I decided to go to Kemet in 2012 because of the revolution that took place. I think it was in 2011. And since they started damaging some artifacts, I thought, well, I don't know what's going to happen. You never know. I might as well go there. Some extremists were even talking about blowing up the pyramids. So I thought, you know what, let me go there now, because you never know what happens. But initially, I was planning on learning the Medunetta heavily to be able to read directly from the walls. Of course, I was not expecting to read every single glyphs. But
crazy ass Asiatics, fanatics. I guarantee you.
These religious folks, man.
But Brother Afro-Asiatic, I wanted to ask you. Now, I think that as far as you're concerned, you don't have a problem with black people following their traditional ways or other religions, right?
No, not at all.
What will happen, in your opinion, if someone like me, who is non-Abrahamic, who doesn't believe in the Bible or the Quran, and I end up in a Muslim country, and I tell them that I don't believe in those books? What do you think will happen?
Kafra.
What do you mean? You mean a Muslim country? Like,
yes.
See, I don't follow the Sunnah, so I'm not into all of that extremist stuff. We're not into that. You know what I mean? We accept our people as they are. Multicultural, different points of views.
I understand.
We're not trying to harm our people.
Yes,
or anything like that.
when you say we, are you talking about the Nation of Islam, or are you talking about
Yeah,
who are you talking?
the nation of Islam. The Honorable
Well,
Minister Farrakhan, he don't advocate harming our people. So, I wouldn't be able to answer that question because I don't even follow that Sunni Islam. I don't follow that.
all right, because you said you believe in the Quran.
I do believe in the Quran.
Okay, but Farrakhan said you are not to follow the ways of Africa. That's what he said.
Yeah,
Well, I
that's what he
can't
said.
recall. I don't. You would have to show me that, brother Shaka.
Okay,
Farrakhan said Farrakhan, hold on. Farrakhan also said our hair used to be straight. It
I'm going
kinked
to
up.
I'm going to
Many
say,
Africans' hair did used to be straight, brother
He
Anthony
said
Harris.
all Negroes.
When
all
you
right,
look at East Africa, plenty of East
brothers,
Africans
brothers,
got straight hair, brother. Plenty of
brothers.
He ran
plenty of
from
Hold on,
that.
East
hold on, hold
Africans. Plenty
on.
of East Africans.
I'm going to play just
Plenty.
for the record. Just for the record.
In a recent issue of Muhammad Speaks, April 1974, there appeared a warning reprinted from a 1967 edition of the newspaper against the adoption of African dress and hairstyles and against the marriage of blacks outside the United States by Muslim followers of Elijah Muhammad. What is the meaning of this warning? And why was it necessary if black folk in America trace their roots back to Asia and are now attempting to identify with their brothers on the continent? Good question. You are not to follow the styles of Africa. Allah didn't raise you up today to copy the style of Africa. The black man in America, if you understand prophecy, is the prodigal son. The prodigal son, when he goes home, he gets the robe and the ring, and he accepts rulership over the house. You cannot lead your brothers if you follow your brothers. It is written in the scripture, thou shalt no longer be the tail, thou shalt be the head. So here you are now wanting to pick up the discarded culture and customs and traditions of ancient Africa, which does not add to you in the modern world of wisdom. It takes away from you because the African does not respect you, because you're 400 years removed from Africa. And as you've been a second-class American citizen all your life, now you've given up your second-class American citizenship for a second-class African citizenship. So you've been a white man's fool, now you're a black man's fool. So where in the heck have you progressed? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad wants no people on the earth to make mockery of you. And when they meet a Muslim, they don't mock us. If they meet us in a suit, they got to respect our wisdom, because we know why we're wearing the suit and why we don't wear the booba. You will never see the followers of Honorable Elijah Muhammad growing our hair all up off our head like a mop or a bird nest to prove to whitey man that we are proud of our kinky hair, or what you call wearing a natural. What else is it? It's natural, isn't it? Natural. What else is it? It's natural, isn't it? Well, man, you don't have to let it grow wild. Cut that damn thing, man, and look like you intelligent. Wait a minute. Don't get hot with me, brother. I love you. But look, man, you get yourself laughed at. We're not going to laugh at you because we're flesh and blood. But you see, here's a man got his hair all up. And I'm not making mockery because, brother, if we weren't under the teaching of Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we probably wouldn't have no hair. We'd be out there doing something worse. But it's a dust catcher and a disease catcher. You're not doing yourself any good. Well, you say we're braiding it now. My God, I'm telling you. Brother, you just going from the sublime to the ridiculous. I don't know what was sublime, but all of it looked ridiculous. And all of this because you don't want to follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You can't out-African the African. And he don't come here with no damn bush on his head, brother. You go down to the United Nations and check him out. He ain't got nothing running through his nose. He left them back home in Africa and he's trying to get them here. But here you are. You gonna jump up now, Mr. Savage, and gonna run a stick through your nose or run one through your ear. Or you gonna cut off all your hair, be bald with some big damn earrings falling off your head. What is wrong with you? Then you gonna reject Muhammad because he's trying to put some sense in your head. No. No, we don't want the black woman in America marrying no African man. Hell no. And if you from Africa, I'm telling you to your teeth. You are our brother and we love you, but damn it, leave this black woman in America alone. What do you want her for? You know damn well you don't want her for good. Some of our brothers from Africa come here and do the same thing to you that the white man and your dumb black brother put you through. They use your body because you just Africanized now. Oh, this is the ambassador from here and the ambassador from there. This is Mr. Okoko Unukwi. And you're so doggone happy to say that you know Mr. Okoko Unukwi. That you married a man and he got you out there hustling. Or he used you and when he get finished with you, he dump your little black backside right out here on the sidewalk. Because where the hell can he take you, old hip-swinging, finger-popping nigger woman that's been in the mud all your life? Now you look at me like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Can you identify with the African black man's mind when you 400 years removed from Africa? Hell no. So you better come on home. The minute Muhammad gets you cleaned up, here they come now. All praise is due to Allah. That Elijah Muhammad, he really make you look pretty good. That's right, brother. He made her look pretty good for us. For us.
And just because he spoke about natural hair or kinky hair, this will only be 3 minutes. Listen up.
So Shabazz was not permitted to stay in that area, so he took his family into the jungle of East Asia, which we now call Africa, to make a people close to nature. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, this is the origin of kinky hair. Because we didn't have kinky hair prior to that. The hair on our head was like the hair on our eyebrows. The hair on your eyebrows straight, the hair on your head is not the same as the hair on your eyebrow. But the hair of every other people is the same as their eyebrow. Your eyebrow straight, your hair something different. Wouldn't you like the hair on your head to be as straight as the hair on your eyebrow? That's why you're so busy frying it. That's why you're so busy pulling it. Because your nature tells you that the kink I mean, you know, with I'm black and I'm proud, we got to learn to be proud of kinks. Because most of your family of other black people on the earth, jet black. They didn't have no broad nose and thick lips and kinky hair. They were dark-skinned people, jet black. But they had straight hair, a thinner lip, a thinner nose. But we are marked as a different kind of black person. And we were rejected and despised, not only from the circle of the gods, but we were despised and rejected by all the other dark people of the earth. This is why today black people with kinky hair and broad nose and thick lips are rejected in every society. I want you to hear me well tonight. Yes, sir. Why are we rejected? Because the essence of beauty is in obedience and submission to God. And the essence of ugliness is when you rebel against God. And when you rebel against God, in your rebellion, you are marked with a certain mark of your rebellion, which is the disfigurement of your internal self, which manifests in the disfigurement of your external self. And this is why when you look at our people, wherever we are found on the earth, you find us either disfiguring ourselves physically because we are disfigured on the inside because of rebellion.
Okay, you all heard it for the record. Please put some thumbs up. Please hit that like button, and feel free to speak if you have any comments about what we've heard or anything else.
Sounds like a coon.
Yeah, I don't see much wrong with what he said. I don't see too much wrong with what he said.
We know you didn't.
Yeah, I don't.
So we were marked the essence of ugliness lies in
Well,
disobedience.
everything got to be taken in context because he does express continuously over and over that we should look to Africa and respect Africa. So it depends on the context of the delivery of the speech.
Brother, it's
Come
very
on,
interesting
brother.
what you said. What you said is very interesting because this is something that people love to say about well, not just Farrakhan, but anybody. But when I bring that up about Farrakhan, many people tell me they want to know about the context. Now,
Yeah,
Sister RP, you're on, and you said that he talks good about Africa at the same time. But if I talk to anyone and I says, "Here's a piece of doo-doo," and then I say, "You're great," nobody will say that I'm complimenting that person. I'm down with that person. You cannot just talk down on somebody and then talk apparently in a good manner, and people will remember that, well, he spoke good about him. I cannot, they've been teaching. This is a doctrine of the NOI. This is what they call the supreme wisdom, and we've heard him say that Shabazz left the jungles of, left the area and he went to the jungles of East Asia that we now call Africa. So Africa is the jungles of East Asia. In the Supreme Wisdom or the 120 lesson or the student enrollment, he says that Africans are living a jungle life. He talks in the present tense. That's their doctrine. He also says that Africans are not civilized and so on. So for about a century, they have been teaching that. And just because every now and then they would have said some positive things about Africa, then it would be all good. It doesn't add up.
yeah, I wouldn't
And,
call
Hello.
and
it.
peace, sister. How you doing?
I'm good. Thank you for letting me come back in. How you doing, Asiatic? I just want to let you know I wasn't talking about you yesterday. It was some other person I was talking about that was really disrespectful. But I just wanted to point out what you just played right there is a prime example of that anti-blackness that I
Yeah.
was talking about earlier. Instead of taking the time to just find out, like get a gamut of information and make a comparison and decide for yourself, what's true. We just falling back to easy tropes, easy stereotypes, easy name calling and conjecture to justify things that we either don't understand after effort or haven't tried to understand. To say the stuff he said about the eyebrows and the hair, It's really disturbing. That's so much misinformation in that, and then there are people that are going to rely on their thought making processes and stuff on going to listen to, I guess, I don't know what it's called in the Nation of Islam, but going to listen to that teaching, and then they're going to pass that on, and it's just wrong. It's just really wrong, and we can't. This is part of the problem why we can't get forward as a people, because we get stuck on these. I don't want to talk. I'm rambling. You get what I'm saying? It's just too much. And me personally, I've always had an issue with hair. Being from Louisiana, from New Orleans, my skin complexion wasn't an issue, but my hair always was. And it's always something about hair. I'm finding that even with these dialogues when it comes to who's who in ancient times. Well, these people must have been black because they had knots in their hair, but then we got people saying that it's bad that you had knots, but then other people had knots, but then, you see what I'm saying, all this confusion, and it's just too much. I'm gonna mute my line for now.
Yeah, we want to be everything but African.
You see, the thing is with the minister, when, like I said, we got to view it in context, because the Minister Farrakhan has had multiple world friendship tours all over Africa and has been welcomed all over Africa. And I don't just mean
would he say that in Africa?
Can I finish talking, brother? Just real quick. He's been welcomed all over Africa. I'm not talking about just giving a hotel room. I'm talking about in the Yoruba lands and in Ghana, he's been given the king's sword, his symbol of power and authority of life and death over his people. He was given the sword as a gift from Africa.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Because I'm interrupting you, but all those places in Africa where they welcomed him, you can ask whoever welcomed him if they were aware of what he said. I'm pretty sure they were not aware of that. It's a good thing to say, well, he was welcome here and there, but the doctrine remains the same. And the doctrine is not Farrakhan's doctrine. It's a Nation of Islam doctrine that was taught by Elijah Muhammad.
Yes, in context, but he's welcomed. It's a fact that he's welcomed all over Africa. I'm talking about.
What did he mean by when he stated? What did he mean by when he stated that the African man wants to do you the same way the white man wants to do you? What did he mean by that?
I'm talking about parades. So
I'm talking about what did he mean by when he said the African man want to do the black woman the same way the white man did her? What does he mean by that?
What is he talking about? A Yoruba king giving
he didn't mention no dog. He didn't mention no Yoruba kings in that speech.
Life and death over his people. But you can play that too. You can play that too.
Y'all see what he doing?
It's a fact.
Y'all see what he just did?
It has to be put in context, because the man is welcomed all over Africa.
Okay, give us the context about what he meant by when he said the African man want to do you the same way the white man did it. Give us the context of that.
Brother, like I said, I would have to hear. I would have to hear the whole. I would have to hear the whole
thing for you.
I know he didn't play the whole speech, Anthony Harris. That's not the whole speech.
Brother. The speech.
I know he's welcome all over Africa.
Hold on.
Would he make that speech in Africa? No, he would.
I know he's welcomed all over Africa.
Okay,
I know he's parades all over Africa.
Okay, now
all over Africa.
You see, brother Afroasiatic. I can't remember the full title of the video, but that was made. The statement was made. The speech was made in 1992, and disobedience is in the title, if I'm not mistaken. I don't even think they sell that anymore, because when I uploaded that years ago, the Final Call Inc. made a copyright claim against me to have the video removed, but other people did upload it again. That's why it's found on many different websites. YouTube accounts, and you can see my former YouTube account on the screen. But the issue of the context, you are free to look at the full video, but it's very funny to me because those 3-minute excerpts, there's no cut and paste. His words have not been twisted up. And he specifically talked about our phenotype changing following a rebellion against God. But still, you bring up the context issue. And I've heard a young dude, I don't want to say his name, but any of our members anyway will have a large following because there's so many of them. They receive millions from Gaddafi and so on. But
Yeah.
this is something that always brought up. Oh, the
What's wrong with
context.
Gaddafi giving the Nation of Islam money though? What's wrong with that?
Well, that's just for the record, just so that people
But
understand
what
that
was
he
wrong with
was.
Gaddafi
Well,
donating the Nation of Islam money? He's a
I,
Muslim. His mother was a Nubian. Gaddafi's
and
mother was a Nubian. Why?
Gaddafi
What's wrong with that?
described Africans as barbarians, savages, and all that. I've made a video about that, and I've quoted the BBC website. But
But at the same time, Gaddafi brought up water from underneath the desert. He put a satellite
all right,
over
okay,
Africa, so Africans
okay.
wouldn't
So
have to
so
send
I
their
understand what
calls to
I understand
Europe
where you're
and then
coming
get them
from.
sent back.
I
So
understand where you're coming from. So you are
his
happy with
actions spoke louder than his words, brother.
fine. So you are happy with a Muslim
These are
who's calling
facts.
black people. Hold on. You are happy with a Muslim like Gaddafi calling black people barbarians and savages. Is
Listen,
that what you're saying?
I don't know about that, brother. But what I'm saying is, I'm happy with the fact that Gaddafi was bringing up water from under the desert. I'm happy with the fact that Gaddafi was one of the number one proponents of the African Union. Gaddafi was. We can't discount all of that. That's what
Okay.
I mean about context. Context is very important. So to just because of some statement that Gaddafi may or may not have made, I don't know, but we
Okay, so
can't
just
push
as
him
quick
into
as
a
you dealt.
corner. We can't push him into a corner and disregard all of the good that he was doing and was trying to do for Africa. Mind you,
Hey
many
man, we don't
people,
want to hear your proselytizing.
Libya, no people were illiterate in Libya. If
Brother,
you got married,
yeah,
you got a
Okay.
home
Okay.
in
Okay. Okay.
Libya. So you don't want to
Brother.
hear none of that.
Brother.
You don't
Brother.
want to. Y'all don't want to hear
brother,
none of that.
Okay.
hold on, hold on,
Just
brother
for the record.
Afroasiatic.
Just for the record. I'm just going to read here. This is actually I'm going to share the link in the website. So uh, um, Gaddafi. I put BBC.
About the Muslims and the African slave trade going on in the East.
Hold on,
What
hold
You
on.
about the
know I
Muslims
know.
doing
You
Let,
that?
know
let,
what?
let, let
You
me
know I know about that. That's Aryanized Muslims. That's white. That's Aryanized
They
Muslims.
Muslims. They Muslims.
Okay. I've muted everybody. I just want to read that and then I will unmute everyone. So I've shared the link in the website. That's from the BBC's website, British Broadcasting Corporation. The title is Gaddafi wants EU cash to stop African migrants. European Union. That's what EU stands for. It's from August 21st, 2010. Libyan leader Colonel Muammar Gaddafi says the EU should pay Libya at least 5 billion euros, which is 4 billion British pounds or $6.3 billion a year to stop illegal African immigration and avoid a black Europe. To avoid a black Europe. Speaking on a visit to Italy, Colonel Gaddafi said Europe could turn into Africa as there are millions of Africans who want to come in. Italy has drawn criticism for handing over to Libya migrants it intercepts at sea without screening them first. Far fewer now reach Italy from Libya. I will read it in full so people will not say that it was taken out of context. European Commission figures show that in 2009, the number of people caught trying to enter Italy illegally fell from 7,000 to 32,000 in 2008. The data was collected under the EU's Eurodac fingerprinting system. Colonel Gaddafi has forged close ties with Italy since a friendship treaty was signed 2 years ago. It sought to draw a line under historic bitterness between Libya and Italy, its former colonial master. By the way, if you look that up, Libya received a lot of money from Italy during that thing, but you can double check. Furthermore, tomorrow, Europe might no longer be European and even black, as there are millions who want to come in, said Colonel Gaddafi, quoted by the AFP news agency. He was speaking at a ceremony in Rome late on Monday, standing next to Italy's Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi. We don't know what will happen. What will be the reaction of the white and Christian Europeans faced with this influx of starving and ignorant Africans, Colonel Gaddafi said. Ignorant Africans. We don't know if Europe will remain an advanced and united continent or if it will be destroyed, as happened with the barbarian invasions. Gaddafi has equated the influx or the coming of starving and ignorant Africans. He has equated that with the barbarian invasions. Okay, so just one more paragraph. Audience of women. Colonel Gaddafi has long seen himself as a champion of African interests on the international stage and has hosted many summits with African leaders. Mr. Berlusconi made no immediate comment on Colonel Gaddafi's demand. Italy has been carrying out joint naval patrols with Libya for the past year, intercepting illegal migrants at sea. The BBC's David Wiley says Colonel Gaddafi's visit to Rome was overshadowed by another controversial speech he made to two groups of several hundred young Italian women hired at a fee of 70 or 80 euros each from a local modeling agency. Two groups of several hundred young Italian women paid 70 to 80 euros each. Gaddafi told them that Islam should become the religion of Europe and gave them free copies of the Quran after he had lectured them for an hour on the freedoms enjoyed by women in Libya. So I read the article in full, so there's no issue of things being taken out of context, but what we can remember is that Gaddafi said, we don't know what will happen, what will be the reaction of the white and Christian Europeans faced with this influx of starving and ignorant Africans. We don't know if Europe will remain an advanced and united continent or if it will be destroyed, as happened with the barbarian invasions. So I'm going to unmute everybody. But if it was a white Jew who would have said that, it will be World War III. But since it is a Muslim who said that, then we're hearing excuses. Everybody's unmuted. Hold on. Hold on. Don't touch the mute button. I cannot unmute for strange reason. Well, the others unmute yourself because I cannot unmute Omnia and RP. So maybe they have chose to mute themselves already. But feel free, brothers and sisters.
I mean, it's just a typical Indo-European move. Play nice and then take their land from them. Gotcha. That's all they've been doing since they came over here with that Abrahamic stuff. All that junk. This is why Africa gets into the position that they in. They believe everybody that walk on that land over there with them damn books. We need to burn all that stuff. There it is right there. The man clearly lying. You've been lied to. Don't say they white. One is white Muslims and the other ones is black Muslims. Ain't none of them no damn good. Because if there's a bag of snakes and I know snakes bite, I'm not going to reach my hand in the bag and try and figure out which one going to bite me. I'm going to look at all the snakes and say they bite. It's just that simple. We got to get away from this stuff. This is called cognitive dissonance. And we suffer from it. It's just, it's just, I don't know which one is worse, Stockholm syndrome or cognitive dissonance.
Yep.
I feel like you have to,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you. I just was about to say, I feel like cognitive dissonance and the Stockholm syndrome is maybe one and the same for victims of racism, or you know what I'm saying? It's like you have to segment your mind in that way in order to still maintain some sort of, operation in logic by replacing logic with false logic, which is otherwise known as cognitive dissonance, which you do under duress in captivity.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think people, if you're going to have a real frank discussion, The people that's in power and that is controlling everything is these small hats, these Ashkenazi Jews. They control the banking system. They control the banking system. They control the monetary
Okay,
system.
okay,
They,
okay.
they,
Hold
they're
on,
the ones who have
brother,
us on a
brother,
system of
brother.
fiat currency.
I'm sorry, but right now that's a diversion.
It
It's
is.
not a diversion.
That
It's
was
not a
Gaddafi.
diversion.
That was Gaddafi, a Muslim, who said, who talked about the starving and ignorant Africans, and
Yeah.
who made a correlation with the barbarian invasions. Why all of
When
a
we
sudden you jump to the Jews? You sound like,
when
I mean,
we examine the refugee crisis, what
You've
he's
been doing this
saying
all night. Y'all been letting them get
is
away
not
with this
really
all night.
it's not untrue. When we examine the refugee crisis that wars produce and that sanctions produce.
I'm
So
sorry,
when
I'm
if
sorry,
America
I'm
puts
sorry,
sanctions on your country,
I'm sorry, brother. What is not untrue?
I said if America puts sanctions on your country, it's gonna cause a lot of fallout. Some of that fallout is refugee crisis, and wars produce refugee crisis. Just like with the Cuban crisis that we had here in the United States, it produced an influx of people returning to the colonial power, just like
Man,
it
Okay,
you
did
could
with
be a
Libya.
lawyer, man. You could definitely be a
okay,
lawyer.
I
It's an
get your
example.
point. Yes, you will
It's
be a
an
good lawyer,
example.
but okay, no, fine. That will
It
create
is.
people who will be starving. Would it
Yes.
create ignorant Africans?
If people are uneducated, yes. If people don't come from solid
Man,
educational, if
Would it
people don't
create,
come from solid,
brother? You have hit a
you're
whole
not letting me
all-time
finish.
low right now. You really hit
brother,
a all-time low right now. You're making excuses for
Afroasiatic,
statements that says
No,
that.
I'm not. No, I'm
brother
not.
Afroasiatic.
That's
A
what war
good,
and sanctions produces.
hold on, brother, hold on.
Pro se cuddle.
A good reading of Chancellor Williams, The Destruction of Black Civilization, can heal
I,
you
I
of a lot of
already
this
read
secret
that, brother.
cloudedness.
That's requisite.
Okay,
That's
brother,
requisite for
so the
me.
fact of the
I've
matter
been read that.
is for the last
I've
500
been
years,
read that 20 years ago.
hold on, brother, hold on. For the last 500 years and counting, there has been a constant onslaught and an anti-African crusade by everybody, Arabs,
I've been
Europeans,
read that, beloved.
Indus Valley Indians, everybody. There's an
I've been read that.
anti-black crusade, and you attribute you falling into that. You attribute to that.
No, I'm not, beloved. I'm looking at the reality of politics, economics, sanctions, and wars. That's what it produces. It produces. We just saw it in over there in Benghazi when they
But wait a
when
minute,
they
but
was
you don't
over
see the
there
Muslim
bombing.
trade.
What
But
did
you
it
don't see the
produce?
Muslim.
It
Hold on,
produced a
Now we in
refugee
Benghazi.
crisis, Anthony Harris. It produced
bro.
a refugee
This
crisis.
guy right here, man, really,
You
dog.
It's a
gotta
fact.
listen. You gotta listen
It's
to
a
what we're
fact.
saying. What we're saying is you don't have to defend these guys. You don't have to defend them. If they make a questionable statement,
I'm
hold
going to
on.
defend them.
Let me finish. If they make a questionable statement or an unethical statement, you do not have an obligation to defend these dudes. You don't. You don't, brother. You can disagree. You are your own man. You can disagree with
Indeed,
Farrakhan, brother.
indeed. I feel
You
it's my.
can disagree with him.
I'm going to defend Gaddafi on the strength of all of the good that he was doing for Africa. He was one of the main proponents of an African Union. He put a satellite over Africa so Africans wouldn't have to pay Europeans extra money to get their
Just as the
calls sent
good,
back.
just as a
brother.
good
You know,
act
He's
stands
bringing
on
up
its
water
square, a
from
statement has
the.
to stand on its square the same. So you can't
That's
treat an
right.
act and a statement as the same thing.
The
Okay,
act is more
you
powerful than
qualified.
the
Wait.
statement.
You qualified him for doing something good, but the same way in the manner that you qualify something for somebody from doing good, you have to let that statement stand on its own square. If it's a statement that's unqualified, it's questionable, and it's immoral, you have to call it what it is, man.
Yeah.
And brother Asiatic, do you honestly think that Gaddafi was doing all of that out of the goodness of his heart? Or do you think there's a small chance that he did all of that because he thought it was politically expedient?
Well,
You can't fall for this good guy stuff. that
I
we
can't
as
clearly
Black African people have been falling for a long time. A
I
long
can't
time.
clearly identify what his motives were, but I know none of his people were illiterate. I know you get a you
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 can't
get a house.
identify
You
what
get
his
a
motives
house
are. Why are you
if you
defending?
get married. You get a house. They give you a house if you get married. That's a pretty good structure for a society.
But what does
What?
that have
Yeah,
to do with
Europeans
Okay,
came with a
okay, okay,
Bible.
okay, okay.
Europeans came with a Bible with the Indians, and they left the land, man.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But Afroasiatic, I've muted you. Um, you're always welcome. But right now, I don't know if you're realizing what you're doing. You are defending someone who made anti-black, anti-African statements. It doesn't fly. It doesn't fly.
Brother Shaka,
Doesn't
but
fly.
he don't see himself as an African. He see himself as a
Well,
Shemite.
but
He don't
What
see
are you
I
himself
mean,
as
talking about? How you gonna
African
speak for me and say I don't see myself as African, brother?
because you
How
see
you gonna
yourself
do
as a
that?
Shemite. None of them
and
books
I'll
say
say this
I
Shemites are
say
too.
African.
Afro-Asiatic.
How are you
And I'll
African?
say this
Afro-Asiatic.
too.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
I'm not
You
on
gotta mute him,
trial here,
Shaka, because
brother. We
he's not letting
talking
nobody
about
talk.
Gaddafi.
He not letting nobody talk. He not letting nobody talk. He over talk everybody. Bottom line is this: you've been on here telling everybody you a Shemite, Afro-Asiatic. None of that shit equate to African. Bottom damn line. I told you yesterday that Afro-Asiatic is a term invented by Joseph Greenberg in 1963. Secondly, none of all those biblical texts and those Quranic texts, which is a bunch of junk, they say Shemites are not Africans. So if you try and go against them texts, you really don't believe them, and you don't need to be on here with us teaching that garbage.
Shem is African, brother.
Oh,
EM96.
Oh
and
my
I'll say this too.
God.
EM96.
I'll say this
Oh
too
my
about
God.
Farrakhan. I'm gonna say
E
this too about
haplogroup.
Farrakhan. Hold on, I'm gonna say this too about Farrakhan. That little skit that Brother Shaka just played, that is some dangerous propaganda, man. Dangerous propaganda. Because Farrakhan has been pushing along with the NOI, like Shaka said, and he's right in his act, that the NOI has been pushing anti-African propaganda for a long time. And that's the facts. That's the facts. The NOI is anti-African. And they'll tell you in a heartbeat. They'll pull some, oh well, what is an African? That comes from African liaison or some garbage.
And it
You know,
don't.
but that's not actual factual. That ain't
It
right. It's
don't.
propaganda.
Exactly. It's
It's
propaganda.
propaganda. It's dangerous propaganda. And I just want to go on the record by saying that, brother Afro-Asiatic, because Farrakhan is pushing some dangerous propaganda.
I got a question. Okay, so again, I'm more of a philosophical type person, and I'm just learning about the archaeological, historical part of it all. But let's say hypothetically, and this is mainly toward Asiatic. Let's say hypothetically, these people that you're mentioning are African people. You know, they came from there, they came from us, or they are whatever. What's the constructive value of that knowledge at this point is what I'm wondering, because as far as I know, as far as I've been told, and as far as these people have demonstrated, the people from these areas that are considered Phoenician and the stuff you just mentioned, Semite and whatever else, they depart from African people, even the North African people. They don't want anything to do with being African now, or from what I can tell, they may have been influenced obviously by Africa and Kemet, but they weren't African people. So how is that going to translate into something constructive that they would even acknowledge and participate in? And I'll mute my line.
I've noticed that our brother Afro-Asiatic is no longer here, so I don't know what happened. But I don't really
Hopefully they
want
run
to
them
dwell
off.
on that because he's not there. But he might come back. Maybe it was some connection issues, or I don't know. We have Mickey KL who came back. So let's see if he has another demeanor this time. So, welcome back, brother.
Hey, what's up, King? What's going on? Yeah,
Chilling, same old thing.
yeah. I understand your concept now. See, I just started my channel, so I'm used to talking about myself too. So I understood when I was speaking out of content, but now I looked at your show, I see how it's working. So respect is given and understanding is understood.
All right, brother.
Uh, um, s- yeah,
Yeah, hello. Oh,
yes, I'm listening. Okay.
uh, just real quick, I just wanted to say that's really at the end of it. What I hope he can come back one day and just answer that, or if anybody can speak on that, because we're just nitpicking at this point, and that's all I was gonna say. Thank you.
Oh, we have the brother who called yesterday, hard cold. Uh, I'm gonna put him on. And Afraziat, he just wrote that he wrote peace out, Shaka, and brothers and sisters. Thank you, Shaka. Thank you, brother. So hard
I'm gonna
cold.
go ahead and mute my mic, Shaka.
Okay, no problem. Hard cold. Welcome. Okay. Hard cold. Okay. Hard cold. Can you hear me? Okay.
I'm
Well,
hearing
your
some
mic is
choppiness
unmuted, but we don't hear
going
anything.
on.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Is that me?
Yes. Hard cold. Welcome. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but uh, hard cold. Can you hear me? You're live on the air right now, but we don't hear you. I just heard some coughing. Oh, never mind. Never mind. And feel free, brothers and sisters. Feel free. If anybody wants to add on, feel free.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, brother Mickey Cal.
Yeah. If anything, can I speak about Semitic origin and all that?
Well, we spoke quite a fair bit about Semites, so I guess another time will be more suitable because we've been live streaming for 4 hours and a half, and even yesterday
Oh,
we did a live stream for 5 hours, and we spoke a lot about Semites and Asiatics. So really, we should
yeah.
not oversaturate that topic.
Okay. I was just trying to chime in on whatever topic that he was just talking about a few minutes ago. But whatever topic you got or you want to ask me, you know what I mean, I'm willing to give an answer, or vice versa.
Mm. Well, more recently, I don't know if you heard Farrakhan talking about the kinky hair being a
Hey,
dust
brother Shock,
carrier and
I'm getting
yeah.
ready to check out, man. Go to sleep. I got to
Okay.
get up, work for the office in the morning, man.
I
So peace,
understand.
everybody. Thanks,
Good
guys.
looking out, brother Chris. Okay.
Peace,
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 brother.
peace,
Mm.
peace,
Peace, Chris.
peace.
Okay. Well, actually, Hard Cold is back now. Hardcore, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Hardcore, can
Okay.
you hear me? Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, this is messed up. I'm gonna leave again.
Okay, well, something wrong. The connection is gone. Yeah, we've lost Hardcore. Yes, brother Mickey Cal, did you hear Farrakhan talking about kinky hair being a dust carrier, a disease carrier, and a dust catcher?
Yeah. I heard about him talking about that.
What do you think about
Yeah,
that?
well, as far as kinky hair is in good times and bad times, because he said in that term, but it's also a cushion for your brain just as well. So even though we have kinky hair, I mean, our hair is a cushion for our brain, man. We can hit the ground and then we still have a chance of living than to have some straight hair that's like is, and then after that, then that hit the ground. So everything is a blessing and a curse, but the time that he talking about where our hair was straight, that was in the time of where probably like in like around when AD began, they still had certain places like the Fayum, Elefante, and the land of Crete where we was depicted with straight hair, and then Russia just as well.
All right.
Brother
Okay,
Shock, I got a question.
yes, feel free.
What is, and I guess I'll just Oh, I'm curious. I'll just open the question to you first, Shaka, and then the rest of the panel. What are your thoughts on evolution?
Well, I don't have thoughts on it because this is so far removed. We're talking about millions of years ago, and it's similar to when people mention the fact that at one point all the continents were together. It was called Pangea and so on. We don't have data that we can analyze. Um, I just don't think that human beings come from monkeys. Some people say that it's just a theory. Some people say it was not even Darwin's theory. But I don't have much input about evolution because, once again, that's like millions of years ago. And unfortunately, I'm not in a position to be able to speak on that.
I'd like to say something. What I do know that is
Go ahead.
factual is that we all the elements that I should say minerals that we are made of: tungsten, gold, iron, carbon. Everything that we are made of, the universe is made of. And particularly for Earth, for this planet is 70% water, just like our body. So I know that for a fact that we are made for this planet. That's unambiguous right there. So as far as that's concerned, that's the only thing I could really speak on. Um, is what's in our DNA, what's in our blood, what we're actually made of. And I think a lot of people forget that. They don't really appreciate what we're actually made of and what the universe is made of, and it's made of the same exact things. That's how you get your body straight when through intracellular chelation, just feeding the cells with true food. It's that's science. That's factual, and that's something that can't be
Yeah.
disputed. So
All right.
Just one moment before I let Alquan, aka Hardcore, speak. Now, today in the chat, he wrote Ra is a reference point, Rahim. Then he wrote Rashid. Then Rasul. Rasul mean prophet. Well, that's one of the terms that can be translated as prophet. He wrote Rahman. He wrote Rabbi, etc. What it was to what if I was to say rat, RAT? What would you say? That's my only question. Alquan, feel free.
That was a
you
good comeback.
threw me
but
off with that. That was
but
funny.
yeah, my man was right though. But let me just I'm gonna touch on the question asked, and I just want to touch on that. I changed browsers, the Gaddafi. I've been telling people for years that Gaddafi, his main mission was Arabism. First, he only did what he did for the Africans because he wanted to improve his standing in the world. That's it. He didn't give a damn about no Africans. The name of the country had Arab in the title. I mean, he threatened to quit the Arab League because he wanted them to kiss his ass, and then they begged his ass to stay in. And the Arabs aren't even Arabs, by the way. They're Ottoman Turks. If anybody can point me to some point in history where the Ottoman Turks left the Ottoman Empire, I'm open to hear it. But those are Ottoman Turks. But after Gaddafi died, if you could recall, Farrakhan, he gave one little speech outside, and he basically said, "Ah, well." That's basically what he said. Before that, he kept saying, "You don't touch my friend." But after that, ah, well. I'm like, that's crazy. But anyway, back to this evolution thing. I did a video on it. I think as far as the evolution, I kind of agree with my man Shaka in his answer. But I think we were obviously made for this planet. Obviously, because we're here. So that goes without question.
Yeah.
But as far as I think, if I don't know if he was asking if a god made us or if we just evolved. See, there's no proof of evolution. And there's no proof that we came from monkeys. Might be some proof the white man did, but there's no real proof that there's evolution. People always ask, okay, if people came from monkeys, why are there still apes around? Because everything else that's supposed to have evolved, the predecessor, the progeny, disappeared. So evolution hasn't been proven, and they haven't proven how that happens. They just
Yeah.
say that it happened, but they can't prove it.
And the reason that question came to my mind was because of Farrakhan with the whole kinky hair deal, and but see, based and I'm definitely not an expert. I'm not a biological evolutionist or whatever. I don't study that as a profession, but based on what I've researched, evolution is basically change over time, and uh, that's all. I mean, that's all it says. The theory, and I want to explain that too. A theory in the scientific circles is different from a theory when someone has a hunch. That's not a scientific theory. A scientific theory takes a body of facts and they provide an expert explanation of a phenomenon in the natural world. That is a theory. It's very different from the layman's term usage of the term theory. So the theory of evolution is basically things change over time, and they've actually proven this with the whole concept of speciation. You can research the Galapagos, the finches of the Galapagos Islands, and there was a number of biologists that went to the Galapagos Islands, and they actually observed speciation occur. So there was, due to some external environmental factor, there was one group of or one subspecies of finches that ceased to reproduce with each other, and a different species came about because of that. And it happens with plant life. It happens with butterflies and moths and birds and many lower. I'm going to say lower, but certain types of organisms. So speciation is real. It happens. Now, am I saying? Go ahead, brother.
I was just gonna say that's not evolution, though.
Yeah, but technically, based on the definition, the actual definition of evolution, it says things change with time.
Okay,
That's all
now
it says.
is it, now when it changes, it's supposed to change for the better, or because it's evolving, not devolving?
Right. And there are certain external factors. There is food pressures or dietary pressures. There is environmental pressures. There are sexual pressures, right? So when animals or organisms mate with certain other animals or organisms, that creates a certain change in the genetic frequency or the allele frequencies of the genes, and that change adapts to the environment to the best of its ability in order for that organism to survive in nature. That's basically what evolution is. It doesn't claim that we came from monkeys. That's not what the claim. That's not what evolution.
The only thing is, though, you got evidence that other creatures either. Now, here's the key thing: they were either adapted to their environment or created for their environment, but we were not, because we don't look a certain way in a certain environment.
Yeah.
Could you go into that, brother?
Okay, like
I'm sorry, Brother Shaka, if I'm taking too much of your time, brother.
Okay, let's take a mantis. They're mantis that look like leaves on a tree.
Right.
Do you think, does that happen because they saw a tree and said, let me shape shift my body into looking like a leaf? Or was it just done like that? Because if they just come out of nowhere, how can they look like something that's totally unrelated to it?
Well,
Right.
in evolution, well, thank you. In evolution, you have a phenomenon that occurs that's called adaptation. And adaptation is also physical. So if you're a bug around predators that like you, but you're also around vegetation, somewhere along the way, some things occur to change your molecular structure physically to allow you to look more like the thing that can give you cover. Another instance of adaptation is a mimic octopus. They mimic
Yes.
sea anemone and stars, sea stars. So adaptation probably is the word you're looking for.
Not really, because you have to prove that that takes place first before you can use a word like that. I mean, again, you can't have a creature say, there's a stick. I want to trap prey. Let me turn my body into a stick. How does somebody adapt to that and to looking like a
Well,
stick?
well,
I don't know any animal that says anything like
yeah.
like, so I think we
Well, when
maybe
you
it's a
say
loose.
adaptation, you're implying that this just happens by
No,
some reason.
I'm saying
no,
we're implying it happens over time. It's a
yeah,
change that
and
occurs for survival that happens over time.
right,
But nobody
right.
has ever proven that or demonstrated that. They just
Well,
suggested it.
you have to keep in mind, brother, that adaptation occurs over a very, 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 very long time. That's why they can only observe it in small, small, small organisms like gnats and flies and butterflies and plants. They can actually observe plants adapt and so-called go through the process of speciation.
Yeah, but plants are
You can't,
different though.
right, with their life forms, and they
Yeah,
have
but as far as
genes.
evolution, can I make a comment on it right quick, please?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, as far as evolution, like evolution, I really don't deal with evolution because evolution comes from Darwinism, and then they got hidden secrets in their knowledge. So evolution is really meant to be to put an end to the everlasting technique on the way that we do things. So like evolution is okay and then it's cool, but anything that's new is not real.
I mean, but the
Hold
thing
on,
is,
say that again. Anything that is new is not real.
Yeah, it's not original, I mean, to be exact.
Oh, okay, all right, all right.
I mean, but unfortunately, this reminds me of a book I was listening to called Crazy Talk, Stupid Talk. And I'm not saying anybody is committing that, but after a while, we're getting into semantics, and the semantics are they're very they're just unnecessary after a while. Yes, granted, Mr. Darwin was a practicing racist, but should we dismiss the word evolution when it has practical and verifiable use and there's evidence of
Yeah,
it? I don't think so. Are you going to
yeah,
stop using the word car if you find out that Mr. Ford was racist and he didn't want black people to drive his car? No, you're not going to stop saying that word. You know what I'm saying? It still has a
no,
use. It still has a function.
no. Matter of fact, you telling the truth about that. But the reason why I say that because when you do the research on Darwin, Darwin did have some type of prehistorical evidence. But then when he looked in there, he was looking for dinosaur evidence. He seen a foot, and then he seen that the carbon data of the foot led back to a Negro descent. And then when they came in to view it, he bashed the foot and broke it. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say, like, evolution was really based on him. Even like when you listen to like the stories of Inky, I don't listen to Inky when it come from Zachariah Stitching because it only came out in 1979. So no, I mean, so no, it's like I'm not. It's like as far as that, I'm not going to deal with it. Like me, I'm trying to open my school with my own philosophy and in my own form of Hebrew typology from a Semitic standpoint. So that's why I know what I'm saying. I'm saying it the way that I say it. So like when you hear evolution, evolution is meant to put it in the everlasting. But then when we look into like books and then we read about Kemet or we read about Metanetta, we hear about everlasting, prime eval, EVAL, not EVIL, right or wrong. You know what I mean? So eval is like because certain words is cut off because certain people got a hold of certain books. But when you look at eval, eval mean everlasting. That's why when you look at our man, he's in the beginning of creation, the where he's before our tomb, but then you see him again as Amenhotep the third and so on and so forth. And then it's the same way, like if you look at like a Moses situation, that was an everlasting, because when you look at Egypt, it was 8 people by the name of Moses. There's an everlasting situation. You know what I mean? We out of sync
All right.
because we
Okay.
doing everything. We
Okay.
keep changing.
All right, brother. Hold on. Yes, brother. Just to make sure that he doesn't turn into a monologue again. But thanks for the contribution. However, um, now I wanted to ask briefly to Alquan, how Alquan, are you aware of Brother Holip's response to your statement?
Response?
Well, yes, you know yesterday's live stream. Um, he went and left a comment on
Okay.
the video for yesterday's live stream, and he addressed the accusation that you made against him. So I would say, and when you have time at the beginning of the live stream, some people talked about your intervention yesterday, and they shared their opinion about the things that you said. But I'm not going to try to sound like a preacher, but the situation between you and Holy, the root of the situation is really not serious, and there's no need for that situation to continue. I don't know you personally. I know Brother Holip. I haven't met him in person, but I've been communicating with him for many years, and he appears to be sincere. I never heard him in any foul play or any foul stuff. So just the issue of donation or merchandise, it's really not worth beefing.
Well, I'll tell you where it all started from. It started from something simple, like you said. I just asked them a question. I just wanted to know what the BAIO was all about. And I asked the simplest question. That's how you get to the heart of the matter. Just ask a simple question. And the question I asked was, when are you guys going to Africa? And then just from asking that question, I get a whole bunch of hell from everybody. And that's where it all started. And I spoke it to the guy in person, well, not in person, but online. And I asked him some simple questions again. Every time I ask him questions, he gets upset. When people get upset when you ask questions, you know that they're withholding information.
Not necessarily. They might be tired of the same question.
Well, they don't answer it, but they get upset with the same question.
Sorry, it did cut off, so I didn't hear what you said.
And I said when they never answer, but they get upset every time you ask, looking for an answer, that means something. It's like if you ask somebody
But
who
but
owes you money, "Where's my money?" Shut up. you
well,
know?
but at this point, I think we can all agree that Brother Holy did not scam anybody. He did not steal from anyone. So is there any problem?
Oh no, the scamming part. No, he did scam. He's scamming now with the BAIO because this Afghanistan stuff, that's a con job. That's going to Africa, that's a con job. And I'm
Okay.
glad that came up because it reminded me that I did not put the video up on my current channel because it was up on the last channel I had. So I did put the video up with the evidence on my current
Okay.
channel right now.
Okay. So you're
Brother
saying that the
Shaka, can
brother
I
scam?
respond to that?
Yes, Brother Carfrey, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, as a BAIO member myself, I feel as though I've listened to Brother Hollop's message and Brother Dawood's message long enough. And for starters, the lovely sister last night, she cleared a lot of misinformation. That's number one. So if I'm not going to rehash into that. If anybody wants to reference that, they can refer back to the last night's live stream that Brother Shaka put out. Number two, the BAIO, Brother Hollop and Brother Daoud, has been since the beginning, really. They have been saying repeatedly that no, they're not advocating just getting up, packing up, and going to Africa willy-nilly, because that's not logical, right? They've often said that the basic plan is to link up with like-minded people first here in America, right? And then we plan. So we link up with other people in different fields of specialty, such as engineering or science or politics or government work or, whatever. So the idea is to, as they used to say, muster the troops to get everybody together, build a social network, build a social movement first. And then once we have the social movement in place and once there is some type of traction as far as the numbers, then further planning will take place, and we move forward after that place. But they're not going to put the cart before the horse and say, all right, let's just all go up to Africa, just pack up and go to Africa willy-nilly. That's not the plan, and never was the plan. And as far as I'm concerned, that never will be the plan. So the point is, we need to muster the troops here first, build a social gathering first, further plan out certain agendas and steps before we even get to the continent, because it's not going to be some disorganized hot mess. Right, so that's all I just wanted to say about the BAIO and where we're going.
Well, I mean, I've spoken to these people over a number of years, and they always maintained, you know, as you hear their videos, they always say, oh, man, I want to go to Africa. I can't wait to get out of here. I'm tired of this white man. And people aren't tired of this. You want your own land, feed them an opportunity. Then you ask them how you're going to get the land. Which African country is going to be dumb enough to actually give some strangers some land so they can form their own nation in their country? And they get upset when you ask these questions. And your man, Prince Dynas the Mayor, another guy selling merchandise, and you know his thing. You know, the whole point is it's just, I hate to say it, but it's suckering people into. And he's not a Black American either, so I think what's really going on is they're looking for people who are looking for
Prince Dynas.
Right. I think he said it himself.
The brother from Atlanta.
He said it himself. He's Nigerian.
Well, he may not be. He may not be an American ideologically, but the brother is from Atlanta. He travels to Africa often, and he provides a network and a link between West Africa and people in America and also in Europe. That's all the brother does. That's the
actually he does a little more than that, because I actually have
sell merchandise.
Right,
There's nothing wrong with that.
But hold up, though, I have a video on that. It's not just.
As a matter of fact, I plan on getting one of his books.
Oh, that's nice.
Sticky Hair's Kingly Hair.
That's nice. Now
I have children, and I have children. I want them to read that book, so I support the dynasty.
Well, you're definitely a BAIO member, that's for sure. But here's the situation. Your man Dynas, he's selling African goods, putting out African tours that get or sucker Black Americans into going to Africa and investing in there. He's getting paid pretty well. But what he doesn't do is he's not moving there when he could. But see,
okay, hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother, but okay, I get your point. Now you don't agree with the method. Obviously, you label them suckers. You have the right to disagree with them. I don't think it's cool to call them suckers, but you're
no. I said I said they're suckering people.
Okay, my bad. But just for clarity, earlier you mentioned some scamming. This is a strong accusation.
Right, and I don't make labels like that unless I got the proof to back it up.
So when you came in yesterday, instead of talking about a donation button or merchandise, why didn't you mention the scamming? Scamming is worse than having a donation button or selling merchandise.
Oh, because that's concerning Prince Dynas. We were talking about whole lip yesterday.
Okay. So just for the record, whole lip. You're not saying that whole lip has scammed anyone, right?
Not financially, but his BAIO.
Okay, well, no, if it's not financially, there's no other way. There's no spiritual scamming. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, if you dislike the guy, it's on you. But
well, I probably would have a different feeling on the guy if the guy would just answer questions instead of getting upset and calling people niggers and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, I've been okay. I get your point, but you need to be fair. You need to be fair.
But let me tell you this, though. Prince Dynas, you can't deny.
No, but that guy, no, hold on. That guy, I don't know. I know Holy. I don't even know that other guy.
I was going to say, you can't deny he's scamming with that carrot bar stuff.
I don't even know that guy. I don't know what he does. But, sister, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject. I am part of the BAIO, too. I just joined. And I can't say I know through and through everything that's been happening, but I am familiar with the website, the part that the lady yesterday read off and everything. I don't think there's anything wrong with free enterprise. Perhaps, in Prince Dynas, he's selling his books, which I think is constructive, and he's offering people a way to to, put money into something that's more substantial than the fiat currency that's presently, being presented to us that we're being allowed to use. And everything deserves due diligence if you're going to do it. Just because he's doing it and part of the BAIO doesn't necessarily mean he's scamming. It doesn't mean he's illegitimate. But I'm going to speak up and say that earlier I spoke to your presentation and your demeanor yesterday on the live, and then I also heard you with Dynas and Kala a couple weeks ago, and the way you came across it came across very puerile. I'm not calling you this. I'm telling you the impression I got was very childish, petulant, and then also like you were just there to antagonize. I just want to know two things. You don't agree with the BAIO. Fine. You don't agree with wait, hold up. That threw me off. Okay, I get it. You don't agree with the BAIO and you have questions. But what constructive alternatives are you presenting yourself to African or African American people that want to either go back to the continent or make some sort of bridge to America between Black people here and African people there? What are you doing? Because again, the level of criticism and the level of jovialness you're having giving this so-called criticism, to me, it sounds like you're a skeptic, aka troll, having fun, just jabbing at people.
All right. Allow me to answer, please. First of all, with these guys are running a scam, because the one thing when I go on live with them, what I have to do is I have to speak fast because I know they're about to hit the trigger and get rid of me. That is what they're going to do. So that's why I have to speak fast and speak the way that I speak. And as far as what I'm doing in regards to trying to connect Black Americans to Africa, I'm not doing anything because I don't believe in that. Because we have nothing to do with Africa. Africa is, in our connection to Africa, that's all fraudulent. We have no connection. We are from here. That's where the evidence shows. That's why nobody can pinpoint anything, any connection to Black America with Africa. And if they try to do it, the only thing they come up with is the Gullah Geechee, and that is it. Anything else is null and void. So what I do is I try to wake my people up to the heart of the matter, and people are waking up. And you got other people out there with bigger platforms than mine. The channel I have now is alright, but the channel I had before was really popping. But some coons had to shut that down. Not these BAIO people, but some other people. And I see other people like the young Pharaoh, Tariq Nasheed, they're copying some of the stuff and putting it out there in the wrong way, but it's getting out there, so that's a good thing. Africa is not our homeland. It's Dynas the mayor's homeland.
All right.
I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. No, it's okay, but sister, don't say sorry. Brother Aquan, so you don't believe that Africans were brought to the Americas during the slave trade?
Well, let me specify. I deal with the United States, and there's no evidence of that. There's only the word of the white man and his brainwashing propaganda.
Okay, all right.
So, brother, wait a minute.
I don't agree, but
hold on. So you're saying that the transatlantic slave trade did not occur? Is that the gist of what you're saying, brother?
I'm saying if there was any transatlantic slave trade, it was definitely not at the scale that the white man says it was, because it's numerically and physically, logistically impossible.
But now there's two different things you're saying, because earlier it's not really what you said. When I was asking you, do you believe that the Africans were not brought over to the Americas? If I understood correctly, you said that you don't believe that. But now you answered that if it happened, it was not to the scale that the Europeans say.
Right.
Don't you find that a bit contradictory?
No. Because I qualified it. I said if. Just like OJ, if I did it.
So Godfrey, can you ask the question again, please?
Is the gist of your proposition, I want to say, are you saying that the transatlantic slave trade did not happen the way it is portrayed in history, in African studies, whatever, scholarly books? Are you saying that the transatlantic slave trade did not occur the way it's portrayed?
Okay, the way you asked that question, I can give you a clear-cut answer, and that answer is yes.
Okay, so yeah, all right. So I mean, that seals the deal. So
And it's not. See, now you changed it around. See, see, people get slick. But you got to understand, it's not by what I think, not what I believe, not what I prefer. It's where the evidence goes. And on my channel, I present evidence, I present logic, I present debate, and nobody wins against me. That's why people get emotional. Cool. That's why people get emotional.
So I got a question. So we're in America, right?
Yes, we are.
Do you advocate for people of African descent? I don't know if you believe that we are of African descent. That
we're not.
Came. So all right. So you believe we are indigenous to this country, this land?
That's right. Why do you think there's so much attention focused on us?
So you think we're Native American?
Right. That's what the evidence shows.
Okay.
Well, actually,
all right. So now I understand what we're dealing with.
Not really.
Okay, go ahead, sister.
Go ahead. You're the host. Go ahead. I want to let you go. I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. So would you say that the DNA test that African Americans take, or Black people in America take, and that ties them to some different locations in Africa, do you think, or do you believe that those DNA test results are false?
Yeah, total BS. And that's been clear cut. Even I had a mini debate with that clown on the Dagger Squad, Garfield. And he even contradicted himself because he played a video from the guy that's the black dude that's ahead of a DNA test. And he says the stuff is BS.
Okay. Now, are you qualified in genetics?
No, I'm not.
So what makes you say that those DNA tests are BS?
Well, this is why. I'm about to explain it to you right now. Often you hear somebody say that they took a DNA test, right? And it came back that they had sub-Saharan African DNA. Now, if you have half a brain, you should know that there's no such thing as sub-Saharan African DNA, and there's no such thing as a sub-Saharan African. So there can't be any DNA. So because of that alone, there are other examples, like somebody saying, "Oh, well, you're a Sephardic Jew by DNA."
Okay, I'm sorry. Now, Sephardic Jew, that's something else. But just for clarity's sake, what do you mean when you say there's no such thing as a sub-Saharan African?
Right. Point me to one. Tell me what one is supposed to look like.
Well, it's not about looks. It's about genetics.
Well, if it's about genetics, it has to be about looks.
Okay. I get your point. Now. I don't agree, but I get your point. Are you a Moor?
No, I don't believe in any of that spooky craziness, and no religion either.
Okay, hold up. I got to say something real quick. The fact that you said spooky shows that there is an implantation of self-hate, that anti-blackness. Because I'm saying it with respect. Because here's the thing: why is something that has to do with African people, wherever they are in the world, and the method they decide to live in to establish order, why is that spooky? You see what I'm saying? That's something that I expect a racist white person to say. And then the other thing I want to say, okay, with all due respect, you don't agree that we are African people transitioned over by force to America. I get that. But Why waste your own time and the time of other people that do want to make a connection, whether or not historically we are from Africa or not?
All
Why
right.
waste time to discourage and literally troll people that want to go over to either expatriate fully or be in Africa part time, in America part time?
All
I
right.
don't see the constructive value in
All
that.
right.
So
Let
please
me.
explain that to
All right.
me.
I definitely will. First, let me tackle the first one. The more thing that is spooky because that's total fantasy. When I say more, I'm talking Moorish Science Temple. That's what I'm talking. That's some spooky, fantastical craziness that it has no basis in truth whatsoever, along with the Nation of Islam. And yes, I have debated Nation of Islam ministers, and they can't deal with me. So that's the more stuff I'm talking about. Now, as far as wasting my time or what people call,
Nobody can deal with you, but keep going.
well, I mean, hey, they can't, but because I only argue about what I know. So as far as wasting my time with
I'm
some
sorry.
people,
I'm sorry. I apologize, but you don't know about genetics, right? You're still arguing about
oh no,
genetics.
I wasn't really arguing that. Somebody else brought that up.
Okay, but you said that the genetic results, the
No,
genetic test results are false, right?
right, right. But we didn't go deeper though. We didn't go deeper. We can go deeper.
Okay, okay, but keep going, keep going.
Now, as far as wasting my time with some people who disagree with people, they call it trolling. When they don't want to answer questions, you're a troll. When you ask the wrong questions, which are the right questions to me, and you don't want to answer, it's called trolling. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm not wasting my time. I'm actually enhancing my time and trying to help other people stop wasting their time with these fantastic stories such as the African slave trade, roots, all this craziness that does not exist and there's no evidence of it. That's why you can't find a slave ship. And you ask people to find one, you ask people to
You
point
know,
to
you know,
one,
you
they
know.
point to planks.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, and I'm glad you said that. This is an argument that many Moors have. They say, "Show us the slave ships that brought us over." You could ask the same question with the Europeans that came over. Show us the slave ships that the Europeans
Oh,
used
I do.
to go to the Americas. Because the thing is that some of them were the wood was reused. Some of them were abandoned. I mean, that's hundreds of years ago.
Well,
Even
on my,
cars, even cars, many cars, we don't see them anymore. They are scrapped. They are sent to different locations. They are
well,
taken
you said they were
apart.
scrapped. You said they were scrapped, but we still could find a car from 1950, 1930, 1920.
Yes, but
Hold up.
boats, that's not the same time period. The slave trade, that's
So
that's like
No,
the,
but
the
you threw out the car example. I'm just showing you we could find a car from any period from the first car to now. We can still
well,
see
I
it.
mean, if we're gonna go that far to say show us the slave ships, why don't we ask for the Nia or the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria or whatever them things were called? Why don't we ask for that? Why don't we ask for the Viking ships? Why
Oh,
don't we go as far as
see. That's the thing.
but
We
you
can
get
find
the
those.
point I'm saying the point I'm making is after a while we're wasting time in the sense to say, well, I'm going to disagree with this because there isn't any surviving evidence or whatever. Whatever. Fine. Okay, let's just say this. You can stand on that. That can be your ideology. But when I say trolling, when I witness you primarily over talking, saying things like I shut him down, I slapped them, I did this, things that, and I'm not a sensitive person, but I try to act according to the compensatory code. And I know that two of the problems we are having as African people, or whatever you think as a non-white person in the system of racism, we are doing too much squabbling and too much name calling. And that's what I witnessed you do yesterday. That's what I witnessed you do on Dynas Live a few weeks ago. There's nothing constructive about that. And that's what makes it the term trolling. And that's what makes it also disheartening because we're making entertainment for people that practice racism. They're looking at us being splintered in public and not able to hold true discourse in an orderly fashion. And we're also edifying the stereotypes that they've set out for other non-white people that aren't black, but still these non-white people that have been told, you see those black people, they just can't get it together. Look at them
Yeah.
again, name calling, going back and forth, disagreeably.
Right.
That's the part I'm pointing out to you and
But
asking you why is that constructive? How is that constructive?
I definitely agree with that, even though I don't recall calling Dynast any names because, he's kind of cool, even though I still call him out. But when you
But
ask
you
that
basically
question,
said he was scamming people, bro.
that she was just talking about constructive conversation, and here you go. But
Well,
see,
I'm just keeping it real. You basically
I was in the middle of
alluded.
speaking. I was in the middle of
Go
speaking,
ahead,
trying to
bro.
address
Go
her.
ahead. Go ahead.
And after a while, you're going to realize, well, never mind, I'm not going to say that. But let's say this. Since you talk about name calling, how about Holip? When I ask the man simple questions in a respectful manner, I get called nigger, bitch ass, anything you could think of to avoid answering the question. Is that
Okay,
constructive?
brother, this is your account of the situation. Holy might have another side. I don't know if you would agree, but maybe he will hop in and have a
He
discussion
won't.
with you. But in assuming that you ask him a question, did you say he will, or did you say he won't?
He won't. He won't jump in. He's
Okay, all
scared
right.
straight.
What is this obsession with
No, I
Holla?
wouldn't. Well, okay. But
Why
but
the
but
obsession with Holla, brother?
go ahead, brother. I didn't hear you, brother Kafra.
Why is there such an obsession with Holla and the BAIO and Brother Daoud and Dynas? Why the obsession?
Well, I'll tell you where it started because number one, I've been watching you guys for years, and I was thinking, okay, well, these guys sound like they about to be about something. Then after a while, you keep listening, you're like, they keep saying, man, I'm going to Africa. I can't wait to get to Africa. I'm tired of the white man. And then they say that they're black professionals. I'm like, well, if they're black professionals, that means they must be making at least 50, 60 G's a year. So what's holding them back? They can get to Africa and move there if they
Well,
wanted
can I
to.
answer that? Can I answer that?
Well, that wasn't a question.
Oh, well, go ahead.
So then I said, well, let me ask these people live and see, if I have everything right in my assessment of the BAIO. And actually, they enlightened me more with their hostile reactions. Every time someone reacts in a negative way and they resort to name calling, that means that they have something to hide. And
I
Kayla
can't
Jennison,
speak for them. I can't speak for them. They're grown men, but I can answer that. I can answer that if you still got questions about it, brother.
well, I think they've answered all the questions. Okay, well, you said that they're not going to Africa anytime, and they said that's not the statement, but that is what their mission is to get to Africa, form something that they want to call Afghanistan, form their own nation in Africa. And that's just not possible. I asked some simple
Wait,
questions like, who's going to actually set aside free land for some people to come in and form their own nation, a nation that could end up hostile to them? Who's going to do that?
well, well,
Ghana did that.
right.
Well, how come the BAIO didn't take them up on it then?
And the first thing you have to understand, brother, that this is the plan is for this organization to be a multi-generational organization. I mean, I've heard some of the members say, "Look, man, we just trying to lay down the groundworks for the descendants that'll come after us. It's a good chance we may not even see this coming to fruition." I've heard them say this before. So this is a multi-generational agenda. Okay, so yes, it is comprised of a lot of working professionals. And I'm sorry, brother, I'm just not gonna drop my job, take my family to Africa into some unknown place
There you go.
without any infrastructure in place where we can come in and live in a society with all of the modern amenities. But
There you go. There you go.
wait. They've said this numerous times, bro. Matter of fact, the mantra of the organization is land, infrastructure, and nationhood. So we need a land. That land has to have modern infrastructure, soft and hard, and it has to be our nation of African diasporans. Or if you don't want to call yourself a diasporan, then fine. But for those of us who consider ourselves descendants of African slaves, we want a land of our own, a territory of our own, a nation that we build from the ground up. When we talk about hard infrastructure, the roads, the bridges, the telephone networks, the power industries, the refineries, the chemical plant, the stores, whatever have you, the businesses, homes, whatever, and the soft infrastructure, the internet network, the communication networks, and many other things. And the concept of nationhood, having our own nation. The reason we haven't gone back to Africa yet is because we're just going to go to Africa to be a citizen of another country with a whole other culture, with a whole other experience
And
and
that's why that's
background.
never going to happen, because you guys are having an unattainable
Well,
goal.
you can say it's
Oh
never going to
wow.
happen. You
Yeah,
can say it's never going to happen,
but again,
but that doesn't mean that is the truth. I'm just giving you what
right.
the agenda is.
But
That's all I'm doing, brother.
one of the last
You're speaking
conversations,
your own opinion.
well, one of the last conversations I had with Holit was, he said, like you said, you want to build a nation,
Yes,
but a nation
that's the
in
plan.
Africa, right? A nation in Africa. And I told him, I said, if you wanted to build a nation, you don't need to go to Africa to build a nation, and you don't need land to build a nation.
Hold up, hold
Okay,
up, hold
okay.
up.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm
you
sorry.
really,
Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, yeah, yes. Thank you. Um, Now, are you planning to build a nation in America?
Who, me?
Yes.
Well, I'm not of the ideology of the BAIO.
Hello.
digression.
Yeah, I said hello. I said I'm not of the ideology of the BAIO, so that's not my mission
No,
statement.
no, that's not the question I asked you. I asked you if you are planning on building a nation in America because you said that it will not work in Africa. So,
No,
are
that's
you planning
them.
on building a nation in America?
No, that's for the BAIO. That's not for me.
And
That
that's a
question.
good question, Chaka. That's a good question
Okay.
because we
Okay.
often ask that a lot from different ideologies and movements and organizations. What is your end game?
So
What's
wait,
your
wait.
end game?
Can I
Go
insert
ahead, sis. Go
a
ahead, sis.
question along with that? What's your end game, considering we have people that are literally setting up infrastructure that is going to be nested between Earth and Mars and on the planet Mars? Telling me that these people can find a way, the materials and the ability to land or make useful the land and make an infrastructure on Mars before we could go back to the continent? That's what you really saying?
Well, first of all, the Van Allen belts that prohibits any life forms from escaping the realm of the Earth. So that Mars stuff that's BS. Number two, we don't come from Africa, so we can't go back. See, I
Well,
think.
and that's your opinion, brother.
Well, no, that's a
Just,
fact,
just
and I could prove that, and I could disprove any African connection, and that's the reason why when people see, here's the thing: a lot of Black
well, that's
Americans,
fine.
but hold up,
But what's your end game?
but hold up, a lot of Black Americans, we want a connection outside of this country, just like an Italian or somebody else, because everybody else does. So we're like, okay, where's our connection at? So we try to hold on to some Africa stuff because that's what the white man said. But what your grandmother said, what your mother said, is we're Native Americans. That's what they said, not the white man.
Okay. Okay. And I would like to just ask you a few questions now. You said that as far as you're concerned, the Africans were not brought to the Americas during the slave trade. Now, all the artifacts in the slavery museums, are you saying that they are false?
See, here's the way people conflate the issue. I didn't say slavery did not exist. I said the transatlantic slave trade. That's a different situation.
Okay. All the artifacts about the transatlantic slave trade, are you saying that they are false? The chains, the records about the ships and the travels and the amount of Africans that were brought over, the amounts for which they were sold, the goods that were brought back and so on. Are you saying that all of these records are false?
Well, chains supposedly put on slaves. That's not necessarily unique to any Atlantic slave trade. And as far as the ship logs are concerned, W.E.B. Du Bois said that there are around 12 million total African shipped throughout the entire Western Hemisphere throughout the whole duration of slavery. So right there, if you do the math on that, shit don't add up.
Fine. Now, you must admit there's a contradiction with your statements. Because
No,
first you said that as far as you're concerned, there was no transatlantic slave trade, but now you quoted W.D. Du Bois with 20 million
12
people.
million, 12 million.
Okay, I'm sorry, 12 million. So
Right.
we go from 0 to 12 million.
No, no,
12 million.
no. See, sir, you're trying to be slick, but W.E.B. Du Bois, I quote him because people respect his word. So you can't deny his figures if you're going to go with that transatlantic slave trade. So that means you can't really inflate the numbers and go like Khalid Muhammad once said 100 million died on the Middle Passage alone, which
Okay,
is outrageous, of course.
okay. But the issue here is not the numbers being inflated or not. Now, I can ask you the question once again, or I can go differently. Um, Du Bois said 12 million Africans were brought over to the Americas. That's what you said, right? Do we
Right.
agree on that?
And the Americas, that's the entire Western
Fine,
Hemisphere.
fine. So you mean including the Caribbeans and so on, right?
Everything up down to Chile. From
Okay, okay. Do you agree with that statement from Du Bois?
I really don't, but since a lot of people do, I quote that.
Okay, so how many people would you say were brought over from Africa to the Americas if you give an estimation?
See, that is something I'm not going to do because number one, when people say check ship logs, number one, if you check ship logs, I guarantee you it's not going to add up to over 12 million. I even question if Du Bois even checked ship logs because number one, where the hell are the ships at? If the ships didn't survive, how did the logs survive?
Fine. I understand what you're saying. But my question to you is what will be your estimation when it comes to the amount, the figure, the number of Africans who were taken from Africa and brought to the Americas? What will be your estimation?
If I had to estimate, and this is just a rough guess, no evidence to go along with it, it has to be 500,000 at best.
Fine. So, in assuming that we estimate that there was 500,000 Africans taken from Africa and brought to the Americans, that was during the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, wasn't it?
I guess if you want to be technical about it, I guess you could say that.
So the transatlantic slave trade did exist, did happen,
Well, like I
did
said, if
take
you want
place.
to be technical, I mean, they had to come across the Atlantic, right? So, I mean, technically, that's if you want to call it that, yeah.
All
But
right.
it's nowhere like roots going over to Africa and just bashing people over the head and just taking a whole bunch of people. I mean, come on.
I mean, the way it was or the way it took place, that's, I think, another discussion. But I'm happy with your answer. I'm happy with your answer. Your issue is the amount, the number of people who
The
are brought
amount and
over.
the origins. We were already here. All they
And
did was
origin.
just bring a
But
few
but
others.
fine. Now, as for the people who were in America, the black people, as you believe, that were in America.
Now, not that I believe, as the evidence shows.
Okay, so Europeans came to the Americas and they took over the land. They conquered.
Right.
Right. How come we don't have no remnants of the Native American languages amongst black people in America?
I'm sure we do.
You sure? Do
Yeah,
you
I
know?
mean, we have there are people who go to powwows and then they say a few words here and there. I mean, but I tell you this. I'll
That's
tell you
not
this:
evidence,
we
bro.
have zero remnants of any African language or any African culture. That's why you people can only say African. You can't say
That's
okay,
not
this is a
true,
particular.
man.
Yeah, well, yes, it
You
is.
never
Oh
been.
no,
You
that's
never
not
been to
true at
New
all.
Orleans. You
Huh?
never been to
I was
New
about
Orleans,
to
brother.
say, please let me tell him, sir.
Oh, New
You
Orleans is different
absolutely,
How is it different?
because they imported some.
exactly.
The French were there, Spanish were there. They imported some Haitians there too. So it's
Let,
different.
let's let the sister speak. Just for a minute, please. Go ahead, sister.
Have you heard of Congo Square, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Well, what do you know about Congo Square?
They claim that's where Africans were, and it was set up because there were so many of them. But we don't come from a Congo.
Hold up. Wait, no. Answer the question a little bit better than that because that was really, really ambiguous.
Yeah, and
Can you
that's
give us a
I don't
more
know the details, but this
specified
is what other people have told me, so that's why I'm going by that.
Okay, so with that said, I'm not even about to educate you fully on Congo Square. That's something you really need to do some due diligence and find out, but you're not saying things that are true right now. I'm a prime example of that because I am from New Orleans and I see the African culture every time I go outside my door. You know, every time I interact with my family, hell, myself. I'm an African person. I have African heritage. Okay, and that came by way, unfortunately, by the force of racism, white supremacy. And I understand if you want to divest from that from yourself or whatever, but to go around spreading this among people that don't understand fully what has happened to them epigenetically, historically, and to also propagate that possibly among children who already don't have an emotional or mental investment in finding out who they are, it's really a disservice. And it may be a greater thing than that. But I don't think this is the correct thing for you to do. I think maybe you find your tribe of people that want to be Aborigine and do what y'all do as Aborigine. Good luck with that in white America. But I don't see the point of, continuing to revolve among a group of people up front you don't agree with and you're going to have divergence with. You get what I'm saying? And
Right.
to go back and forth and volley like this, again, we're not building at this point. It's us literally, like, to use a metaphor, we literally picking it out off our scalps
Well, we
right
kind of
now.
have to do that in order to reveal the truth because, see, what you just said, you want a story, a feel-good story. People like me, I want the truth because I grew up in a family
No,
I was
I don't
lied
want to
to.
feel the story. I don't want to feel the story.
Okay,
I
well,
want to know the truth.
right, that's what I'm
But what I'm
at.
telling, what I'm telling you is, I substitute teach, and I remember the day I walked into a classroom, and we were going over. I didn't know that we were going to be going over slavery in this particular 8th grade class, and this 8th grade young African American man looked down, sucked his teeth, and was like, "Man, why we gotta learn this stuff, man? Who want to hear about all that?" Imagine if you I can only imagine if you would have been in that classroom and said, "Son, don't even worry about all that. You know what? Matter of fact, we Aborigine when we got so many other documents and texts saying otherwise." That's miseducation, and that is also a tool of white supremacy. When we go around surmising stuff that we don't have no evidence of, or is contrary to the evidence we do have, just because we want to feel like we weren't, subjugated. Unfortunately, we were, and we still are. You know, and then another thing is, one other thing before you speak. When you say we can, we don't have to go to Africa to have a nation. You think you're gonna do it in America? They don't even want the original nations to have nationhood in America.
Right, and that's us. But
As
let
a
me
matter
just.
of fact, if I can add to what the sister was saying, bro, and you have to understand, there were a group of whites who wanted their own nation, and guess what happened? Thousands and thousands of bodies were laid to ground, bro, because of the Civil War.
Yeah, but that was a different
So
situation, though.
no. They had a group of people who wanted to separate from the Union. Same deal. So my question is, as the sister so eloquently put it, if you want to remain here, which is fine if you want to stay here, what is your end game? Because I'm gonna tell you, I don't know if you're aware,
Well,
Shaka. You probably are because it's international news by now. But African people in this country We're facing a lot of problems right now, a lot of problems, and we've been facing these problems for a long time. So is the solution to establish your own separate territory and claim your own state or whatever? What is the solution? Because I'm about solutions right now.
Me too. And again, see, when I go on to a BAIO members chat, this is why I have to speak fast and get to the point, because a lot of times they like to cut you off a lot of times so you don't get that information out. But
Hold on, brother. Aquan, you don't have to speak fast. You can speak slow as you
okay.
want. But he wasn't asking you about
No, I'm saying
BAIO, though.
this is a tactic that they use.
He
That's
was
what I'm saying.
It's just a logical
okay.
question.
Well,
But I got to answer the ladies' questions first.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So she mentioned being subjugated, and we're ashamed of that. See, again, slavery happened. That means that we were subjugated. We don't deny that. It's the transatlantic slave trade and the way that they describe it. That's the problem. And the problem is not whether or not I like it, not whether or not I like to admit it or not. It's about where is the evidence. When you start examining things closely, that's when you start asking questions. Just like when I ask questions about the BAIO and I don't get answers, then I start digging deeper on my own. And the deeper you go, the more you start realizing not only does stuff not make sense, but there's no evidence of it. You want to find a slave ship. How come you can't find a slave ship? You can find a Viking ship. You can find a Roman ship. You can find ancient Egyptian ships. You can find ancient Greek ships. But you can't find a slave ship. And the only one they come up with is that one in Alabama. And that's nothing but a bunch of wood planks that don't tell you a damn thing about nothing. If the slave trade was that extensive, there should be ships all over the place. And the other thing is, a lot of people make the excuses that, oh, well, they took them apart. Shipworms ate the ships apart. All types of stuff. Where they weren't really slave ships. They were cargo ships, or they were just regular ships converted into slave ships. But yet we have that famous schematic of the slaves packed like sardines. That is not a mere cargo ship. That is a specialized slave ship. And we need to see that. But we can't see it.
all right. Now, obviously, you don't believe that a ship can be converted. You don't believe that they can add layers or different, layers. They can build and add wood and so on. And you obviously don't believe that indeed worms and other elements might cause a deterioration of a boat to the point where people will no longer conserve it. As for Egyptian boats and other boats, the Egyptian boats, they were in certain condition. That's why they were preserved. But earlier you said, on estimation, there's 500,000 Africans who were brought over to the Americas.
Right, if I had to throw out a number for
Yes. So how do you think they went to the Americas? That was on ships, right?
Right. So where are the ships?
Regardless of where the ships are.
I got you now. Now I got you.
You can say that if you want. I don't feel that way, but that's fine. That's fine. Regardless of where the ships are, you said yourself that on estimation, there were 500,000 Africans who were brought over to the Americas. So regardless of where the ships are today, hundreds of years later, they had to have been brought over by ships. Do we agree with that?
Maybe they flew.
Come again?
No, I'm joking with you, but yeah, If I threw that number out because you asked if I had to take a guess at a number.
Well, if you want to lower your estimation, then feel free.
No. Well, see, my focus is not on that. My focus is not on what I can guess or what I like to believe. The focus is on what can be proven and what cannot be proven. And one thing we noticed that we get inundated with a lot of slave movies to brainwash us into thinking that we're African. And then we have other people who come into this country and they come with the red, black, and green stuff and tell us we're Africans, hey, African brother, and all that kind of stuff. And this is alien to us. If they didn't tell us this, we wouldn't even know about any Africa.
Okay, go ahead, sister.
I want to submit something. I've been to a museum in Evanston, Illinois, and it's called the Halem Time and Glass Museum. There's a section dedicated to nautical devices that date back to the 17th century. I'm not saying that these devices, compasses, and these whatever they were on slave ships per se, but it's a great chance they could have been. And I'm giving you this reference so you can go and look at it yourself, because they even have the name of certain captains that manned the ships that these compasses were on. So that can start to guide your search for these slave ships that you so earnestly are seeking. The other thing I want to ask you, and I'm asking with this attachment. Okay, if you're not an African person, are you a white person? And if you are not a white person, that would mean you're non-white. So now that if you answer it saying that you're non-white, can we agree that you are being impacted in a way that's residual from whatever has occurred because of white supremacy? And that is, can we at least agree on that you're not white? And that you're right.
Oh, definitely, I'm not white. I call myself a black man. Other people call themselves copper colored, you know.
Okay.
So, I don't have a problem calling myself black, but that African stuff, that has to be tossed out.
So, you're a black person. Do you see or know of any opportunities for a person that is self-identifying and classifying and also classified according to the system as black? Do you see any evidence, past, present, or going forward, where you and people identifying as you do would be allowed to establish a section of nationhood among yourselves and be unbothered in continental United States of America?
Well, see, that's the thing. Most of us aren't looking for that. That's some fringe groups who are, and they're not even trying to do that in the United States, even though the Nation of Islam, that's what they claim. And that's what a lot of these fringe groups have in common, that they want a piece of land. I mean, you think about it. There's a lot of noise going on. But you think about this. You got people like the Nation of Islam. They say they hate the white devil. They want to kill him and all that kind of stuff. But then at the end of the day, they want to ask the white man for land on the shore, and a whole bunch of other stuff so they could build a nation of their own when they're the ones who's supposed to be building the nation. If the white man's holding you back and you build this nation to combat the white man, why are you asking him for the land? You're supposed to take it or buy it if you can.
So I guess I'm still kind of waiting as well to hear what the plan is of black people who are also identifying as Aboriginal. What is that mass group's plan as far as actuality? Like, do y'all have a plan, or are y'all just gonna still be part like cogs in the system that's going on? Like,
no. The plan is to get our identity back, get the truth out, and obviously take our land back. And a lot of people question whether or not we're real, but you haven't seen not one connection to Africa with us. But there are black people who own casinos that are Indians, Native Americans. They're black. A lot of misinformation has been going out saying that they're like Mexicans or they're not black, but those people are black.
So those black people, can we agree that those black people, native people that you spoke of, have been given casinos? You said they have casinos?
Yes.
Who gave it to them?
Now we're getting to the semantic game.
No. I'm asking who gave it to them, because what I'm thinking y'all are still going to come up against is a very, very cemented, big, and well-armed group of people that took this land as soon as they thought to come over and as soon as they made it over, and they have a stronghold over it. So as far as tactics, I'm saying to you, if black Seminole people were given permission or given leeway to have a casino, that same leeway can be taken away.
Well, I didn't
And
say they were
also
Seminoles.
or I'm sorry. Well, I thought Seminole were the people you were
No,
speaking
I
to.
see. That's
So
the
I'm gonna
thing.
take
See,
I'm gonna
that's why
take
we're
that
trying
back.
to educate because there are a whole lot of other tribes out here.
So
These,
Okay,
these
well,
are
I'm
the,
gonna
basically,
take
these
it
are
back.
these are the Pequots.
Okay, I'll take
so
it back.
basically,
So yeah, Aboriginal people. So if the Aboriginal people that you're identifying with still have been given grants and permissions to be who they are and have things, if that's the case, I'm trying to hear the feasibility of y'all quote taking back the land against again people who have concentrated their force power and abilities into maximizing their defensive position.
Okay, I'll answer that question. But see, when you ask that question, that's the same question that could be thrown back at you guys if you ever got a piece of Africa. See, but you have to start someplace. At least you got land to work with and money to flow, so you can build up as time goes on. And obviously, there's been such an influx of foreigners here. Truth be told, we're really overwhelmed. But again, you got to ask yourself that the clues are all in front of your face. Why do you think, no matter what, there's always a concentration on black people in the United States, no matter what else is going on, terrorists, COVID, it's always comes back on us. And you think
I'm
that's a
gonna agree with
coincidence?
that. No, I'm going to agree with you that that is a question that could be asked by the BAIO. You're right. Um, and that's something internally that as I continue to expand in my membership, I'm sure they're going to expound on that or whatever, but essentially we're trying to do it in a place where we're not surrounded by the obvious and sworn enemy. You get what I'm saying? And it's okay. I think this is the point we need to get to, uh, where we say, okay, we have a group of people that are totally invested for one reason or another in the continental United States of America, and we have a group of people that either want to go all together or be able to go back and forth. And both things are okay because both things are a response to a system of imbalance that's not ma'at, that's not anything having to do with justice. So, like, I think that's all I was trying to say. Like, that's where it sounds like we should be. We shouldn't try to disprove, dispel, or you know what I'm saying? Like, say,
Right.
well, this is better than the other. Let's try a method. Everybody do what they need to do to get free, and whoever
agree.
gets the freest, that's who we
Now,
copy.
see, now that's what I agree with you on. That's what I say that to everybody else. But what we're doing, and I exclude the Moors because they got a different game plan, different goal. That's not ours. Their goal is some spooky craziness that's related to Freemasonry. But what we're doing is we have to tell the truth, though. And I know the truth hurts. That's what they say because people are used to the brainwashing that they have gotten. When you start getting the truth, you're like, man, I can't believe this because who else has said this? This is why, if you go to my channel, I show videos where I talk about and show the realities of Africa as well. And I don't disrespect either. Some people like to disrespect when they come on my channel, calling Africans primitive and all that. I say, no, there's no need to get into all that. Just show the real deal. So what I do is I break it down to the basics. I show the leaders of modern day Africa and the ideology and their identities, like people in the leadership in Madagascar. A lot of people think Africa is just some big ass continent where everybody's a Pan African and everybody's black. But Madagascar is ruled by Asians, Mongols. A lot of people don't know that. You got Indian, I think it's Mauritius, ruled by Indians, East Indians. Of course, you got Mauritania, ruled by some people might say Arabs, mulatto Arabic types wearing West African garb, just like Gaddafi was wearing West African garb. So that's the reality of Africa. The precious Egypt, ruled by
Wow,
white people.
brother, you gave examples of two islands, Madagascar.
No, I was going on until I got interrupted.
Okay. But I
You
would like to
basically talking
ask
about
you.
the Arab world.
What's that?
You just mentioned countries in the Arab world and islands.
There's no such thing as an Arab world.
Yes,
What's wrong with islands? It's a part of Africa.
but there
Yes,
is such a thing as the Arab world.
Madagascar is not a part of the Arab world.
but
True.
What do you mean so?
but
Somalia is a part of the Arab world. Oppresses Egypt is a part of the Arab world.
Mauritania is if I'm not mistaken, is Islamic country.
So is
And
Nigeria.
no, Nigeria is not an Islamic country.
Half of it is.
If you can say that if you want, but it is not an Islamic country.
Half of it is.
But
The north, tell you, is definitely Islamic. And I
on
dated a
paper,
Nigerian woman at that time.
but the thing is that what is your nationality?
Just call me a Black American or Native American.
Yeah, American.
Now, when you look at African on the continent and African Americans who look alike.
No, we don't. That's another lie. We don't look a thing alike. Look at Akon.
Okay.
I know a lot of brothers that like Akon, bro.
I guarantee you they're not Black American. They're Caribbean.
Okay, so your opinion is that there are no African Americans or Black Americans, as you would say, that look like Africans. That's your statement, right?
In general, yes.
In general, and your opinion probably is that there are more Native Americans or American Indians or whatever you want to call them that look like Black Americans. Am I correct when I say that?
You are correct for the ones who are Black, because there are two types. There's the Mongol, and then there's the Black. The white man doesn't tell you about us. He just tells you about the Mongoloid. Now you look at Mexicans and people related to Mexicans. How did they get so dark? You got some that are so light, and that was before Spain came into the place. It's because they mixed with Mayas and Incas. That's what it is, and you can't deny the Mayas.
For the record, you can take some very light-skinned Caucasian or white people, and if they spend enough time in the tropical weather, their skin will turn darker.
But how come? But what about the ones that don't turn dark? Just like, see, this is the same argument people used to use when I would talk about.
Hold on. Who don't turn? I mean, like in Saudi Arabia, for example, it's a very hot weather. Now, those who don't turn darker, they will cover them, avoid the sun. But anybody that spends enough time in the sun will ultimately get a tan, will be darker. Now, I'm not saying that they will turn black. But that was just to answer your question. We need to ask how do the Mexicans turn so dark?
Well, I just answered that. It's because they mix with the blacks. Now, let me explain.
That's your theory, though.
No, that's not a theory. That's the actual fact. Now, let me tell you another thing to kind of address what you just said.
Okay,
in a different part of the world.
Okay, now, just
hold on. Before you do that, let me just get to this. It's going to be real brief. Now, as far as the skin tanning in the sun, this is how I always counter an argument like yours. You got Italians that are dark, right? Right? Hello?
Darker than people in Denmark and Sweden, yes.
Okay. Now you got people in Algeria, which is below Italy, who are whiter than most Italians. How do you explain that? And they're in a hotter part of the sun.
Those people are from the area called Kabylie, or maybe in English you would call it Kabylia. And probably this interbreeding, I mean, the North Africans, they are very well known for marrying amongst the family.
See, you're missing my point on purpose. The point is, Algeria is hotter than Italy, so how come they didn't tan?
Well, I don't know if you're aware, like in France, there are many people from Algeria, and some are dark skinned, some are light skinned, some are dark skinned.
But we're talking about, see, the tan should be uniform. If you're trying to claim that a tan is how people got dark.
It doesn't have to be uniform. Just like
I mean amongst the people.
Hold on. Just for example, in South Africa, you have some black people who never mix with Caucasian, but they are light skinned. So On the other hand, some people might argue, well, how come you have some light-skinned people in Africa? They're not light-skinned necessarily because they mix with white people. But going back to what you said about the Mexicans, now you said the Mexicans, they're the result of mixing between black and white, right?
I didn't say black and white. You said that.
You never said that?
No, that's what you just said. See, I'm
Okay,
sharp, man. I don't let
okay.
people put a
That,
fast one on me.
that's okay. You can be as sharp as you want. Now, earlier when you talked about the Mexicans, didn't you ask the question, how did the Mexicans get so dark? How come they are so dark?
Right.
And then I answered, but if you take white people and in a hot weather, sorry, they will eventually turn dark.
Right.
But
But
because you disagree with my statement,
no, no,
I would
no,
have
no.
sworn, I could have sworn you said that there was some mixing.
Right. I said they mixed with the black people, but you injected
Okay,
the
okay,
white.
okay,
I didn't
okay,
say white.
okay. So you're saying that the Mexicans mixed with black people, right?
Right.
How come the Mexicans are so racist towards black people then?
It's the same way in Italian, Spaniard, Portuguese, even the fake white style Arabs are, or even the black ass East Indians are, as we're seeing in the news lately. It's because the white man's in control who wants to identify with the loser.
Okay. Now, at one point you mentioned that the ultimate goal will be to get back the land that was taken over by white people, right?
Right. That's what you would think, that people who are crazy about Egypt, you would think that that would be their goal, is to move to Egypt and start populating that, and then slowly but surely making their way up in the government and see what they could do. But those people don't do
Well,
anything either.
well, you can label
Yeah.
them crazy if you want, but you have to be realistic. The country of Egypt is populated by a different people, just like Palestine now is populated by a different kind of people. And the Palestinians, they are trying hard to get their land back, but I think they will try for a long time.
But they never had any
And
land because it was the Ottoman Turks.
well, you can say that, but before, the Yiddish speaking people went to Palestine, it was populated by a different population.
No, it's the
But
same population. It's just that it was populated by a different empire, which were the Ottoman Turks, who now call themselves Arabs. But they're not
okay, fine.
Arabs.
Okay, fine. Now, when it comes to America, there was a situation where Russia was getting close to Cuba, and just because the Russian, I think they were trying to put some military base or something like that, but Kennedy warned. He said they ain't gonna go down. It's gonna be war. So that was just an example where Russia was getting close to America, not even on the American soil. So what could happen if black Americans try to take back the land of America?
Oh, see, now you're going into a different realm. See, there are other groups who talk about taking land. See, when it comes to Native American groups, which includes Mongoloid types and what some people want to call Negroid types, there are land. The land is given to them, just like the people who own the casinos. That land was given to them. That's why they were able to open up the casinos. And of course, they got to hit the state off, which they really shouldn't have to do. But you know how it is. Like the woman was saying, ultimately, the state is still in control at the end of the day. But it's just that they give them special permissions to do what they want to do because it's supposed to be their set aside land and their ancestral land. Which you can look it up, Uncasville, Connecticut. You can look that up. Even the name of the town was from a Native American ancestor. These are black people with afros now. We talked about afros the other day. Now, you said that that wasn't a black trait. Well, maybe one of your guests said it wasn't a black trait, but afro is. So, but as land, other people want to take land. People, some things are a gradual process. It's like East Indians. They come here. They're foreigners. But yet they've done well and they strategically cornered the market on convenience, hotels, tobacco shops, some gas stations.
That's
You know,
that's businesses. That's businesses. But
yeah,
we're
but
talking about land,
but
really.
it's also tactical. And land comes with business because they own the land on the businesses, and they keep rocking that up, and they're rocking all that money, and they own a particular segment of a particular
That,
market.
that's property. That's property. It's not about the land. It's not about
No,
the territory. But I think it's semantics. I mean,
no, it's
maybe
not.
because you gave the example of the Native Americans, maybe your proposition is that the U.S. government will give the Black Americans some land. Or am I wrong? I'm assuming that.
Well, again, you're kind of confusing what I'm saying for other groups. Other groups are the ones
Can I
talking about
ask the
the.
question a different way?
Go ahead.
Can I ask the question a different way, Shaka?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay. So, what are your plans for national sovereignty?
Well, again, once we are all identified as what we are, and what the evidence shows, which is Native Americans, or some people like to specify indigenous, and they do that to let it be known that we were here before the Mongoloids. Mongoloids came after us, and the white
Okay.
man says that we were here 50,000 years ago.
Okay.
Mongoloids 12,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago. And you can see the evidence that the Mongoloids used to be yellow skinned and more mongoloid looking, so to speak, with the eyes. That's why you see a lot of Mexicans
All
that
right.
look that way. And then they mix with us. That's how they got so dark.
All right. So, after you get the numbers, what is the plan for national sovereignty?
Well, I mean, we're already, some of us are halfway there now because there are different nations of Native Americans that kind of have their different national sovereignties.
So Native American. Wait. So are you equating reservations with national sovereignty?
Like I said, that's a form of national
Because
sovereignty in the confines of what is going on now
right.
and what you can get and
So
what you can't get.
so those tribes that are on that reservation, can they establish their own military and establish their own form of government and
Well, they,
succeed from the union?
so now you see how they keep moving the
That's
goalposts
sovereignty.
to the
No.
secede.
That's no. That's not moving the goalposts.
Yes, it is.
Sovereignty involves having complete control of the territory upon which you stand on, from the core of the earth to the deep space. You can put satellites up there if you want to. That's sovereignty. And what I'm trying to say is there's a big difference between national sovereignty and just a no government sanctioned reservation.
Yeah, but you're confusing the BAIL supposed goals with other people's goals. So you can.
I'm not confusing. I'm just asking, what's your plan after you get, let's say hypothetically, you try to educate as many people as you can, and through your efforts, let's say 20 years from now, all right, I don't know how old you are, but you sound like a pretty young brother. Let's say 20 years from now, you gain a following of over 2 million people. Now you are in an organization with over 2 million people, all identifying as indigenous. What is your plan for national sovereignty in this country?
Like I said, there's no immediate takeover plan. It's just the plan. You identify who you are, establish who you are, that you take back what is yours after a while. There are different methods of doing that. You don't. I know, but see, but I'm doing a better job.
I don't mean to sound condescending.
I know, but I'm doing. Well,
It's
again,
not.
you're trying to force your plan onto me. That's the problem.
No. I think he was asking you your plan, but it sounds like you don't have any plan, and
No,
you don't
no.
have. I mean, it's not a sin not to have any plan.
But see, but listen, even what I answered, that's more than what I got out of these guys when I asked them what the hell their plan is.
I don't know why you keep talking about BAIO. It's clear that you don't agree with them. We got the point.
And I can go over a viable solution for national sovereignty, a non-violent solution to national sovereignty.
I didn't mention violence, but what you're talking about going to Africa, trying to set up shop in Africa, that ain't happening.
Hold on. As the sister indicated to you, you are dealing with a group of people in this country that only understands violence. They have a violent history, dude. And no one can deny that. this whole country was built off of violence. You're dealing with the violent people. Just saying that you're indigenous to this land, that's not going to move them to give for them to give you their land and their wealth and their infrastructure and their territory and their power.
Well, of
It
course,
doesn't fit.
well, nobody. See, that's the thing. You guys are talking about that land infrastructure and all that kind of stuff. When you're not going to get that from anybody, you're not going to get that from any African nation. They're not even going to give you a 2 mile island.
Whoa.
You can say
Wouldn't it
that.
be more? Wouldn't it be
Go ahead,
more
sister.
logical and more? Wouldn't it be more substantive to surmise if there were two scenarios that were able to be acted out right now? Wouldn't you say the odds are much better to try to establish nationhood in a place where people are look more like you, where
Yes.
they basically you get your origins from? We believe that. I know that don't include you, but a place where you are more familiar and related
Yes.
versus a place that has literally been bombed out by psychopathic
Yes.
white supremacist race soldiers. You gonna take your shot. You gonna really put all your money on that versus trying to at least do something on the continent?
Okay, well, let me answer
Please
that.
help me.
Let me answer that. And also, somebody wants to know my channel. It's called Hard Cold Alquan. It used to be Alquan. Then some coons took it down, so it's Hard Cold backup. But let me say this. You say that it's easier to go to a place where the people supposedly look like you, even though a Black American can go to Africa and stand out. Clearly, is not being one of the locals, but you say that they look like you, so I'll take your word for it. But that if it's that simple that you can just go all over the world and say, "Hey, you look like me. I want to set up shop here. Give me about 1,000 acres of land. I'm forming my own country within your country." I mean,
Well,
you think because they're Africans, they're gonna say, "Oh, why not?"
Hold on. I'm gonna refine that. I'm not just basing it off looks. I'm basing it off of genetic legacy. Us over here on this side of the playground believe we African people, to just get that said, and we understand that you don't believe that. Okay, but for what applies to us, our understanding, I'm going to just say, our understanding based on evidence, forget how we feel, forget what we want to happen. We're going to have to work to have nationhood somewhere. It doesn't make any logical sense. It's not sane to believe that that is more likely to happen in a place that was established for white supremacy versus a place that is full of African people, the people we identify with, and people that recognize us as also being Africans.
Well, see, here's the thing: Africans don't identify with us, and Africa is poor, and
That's not true either.
And that's what's keeping you guys from going over there right now and
That's
setting up shop.
You know, brother Aquan, that's very strange what you said. You said Africa is poor. Africa is the richest continent. The Congo is probably the richest country in the world.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Well, there's
not GDP.
There's diamonds. There's all sorts of minerals.
That's natural resources, though.
Right.
What do you think makes a but okay, so for you to say that they're not the richest means that you're translating wealth into the ability for someone to pillage those resources and wealth from another place and use it for their design.
Well, when I hear Pan-Africans talk, it sounds like that's what you guys want to do, go over there and pillage the resources, because you keep saying it's ours.
You have different types.
No, sorry.
You have different types of relationships in nature. Communalism and mutualism is one of them. That's what we're pursuing. We're not pursuing domination.
Well, it sounds like it because you guys have the audacity to say, "Hey, we are going to form a nation and set up shop in Africa." We ain't asked nobody, but somebody's going to give it to us.
Sorry. Just with all fairness, the way you're labeling the plan of the BAIO, I think it's really unfair, because the same way you are looking forward to have a sovereign place in America, it could be labeled the same. They don't want to set up shop. They don't want to take over. They want to have their own their infrastructure. They want to be able to be, let's say, autonomous or feel at home. It's no different than
Well, no, actually, it
your.
is different because number one, we've already got some spots. That's number one. Number two, they're talking
Okay,
about going over to a
okay,
place.
okay, all right, okay. So you're telling us that you have different spots, not a
Right.
unified spot. Okay,
Right.
can you give us a few names? Like, give us two, three
Like, like,
names of the spots you have.
like I just said, the Pequots, which is Uncasville, Connecticut. Of course, you had Navajo Nation, all those kind of. Those are Mongoloid types, but I'm just saying, they all
Okay, no,
kind of.
black people. I would like to know about black people, not Mongoloids.
Well, I mean, Mongoloid mixes. So, but
No,
now,
no, just black people. How many spots do black people have in America?
uh,
Indigenous black
then
people.
most of them along the eastern seaboard.
Okay,
But none of them
how many spots do
I didn't
black
count them up,
Americans
but
have?
I didn't count them all up.
Okay,
But
on estimation, how many spots would that be?
so I could probably estimate at least 20. That's for sure.
Can you give us like three
See,
names?
there we go. There, I gave you a couple of names, and then if I give you
All right,
more names, then you want to know
No,
the Chiefs. Then I give you
you
the
gave
Chiefs. Then I give you the Chiefs names. Then you want to know the Social Security
no, no,
numbers.
no, no.
Then you
You
want to know the
gave some
DNA
names.
tests.
You gave some names. Then you specified that it was Mongoloids. That's why
No,
I
no,
asked
no,
for
no, no.
black.
I didn't. No, I didn't. I
we
said
can
in
work
the
with that
not
next
in the
time.
Navajo. But anyway, we getting
We can work with
to
that. Oh, no, we can work with that. All
no,
right.
no.
So
So,
you,
but
we
hold
have a
on,
couple of
but hold on. What you
Go ahead.
guys see, the difference is what's going on here is already going on, and the mission statement is not the same as the BAIO. That's number one. Number two,
Okay.
and we're not a group with an ideology. We're talking about heritage. That's what we're
Okay.
talking about. Now, these other people, these BAIO, what they're doing is they're talking about going over to a land that nobody's asking them to come to. Say,
That's not true.
we want. Well, if it was true, then you had things set up by now. But
Well,
instead,
that's not.
but
No,
hold
it's
on,
not.
hold on.
You're not willing to understand
But hold
that the
on,
people.
you're not willing to listen while I complete.
Go ahead, brother.
See, now the woman has to, now she understands why I have to react the way I do sometimes. But see, in the Caribbean, how come you guys aren't setting up shop there? Those people look like you, right? Set it up there,
Sure
but
they
they.
do.
But you want Africa because that's far reaching, like Marcus Garvey. He wanted to go to Africa, or I'm sorry, he wanted to come to America to persuade us to go to Africa, but his behind didn't go to Africa.
Well, the thing I would say to what you just said about the Caribbean, if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about nations in the lesser and the greater Antilles that are extensions of Britain, France, Spain, and America. Are they
And
not?
the
So why would
Netherlands
we
and
go somewhere? Right. So why would we go to another place that is still dominated, even if it's by ideology and governance of white supremacy? That makes no sense. Like I
Well, that
told
would
one
be
of my
Africa too, then.
well, hold on, because here's the thing. Yes, there are invaders in there, but Africa in itself is still sovereign, and the nations within it, in a sense, are still sovereign. We're not saying that all the business that has to happen there is happening the way it should. We're not saying that. And we're also not picking places where, as they say, we're not going where the block is hot, bro. We got enough sense to not go where there's constant unrest and instability. So obviously, you go to a place that you look at it for the infrastructure that it has on its own. Can it support new people? You talk to the natives, you talk to the people that make decisions. Are y'all willing to allow us to come have a bubble in your nation? And they've made those trips. I wasn't able to go. I'm going to be upfront. I had other stuff going on. I didn't have enough money to go on the trip, but I know that they went because that's the first step in having some sort of community somewhere where you're not from, is making those alliances with the people that's native to that place. So, it's just, that's all I'm saying. No, we're
Okay.
not about to run from white supremacy where more the white supremacy is. I'm not about to move to Europe to get away from white supremacy. Hell, I'm not about to move to an Asian country to escape
Right.
white
Well,
supremacy.
when you
I'm
go
going to
to
try to do it on the continent in a place where I know it's more viable to do so. And that's what the BAIO is doing. They're doing it in places that's most viable to do so.
Well, Africa is under white supremacy. That's number one. So
That's
yeah,
not
Okay,
true.
I understand what you're saying, but it's still sovereign, like the sister said. But I would like to ask you
but she
briefly.
said the
Um,
Caribbean wasn't sovereign.
well,
It's not like
but
Puerto Rico.
you
These are
have you
all
have
extensions of.
Guadeloupe. Yes, Guadeloupe. That's French territory. Martinique. That's French territory. Territory. You have French Guyana, which is huge, and even
Virgin
though that's
Islands.
more South America than the Caribbeans, but actually France is the country that has the largest sea territory, for lack of better words, but the largest territory, naval territory, sea territory in the world, because they have so many islands. They have the Seychelles Islands and so on.
Believe it or
But
not, the UK still does. I checked that out. They got
yes,
island.
yes,
They
yes,
got jump offs everywhere.
and even Jamaica, even though it's a sovereign country, they don't have president, they have prime minister, and that's because of the legacy. Just like in England, they don't have any president, they have a prime minister because you have the royalty. It's a royal monarchy or whatever they call it. But on paper, the Queen of England is the ruler of Jamaica. But anyway, um, how long has that indigenous movement of yours been going on?
What you mean how long? Man, it's been going on since the white man got here. Truth be told,
Okay, so that's hundreds of years, right?
right?
Okay, the BAIO has been there for about a decade, about 10 years. Can't we cut them some slack?
No.
Okay, that's being unfair. That's being unfair.
Why is it being unfair? How long does
Because
it take? How long does it take to pack up your
okay,
bags and move?
okay. Hold on. Your movement
See this?
has been there
You're
for
you're
hundreds of
being
years.
disingenuous.
Hold on, brother Kafra. Your movement has been there for hundreds of years, ever since the white man has been here. So that's like 400 years, and you got like 20 spots. The BAIO has been there for 10 years. You don't even let them time to get some spots. You
But
don't
did you
even
hear?
give them 100 years.
But did you hear what the woman just said? I'm sorry, I can't see her name, but
RP.
RP. Did you hear what she just said? She said they're still looking for a host to accommodate them and to support them. And you know damn well nobody's just gonna let somebody, even the poorest country in Africa,
That's not
if you
true.
ain't coming with some
Okay.
money, they're not
That's
letting you
not
set up
true.
shop.
Once again, Ghana has been offering land to
How come these
people.
people? How come they didn't take it?
Well,
Okay, wait. Go ahead.
Ghana did that effort before the BAIO was formed. You see, I mean, you don't have to be fair, just like you don't have to agree with BAIO, but everybody can hear what you're saying. You have a movement that's been there for 400 years and only got 20 spots that are probably the size of a neighborhood, not
Oh,
even a town.
oh no, yes they are. They're town sizes. See, now you talk. Now you're trying
Okay,
to
okay,
say
but
that
but but
it's
but but
minimizing
But
that.
they're
That's,
still, but they are
in,
still Americans, bro. They're still Americans.
not really. Not really.
If, okay, well, listen, just hear me out. If Congress changes a law to disband all Indian reservations, guess what? Your movement is shot. Period. Why?
Yep.
Because you're still under the jurisdiction of the United States government, bro. That's my. That's
I
been my
agree.
whole.
Right.
I agree. But
And,
I get. But
and might I add, hold on, might I add, and I say this with all of the respect in the world, and I respect you, brother. But listening to your plan, either one or two things are going to have to happen for it to be successful. Either A, the United States is going to have to die out, right? They're just going to have to disintegrate like the Roman Empire. Or two, you're going to have to engage in armed combat with the United States military.
for what?
Those are the two options.
Oh man.
For what? We
For
already
the
have.
sake?
We already have lands now. The
I'm
party.
talking for the purpose of national.
But that's your goal. That's your goal.
So your goal is not national sovereignty.
That's not our goal right now.
So your goal is to remain Americans under the United States government.
Yeah, just like you're doing. Just like you're doing.
Hold on. Who has a history of having showing aggression toward people of color? Is that your plan?
That's your plan too.
To remain a citizen of the
Nah.
United States government.
That's your plan.
That's not our plan.
Well, I don't see you making any other plans.
Wow,
Because I just explained, bro.
But what if
that
the Queen of
it's
England? What the Queen of
Hold
England
on,
said? You know
hold
what?
on.
I want my colonies
Hold on.
back. Then what
Hold
you
on,
gonna
hold
do?
on, hold on. I just explained that this is a multi-generational movement, and it takes time. It takes steps. Right now, we're in the baby steps, like Shaka just said. This movement is less than 20 years old.
Man, you sound like
It's less
Umar
than a
Johnson, man.
generation old. It's less than a generation old, bro. So compared to your movement, which you said has been going on since we've been brought over here. Okay,
Oh
so
no,
yeah,
no.
man,
See, you put
that's
words in
some
my
slack.
mouth.
Since
I
the
didn't
white
say
man
that.
came here. Since the white man came here. Okay. Okay.
Okay, since the
All right.
white man came here. All right, whatever. But and I've also offered to explain to you certain non-violent strategies where we as the BAIO and people who want to repatriate to Africa and the host nation can both get what they want. But it's clear to me that you're not interested in that because you have a narrative that you want to continue to keep pushing. You're not
No.
interested in
Well, no.
information.
Actually, if I've been asking you guys for information for years, and all I get is foul mouth responses. you know.
Well, you're
Yes,
not
but
gonna get that from me, bro.
let's be honest. Let's be honest, brother Kwan. You don't consider yourself an African, and you don't want to go back to Africa. So even if you would have had all the answers in the world from the BAIO, you would not have been down with our program, right?
I would have respected it if I would have
Yes, but
gotten the right answers.
that's not my question. You wouldn't have been down with that program.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have been down with it from the beginning, but I would have
All right.
supported. I would hold up,
So you see,
but I would have supported it though.
oh,
That's the
supported it
difference.
really. So you're telling us that just because you didn't have the answers you wanted, you're not supporting the movement.
And they're disrespectful.
Okay, fine. Now we have Farrakhan who talked about us being disfigured because we rebelled against God. I don't even hear you having that same energy to
Oh, you weren't looking at me in the chat. Oh, I mean, I've been banging on Farrakhan for too many years.
on the chat yet, but yes, but I haven't seen obviously
Man,
because
you
of the
gotta
live
check
stream,
check
but
check my channel,
I
and you'll
haven't
see I'm
heard
banging on
you.
I'm banging on Farrakhan. There ain't no doubt about that.
Okay. Well, I thank you for answering the questions. I don't agree with most of what you said, but you're not the only one who have different opinions. Some Hebrew Israelites also have, and some Moors have similar views about being native and so on, and that's a different opinion I don't agree with. But things happen, and then we had some of our people who have different beliefs and opinion, and it's interesting to know how people think and why they think that way. But one maybe one last question to you. There is the country of Haiti who has gained its independence for the last time in 1804, and they say that they come from Africa. Are you saying that they are wrong about that?
Hey, I'm saying they could be from Africa. Matter of fact, that's funny because their Caribbean neighbors, the Jamaicans, are now saying that they're indigenous, and their extreme neighbors, the Dominicans, say that they are Native Americans and not Africans.
Okay, right. Now, I'm not aware of that. It might be a couple, but I'm pretty sure that Jamaicans say and they know that they come from Africa. But my question was about Haitians. Haitians, ever since at least 1804, when they were sovereign and in control of their territory, they've been saying that they come from Africa. Are you saying that they are wrong?
Truth be told, I'm not really concerned about other people and what the kind of history they want to develop for themselves.
Well,
But
this is directly related to the topic that you brought up. The Africans taken from Africa and brought to the Americans, to the Americas, whether that's North America or the Caribbeans, right? We talked about that, right? So
okay,
now we're talking about the Africans who were taken from Africa and brought to Haiti. Before you were born, they they've been saying that they come from Africa. Are you saying that they are wrong? That they are incorrect?
here's what I'm saying. Other groups, they got to define themselves. Like I said, you got people who share an island with Haiti, who are, in all simplicity, are the same people.
Hold on,
But
brother,
but they have two different stories.
hold on, brother. I don't mind you elaborating,
Are Caribbean. There's
brother.
similarities.
Brother, just Haiti. The question is so simple. I mean, if you don't want to answer the question, you can just say so. I'm not going to force you, and I
Well,
can't force you.
I'll be honest with you, I'm not aware of any mass movement of Haitians saying that they're African. The main Caribbean people that keep saying that everybody's from Africa happens to be the Jamaicans.
I mean, as I have Haitian parents. My
Right.
parents were born in Haiti. I was born with a Haitian nationality. So
I
I
see the
kind of know
flag.
the country. Yeah, I kind of know the country, and I can tell you, if you ask, most Haitians will tell you that they know that they come from Africa. You know, so my question to you, in taking that, in assuming that they do say that, you don't have to believe me, but in assuming that they are saying that, if you meet some Haitians, and the majority of the Haitians you meet tell you we come from Africa, would you say that they are correct or incorrect?
First, I would try to figure out, okay, where'd you get the history from? Where's the link?
You know, there's something called oral history.
And that's the same oral history we have for Native America. Now what?
But
With evidence.
I don't get
Got him quiet.
I don't get the, because I don't get the point. All I'm asking you,
you get it.
all I'm asking you is, would you say that they are correct or incorrect when Haitians say we come from Africa?
Okay, let me answer in this way.
Okay, it's clear. It's clear you don't want to answer.
No,
It's clear you
I'm
don't
gonna
want to
answer. It's just I gotta explain.
That's fine. You don't have to answer. It's
No,
okay.
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer.
We have a new caller. We have a new
No.
caller. So stay with us. Stay with us. Michelle, welcome. Feel free to speak.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Feel free to speak, Michelle.
Yes, hi. What is
Hello.
the what's hi? Hick.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Michelle. Can you please try to move, because we hear you very far away now. We barely hear
Oh,
you
I don't
now.
have my headset. Let me take the headset out.
Are you still there, Michelle? There, Michelle? There, Michelle? There's some echo. So if you have a loudspeaker, there, Michelle? Can you maybe try to turn the sound off the loudspeaker, or maybe put some headphones? Sound off the loudspeaker. You might hear it that there's an echo. Sound of the loudspeaker. You might hear it that there's an echo. Sound of the loudspeaker. You might hear it that. Okay, I'm just going to let you fix that thing, Michelle. And whenever you're ready, you can. Okay, Michelle, can you hear me? Okay, you haven't muted your mic, but we don't hear you. So I don't know if you can hear me, but we don't hear you. We still don't hear you. What a shame. Plus, she has an accent. She sounds like she comes from the Caribbean, so
Yeah, I want to
maybe
hear
a
it.
different insight.
I got a
Michelle.
question
Oh,
real quick.
yes, feel free, sister.
For wait, his name is Hard Cole, right? Hard
Yeah.
Cole. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm just curious. Do you ever get into conversations with the people that are currently illegally and illegitimately occupying your native lands, the AKA the white people? Do you ever ask them why they don't go back to Europe? As you know what I'm saying? Because you have a lot of steam in you, regarding the subject overall. So I'm just curious, do you give them the same amount of discourse and interrogation as to why they're still here?
Well, no. So I guess you mean that to say that I'm giving you guys an interrogation on your ideology, which I'm not. All
No,
I'm
I
doing.
mean just the fact of asking questions. That's why I said interrogation. I'm just wondering, do you have the same amount of discourse with these occupiers as you do people that have our objective?
Your objective, you mean? What's that?
That's what I
Oh,
said.
I see. You mean
Yeah.
in this country? You mean? Well, I mean they're already here and they're in control of things. If I tell them, hey, why don't you get back to Italy or back to wherever you come from, they're gonna say okay and just keep on walking. It's not gonna really make much of a difference. But yes, I do have
Well,
conversations.
I can tell you one conversation I had with a suspected race soldier. based on him and what he says he talks about among other white people, y'all got a little bit of a fight ahead of y'all. I just seen a video as well where the leader and you spoke on this, Shaka, the leader of the NFAC said some really wild things about, oh well, America owes us our land and it might as well be Texas. And they'll let you have New York, California, and Massachusetts before they let you have Texas. You see what I'm saying? So
I don't
meaning
know.
more.
I don't think they give up California. That's the prime prize right there.
Well, the oil is in
But you get
Texas
what I'm
mainly, isn't
saying.
it?
You get what I'm saying. Texas is the baby. That's the heart of it for these people. They don't mess with Texas and don't forget the Alamo and whatever else little things they got to go with it. But I'm just saying the point I'm making is I talk to white people every now and then when someone else opens the door to that, and they're adamant this is their place. I even had a white man tell me, and you're considered original nation, your classification. And this is what he had to say about your people. He said that basically it was okay that they took this land from you all because you all weren't doing anything with it. And that's still the mindset. I'm telling you, that's the mindset that they maintain. So this is a very, very, this is, it's almost half a millennia. This stronghold, this demonic force that y'all talking about coming up against. I'm not saying that you can't do it, because I'm not going to say, and I'm not making fun of you. You say, hey, y'all can't do this, y'all can't do that. I'm not going to tell you what you can't do. I say try it, but I do know that as far as the scheme of things and the tactics and the actual odds of outcomes, like, yeah, y'all might die trying. Y'all might actually
Well, see,
die.
that's the thing. You guys are the ones who are saying you're trying to fight a force. We're not.
So it sounds like y'all
No,
just want to live in captivity then.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just because Michelle is back, uh, let's hold that thought for a moment. Michelle, you're back on. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Hold on. Michelle, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Okay, I don't think she can hear me, but Alcon, I would like to ask you because a couple of days ago, maybe yesterday actually, well, not knowing the time in France, let's say a couple of days ago, I saw a video of a police officer in America who spoke out and regarding the George Floyd situation. He defended George Floyd, and he's made a video to tell the people that he was fired from his job because he spoke out about the George Floyd situation in defense of George Floyd. So let's presume that you have one of your spots as indigenous Black Americans, and a police officer comes and kills one of you indigenous Black Americans, and then the police officer, he's not jailed, is on paid leave, and one of your indigenous member, who happens to be a police officer, speak out against that murder, and he loses his job. What do you think you will try to do regarding one of yours who was killed and the other one who lost his job just because he spoke in defense of someone who was murdered?
That's a question you have to answer, ask to police, tribal police.
Tribal police.
Right.
But the tribal police don't have any authority over the national police or any police force of the U.S. government, right?
Right. So wait, let me make sure I got this right. So you're saying it happened in tribal land or any place else?
Well, any of your indigenous spots that you alluded to earlier,
Okay, so that would be
right?
tribal land. So that means it'd be up to the tribal police, tribal court.
So basically, if I understand correctly, the police officer who would have killed one of your indigenous black Americans will be tried by the tribal police. Is that what you're
Right,
telling me?
right, right.
It's not a
But but
utopia.
but but
It
truth
sounds
be
like a
told,
utopia to me.
but the truth is he wouldn't even been on the land anyway though.
So basically, okay, I get your point. So you are no outside police besides the tribal police will get inside of the land. That's what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
But of
So
course we know if the white man really wanted to with his army, he could.
yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, that's the
Because they
point.
have a
If
known history of breaking their treaties. By the way,
That's true. And that's why I said, that Queen of England, she could say, hey man, I want my South Africa back, I want my Nigeria back, Ghana. French could say, hey, damn it, I want Algeria back.
oh no,
Tunisia.
Algeria, they will never get it back because France, the war between France and Algerians, it was very, very bloody, and France knew better. Just like America knows better not to try and get to Vietnam, they or Somalia. They got the picture.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it's like North Korea. They know who not to mess with. They will not mess
and
with North Korea.
and
for
I
the
think
record, Algeria had black troops too, by the way, in that war.
but I think that's ultimately a harsh reality, And Brother Malik El Hajj Al Shabazz said it best. I mean,
Right.
you want freedom, it's gonna cost some bloodshed, particularly when you're in a situation as a group of people when you have a certain social, economic, and political system that wants to keep you in a certain place. You're gonna have to fight to get out from under that. Bottom line, I mean, that's just a harsh reality of it as of right now, as it stands right now. You got to fight for liberation.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
I'm
you
sorry.
for
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm sorry, Sister RP. Just one moment, please. Michelle, right now, in order for me to be able to put you on the live stream, you need to connect either a microphone or a webcam because it only says device is not connected. So you need to either plug in a microphone or a webcam, and then I will be able to add you to the live stream. Yes, feel free, brother. Sorry, Sister RP.
I just want to thank you for saying that. How do you say name? Calcea?
Alquan.
Okay,
Or you
Alquan.
can call him
Thank you.
hardcore or HC. It's up to
No,
you.
no, 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 no.
Mm.
The
Oh,
other member who is
Cafre.
Capre. Okay, I couldn't quite see it. Thank you for saying that. I was in the military. I stayed in just 4 years, and I just remember seeing the shock and awe whole thing at my first duty station, and being dismayed and not understanding what was going on, and then we're still there like a year or two later, and I'm like, what is the deal? Like, why in the world are we still over in Iraq? The president is at the time telling people that they're pulling out, but it wasn't true. They were actually sending more people. I had two people I was stationed with go. I had at least three other people I was stationed with go, and a gentleman that I went to school with died from a roadside bomb. And I was like, what's really up? And then a thought came into my head that they'll never be done fighting over there because you can't kill a mindset. And the people over in the Middle East have a mindset that they're willing to do whatever it takes to be free, to be liberated from the obvious enemy, the racist, white supremacist West, Europe, and America. And I'm glad he said that because I face that constantly. I believe we've come to an impasse as non-white African or indigenous people, whatever you decide to be on your own, where we know it's going to come down to a fight. It's going to come down to who's more willing to fight and, yes, die so that future generations have the liberation that we seek. And I think we scared as a whole. And I think that's the real issue of it. Having to go and defend a position, whether it's Africa or defend your position in America, that time is coming. And not only that, not only is the time coming because it's just a fact, but the people that have surrounded us are feeling insecure and are acting out those insecurities in violent ways. They're letting us know, wait, we're starting to see the system that we thought we were truly a part of. We're also not really truly a part of it, and we need an outlet to take this out on. And they're willing to fight and die for that, and we're not. That's really all I was going to say to that point.
Yep. Right, exactly.
Yes. No, no, and besides, many of them expect 72 virgins, so they have motivation. Now, Sister Michelle, can you hear me? We can't hear you. You are on the live stream. I don't know if it's your microphone, or maybe you can try the webcam again.
I
But
just heard something from her.
but you need to make sure that the volume is. Oh yeah, so then you will not hear us. That's problematic. Oh, Michelle. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me now, Michelle? Can you try to speak so we can see if we can hear you? No. Oh, never mind.
I'm gonna say good night. I'm gonna say good night. Thank
Yeah,
you, Dua, for letting me come back on. Thank you,
you're welcome.
Caffrey and Hardcore. Even though you gave me a rub yesterday, but it's all good. I forgive you.
All right, thank you.
Not that you need forgiveness, but I'm saying this was actually momentous. I got a better understanding. So thank you, everybody. I hope everybody has a good night.
All right, you too. And do your research. I'm sure your relatives said that you were Native American. They had the feather, something, we all have if we're Black American. Do your research.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. See you next time, Sister Api. Now, Michelle, can you try to speak so we can see if we can hear you now? We don't hear you. I don't know if you can hear me, but we don't hear you. We just don't hear you. Oh, go ahead now. Try. No, it's not you. Unfortunately, we don't hear you, Michelle.
It's crazy. Yeah, we can see, but we can't hear.
Yes, we can see you though. We can see you on your webcam. I suggest maybe next time you try with your mobile phone, because anybody is free also to join the conversation from a mobile phone, as long as it's a smartphone, or as long as it has a microphone. But it's a shame. But I would actually cut it a day, because we've been last. Is that you, Michelle? Can you say something, Michelle? No, it wasn't you. Okay. Well, try again next time. Next time I'm live streaming, because we can't hear you. We've been live streaming for 6 hours and 49 minutes. 5 hours was my record yesterday, but now I just exploded that record. So I'm going to go ahead and just let the two brothers say their last words. So, well, you might as well go ahead, Brother Aquan.
Okay, yeah, I just want to say, fleeing the wrath of the white man, that's not going to do any good. You got to stand up, get up and fight for your rights, however that song goes. Even Marcus Garvey, he came here. He didn't persuade his countrymen to flee. He came to the United States and tried to get us to leave, because that's a part of the white man's plan, to get the natives to leave. I pieced that together. Other people starting to roll with it, which is a good thing, because the information gets out there. So, every Black American, we have the story of Native America. Everyone I've met, everybody in my family, that's our story. Africa, nobody has that story. Africa is fiction. It is propagated by Pan-Africanists.
Okay, brother. Okay. What you call fleeing, I will call that relocating. Especially when it comes to Marcus Garvey, but I get your point. But I can't let you just get too wide right here.
I know. The truth can be hard hitting sometimes. I got you.
Well, you can call it truth, but I just don't agree with that. But it's all good. It's all good. So thank you for being polite, even though we disagree. All right.
All right.
And I don't think that the BIO are your enemies. I really don't think that they will spend that much energy, as you put, in discrediting you, or but
Go to
you
my
know,
channel. You can hear our interactions live. You can see how they reacted.
what I would love one day is to hear you and Holip or any other people in charge that you have a problem with, because I'm pretty sure that some clarity will come forth, and then more energy could be spent to some things more
You
productive.
contact them, see if it'll work on your channel. But I'm sure
Well,
that they never will. I'm sure of that.
well, even if they don't, it's not the end of the world. They're not stopping you from eating. They're not stealing from you. So they're not stopping you from breathing. So
Well, they're lying to my people, so I gotta set them straight.
that's what you're saying. Others don't feel the same way. Kafir don't feel the same way. But anyway, I don't want to start another debate. Thank you very much for being here. Stay safe, and I'll talk to you some other time, I guess. All right, brother Aquan.
All right, see you later.
All right. So, brother Kafir, feel free.
Yeah, man. Obviously, if the brother wants to contact me via email to ask any questions about, the BAIO going forward and what we're about and our goals or whatever, I'm available to him. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously, I want to say he has a soft spot for Holla. Right? I'm not going to accuse that brother, but he kept referring to Holla. But nonetheless, that's neither here nor there. I'm a firm believer in us as a people achieving our full potential as a people. And I am of the conviction that we cannot do that in this country. We can't do it. And I am also of the conviction that we need a space on this planet that we can call our own, so that we can develop into a people ourselves and reach our full potential as a people, so that we can experience life as we see fit. We can't do that here in this country, no matter how hard we try. But I'm gonna switch gears as I close. I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Wow. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So talk to you soon, brother.
Peace. Hotep Sen. Uncle Justin Neb, everybody.
Hotep Sen, Uncle Justin Neb. And Michelle, we're going to give it a last try because I'm patient. I'm patient. So now, okay, I think she might try. But by any chance, Michelle, if you can hear me, do you have a smartphone? Because if you have a smartphone, then you can just do like you did with your laptop computer. Well, I presume it's a laptop computer. Who knows? Maybe it was a smartphone. So if it was a smartphone, then you can do the same with your laptop computer. That link works on the computer, and it also works. It also works on a smartphone. But since I don't see you coming back, so I guess maybe we'll try some other time. Well, brothers and sisters, it's been 6 hours and 55 minutes, so really it's definitely been 7 hours of live stream. That's because I'm not working. I'm off work. I planned on a long museum trip. It was shorter than I expected, but it was still done. So I have some material to share, and I'm glad to share it. The message from Brother Caffrey goes straight to my heart. I'm really happy that he did appreciate the lesson so much. And he did tell me, but the fact that he's saying it to the public, it means that he really means that. So if anybody wants to learn some Medu nature, I can definitely introduce you to it. And remember, knowing is good, understanding is better. Truth is facts, mainly. Truth is not supposed to be relative. Truth is not supposed to be relative. Some people say that truth is relative because if you can't swim, I can't swim, then we both about to drown. We both about to drown. But anyway, we can all learn. It doesn't matter how old we are or where we are, and we can all be accurate. It doesn't mean being perfect, but we can be accurate. We can improve. We can all improve. We all have things that we could improve, and try to get healthy, try to eat right, try to avoid tobacco, drug of any kind, even so-called natural drug like weed. Try to reduce alcohol, try to reduce meat. And if you eat better, you will think better. And if you think better, you will act better. Our ancestors were not evil people. There's good and bad everywhere. Some might have did some wrong, but for the most part, they did their thing. It's not a sin to honor your ancestors. Actually, all people on the planet Earth do so. For strange reason, black people have a big problem with that, particularly those who are into the Abrahamic belief system. But thank you very much for the support. Thank you for being there. Remember, subscribe to the YouTube account, which is here, Ma'at Forever. This is the website. And follow me on Twitter. This way you'll be notified every time I go live. And for those who feel generous, then this is the PayPal, paypal.me/Ma'at4Alva. Support is always appreciated. And thanks once again to those who've been making donations. Some people have been very generous, and it's not in vain. So you can see the footage from the museums. There's a lot more to come. And later on, I will try to go to other places. But it's been very kind of you. I appreciate that. My wife appreciates that. Stay safe, stay healthy. And if I'm allowed to by the nature route, then I will definitely have back at you later. Hotel. Oh, I almost forgot. I almost forgot the outro, but I want to end it now because if I play the outro, it's going to be 7 hours. I want it to be under 7 hours. So let's cut it a day. Thank you very much, brothers and sisters. Dua Senu Hena Senut Hotel.